Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and good morning. Yang berhormat Nik Nazmi Nik Ahmad, Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability. Yang berbahagia Datin Sri Sunita Rajakumar, Founder of Climate Governance Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Nur Azimah Abdul Aziz, Chief Executive Officer of the Companies Commission of Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Mohammad Faiz Azmi, Executive Chairman, Securities Commission. Distinguished members of the Diplomatic Corps in Malaysia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the National Climate Governance Summit 2025. My name is Shazana Mokhtar, and on behalf of Climate Governance Malaysia and the organizing committee, we are delighted to have you with us today in the third edition of this conference that brings together the climate action community in Malaysia and abroad. I'm pleased to share that there are more than 5,000 attendees registered to participate in the conference, masterclasses, and workshops over the course of this week. As with previous years, the NCGS 2025 is a hybrid event with both in-person and virtual audiences. We warmly welcome all online participants tuning in, with huge thanks also to the universities and colleges across Malaysia that are live streaming this event. Day one of the NCGS Summit is in collaboration with the Companies Commission of Malaysia, or SSM, and is thus eligible for SSM CPE points. So please stay tuned for announcements throughout the program for the steps to collect these points. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this year's NCGS spotlights the important theme of transition finance in driving the climate and sustainability agenda across the region. We're looking forward to lively conversations and exchange of ideas that will hopefully serve as inspiration to everyone in attendance today. To kick-start the proceedings this morning, allow me to invite Dr. Gary Theseira, Chair of the Council at Climate Governance Malaysia, to deliver his welcoming remarks.
Thank you, Shazana. Yang berhormat Nik Nazmi, Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Sustainability. Yang berbahagia Datuk Nur Azimah Abdul Aziz, Chief Executive Officer, Companies Commission of Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Dato Faiz Azmi, Executive Chairman of Securities Commission. Yang mulia Tunku-Tunku, Excellencies, distinguished keynote speakers, panelists and moderators, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Board, the Council and the Secretariat of Climate Governance Malaysia, it is an honor and a pleasure to welcome you to the National Climate Governance Summit 2025. It was early in 2023 that Datin Sunita and the CGM Council were discussing the possibility of holding a half-day session with a handful of key stakeholders to accelerate corporate climate governance in Malaysia. Instead, the National Climate Governance Summit, as it became known, very quickly grew into a 3-day event featuring 80 speakers and 17 workshops. Now that year, 2023, became the hottest year on record at the time, with an average global temperature 1.48 degrees above pre-industrial levels. When, we wondered, would we cross the all-important 1.5 degree threshold? The National Climate Governance Summit 2024 featured 90 speakers and 14 workshops, but added 6 masterclasses into the program. And our question was answered, as 2024 average global temperatures reached 1.6 degrees above pre-industrial levels. The first calendar year that this has occurred in recorded history. In some ways, it felt like we were going nowhere. Charles Dodgson must have known the feeling. Better known by his pseudonym Lewis Carroll, Dodgson, in the story Alice Through the Looking Glass, has the key protagonist, the Red Queen, grasp Alice's hand for a run at breakneck speed through the forest, although it seems to Alice that they haven't moved at all. But Her Majesty explains, now here you see, it takes all the running you can do to keep in the same place. If you want to get somewhere else, you must run at least twice as fast as that. To which Alice quite understandably replies, "I'd rather not try, please." The Red Queen effect, as it is known in scientific circles, was described by Barnett and Hansen in 1996 as the increased pressure to adapt faster just to survive. A pressure that is driven by an increase in evolutionary pace of rival technologies and rival technological solutions. But there is a difference. In our struggle against climate change, we struggle not against rival technologies, but against technologies that have outlived their usefulness and indeed are threatening our very survival. What can we do? Well, our presence this morning here, while it has all the trappings of an opening NCGS 2025, actually began yesterday with a town hall meeting. Representatives of more than 50, in fact close to 60 registered civil society organizations sacrificed the last afternoon of their Idul Fitri break to share their thoughts and experiences with each other and with our CGI guests and CGM board and council members. The participants spanned a full range of civil society organizations, from environmental, covering ecosystems, flora and fauna, social, covering urban, rural and indigenous communities, ecosystem services, covering renewable and non-renewable resources and their management, renewable energy, capital markets, investments, financial and insurance services, and even minority shareholder groups. While the discussions raised were the most common issues that we normally talk about: policy misalignment, low free prior engagement, lack of transparency, capacity, and financing, the common thread in the discussions was not the inability to address climate change and its impacts, but was rather how groups appeared at the outset to have different concerns and priorities, but by the end of the 2+ hour session actually found a broad range of common concerns and intersecting actions in areas in which they could actually begin collaborating. So a very big thank you to our most generous sponsors who, through their contributions to supporting this event, have demonstrated their faith in CGM and their commitment to improved climate governance. A big thank you to Bank Negara for the use of this venue and other rooms in this facility for the 3rd consecutive year, may I remind you. With their support, NCGS 2025 will feature more than 90 speakers and 3 full days of workshops and masterclasses. We are, as always, grateful to our honored guests for gracing us with their presence, and to the most learned speakers and panelists for sharing their wisdom with us. Ladies and gentlemen, my impressions of yesterday's town hall meeting reminded me of the now somewhat overused quote to emphasize the importance of inclusivity and collaboration. It goes something like this: if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, then go together. But what if the climate emergency requires that we do both? I believe that the Red Queen had the answer, because she held on to Alice's hand as they ran. We must run fast and together. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gary, for those remarks. You've given us an important question to reflect on. As mentioned by the Red Queen and Alice in Wonderland, can we run fast together? We'll be hearing more from Dr. Gary Theseira in later sessions of this conference, so do stay tuned. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Companies Commission of Malaysia has been a staunch supporter of the NCGS since its inception, and as mentioned, the SSM are joint organizers of day one of this summit. Therefore, I'm delighted to invite Datuk Nur Azimah Abdul Aziz, the Chief Executive Officer of the SSM, to the stage for her opening remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berhormat Tuan Nik Nazmi bin Ahmad, Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability Malaysia. Yang bahagia Datuk Mohammad Faiz Azmi, Executive Chairman of Securities Commission, Your Excellencies. Yang bahagia Datin Seri Sunita Rajakumar, founder of Climate Governance Malaysia, members of distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all and a very warm welcome to the National Climate Governance Summit 2025 on behalf of the Companies Commission of Malaysia, or SSM. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Climate Governance Malaysia, or CGM, for organizing this prestigious summit. We at SSM deeply appreciate the continued invitation to SSM to co-organize the first day of this important summit for the third consecutive year. And this ongoing partnership with CGM is a testament to our shared commitment in addressing the critical realities of global warming and climate change challenges that call for immediate and collective resolution. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think Dr. Gary mentioned on the global warming, the 1.5%, all that. I think this is based on the report as published by the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, that highlighted in 2024, or last year, was the warmest year on record. And based on 6 international data sets, and likely to be the first calendar year with a global mean temperature of more than 1.5 degrees Celsius, climate threshold above pre-industrial level. So I did a bit of research on this. Pre-industrial levels were the time before the increase of atmospheric greenhouse gases due to human activities, and that produce emission which influence global temperature. And 1.5 degrees Celsius is the threshold level of warming that the countries who signed the Paris Agreement have agreed to try to stay below. Right? So meanwhile, United Nations Environment Programme's emission gap report in 2024 highlighted that global greenhouse gas emission reached an unprecedented 57.1 gigatons of carbon dioxide in 2023, marking a 1.3% increase from previous year. By the way, 1 gigaton, or GT, is equal to a staggering 1 trillion kilograms of carbon dioxide. So that's huge. And this surge surpasses the average growth rate of last decade, underscored the escalating challenge of climate change. So these alarming reports, ladies and gentlemen, establish a clear directive for governments, for businesses, business entities, societies to act with greater urgency and responsibility in confronting the escalating climate crisis before consequences become irreversible. So, ladies and gentlemen, these developments have also garnered increasing attention, and in Malaysia's leadership in the ASEAN chairmanship commencing this year, the theme selected is inclusive and sustainability. And this is reflective of Malaysia's commitment to drive regional climate action, and also aligns with today's CGM's summit. That is, the theme selected for today is transition finance, the foundation of transition economy. And as Malaysia takes steps in mobilizing financial mechanism and policy frameworks to support just and inclusive transition towards a low carbon economy, not only within Malaysia, our nation, but across the ASEAN region. So, ladies and gentlemen, while the government remains steadfast in its commitment to drive climate action through strategic policies and framework, this responsibility does not rest on government alone. It calls for inclusive participation from all sectors to also implement sustainable infrastructure and environmental protection initiatives. At this juncture, I wish to also share some updates on SSM's Companies Commission's support towards the national effort in establishing the National Sustainability Reporting Framework, or NSRF, for Malaysia. And SSM is a member of the Interagency Committee of the ACRS, or the Advisory Committee on Sustainability Reporting, which is tasked to formulate the NSRF, which is chaired by SE, and comprised of 6 member agencies such as Bank Negara, SSM, Bursa, Financial Reporting Foundation, FRF, and also SC's Audit Oversight Board. Yeah? The NSRF was launched in September last year to ensure Malaysian companies use the international sustainability standards issued by ISSB board, specifically the S1 on general requirement for disclosure of sustainability related financial information, and S2 on climate related disclosure for sustainability reporting. The implementation of NSRF will be on a phased approach to ensure widespread adoption. And there will be a fireside chat, yeah, afterwards, after this opening session, to further share the details, yeah, the chat with Datuk Faiz, yeah, to share the further details on NSRF, yeah. And for SSM, being the regulator in administering the Companies Act 2016, our role will be in the area of ensuring that companies, with reference, yeah, it is with reference to preparation of sustainability reports by Malaysian companies. It will be based on when companies report, it will be based on the ISSB standards. So that will be our role. And as well as under the streamlining, yes, for SSM, we are also to streamline the NSRF framework with our current business review report, yeah, which are where adoption by SMEs, yeah, where SMEs in Malaysia is the majority of companies, yeah, to achieve this objective, SSM is undertaking a study to assess gaps, yeah, within the existing business review report to the proposed and for us to propose amendments, yeah, to the Companies Act that will encourage all types of companies, yeah, to report on non-financial aspects, yeah, including on matters involving environmental consideration as part of director's report, in addition to the mandatory financial disclosures. Yeah. So although the business review report is voluntary for all types of companies, SSM believes that even small actions can lead to impactful changes by encouraging all types of business entities to adopt ESG consideration in their day-to-day business operation, and thereafter disclose their performance, disclose the ESG activity practices that they have adopted in the form of business review report, and to be lodged with the registrar of companies. And this is for your information. It is important given that SMEs constitute 97%, yeah, of the 697,000 active companies in SSM registry. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm confident that the esteemed speakers gathered here today will provide critical perspectives and innovative solution in advancing the objectives of our National CGM Summit in 2025. As we move forward, I urge all board members, business leaders, and members of corporate community to actively contribute towards tackling climate change. This is our collective efforts today, and we hope it will be a catalyst here for transformative efforts for companies to undertake serious, yeah, effort in reducing their environmental impact, which will drive Malaysia sustainability future, where corporate responsibility and environmental stewardship coexist in harmony. I think with that, ladies and gentlemen, I end my speech. I thank you once again for your presence today. Let's get started to hear the insightful conversations ahead. Have a fruitful summit. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dato Nor Azimah, for these remarks and highlighting the efforts being made to mainstream climate governance in corporate Malaysia, including among SMEs. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are honored that the Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, Yang Berhormat Nik Nazmi Nik Ahmad, has made time to engage with us today and share the policy direction of the government in climate action. I'm pleased to invite Yang Berhormat Nik Nazmi to the stage for a fireside chat moderated by Dr. Gary Theseira of the Climate Governance Malaysia.
Thank you once again, Shazana. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have the Minister with us, and we always welcome his candor and his willingness to sit and talk about issues one-on-one, as it were, with the general public. But we do have some perhaps background information that we would like YB to share with us, particularly with respect to the activities last year, in the past year, as well as the activities coming up. So in the past year, YB, the Ministry NRES has been hard at work. You've been updating, you've been implementing the climate policies that we've taken the pains to develop. Would you be willing to share a recap of recent events, perhaps key milestones, maybe some outputs from the Ministry that have been of significance over the past year?
Okay, Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, very good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I think, over the past 2 years, we've been focusing on a few key issues when we talk about climate change. Last year, we've updated our national climate change policy because the initial one, the first policy was launched in 2009. So that's way, way back. We did not foresee Donald Trump being president at that time. And that was before the Paris Agreement. So we've updated the national climate change policy to take into account of the Paris Agreement and the commitments that we made. And that was launched last year. And we also submitted our first biennial transparency report to the UNFCCC, PTR, on 31st December 2024. And in February this year, the Cabinet has endorsed 2 key documents, which is our nationally determined contributions roadmap and action plan, as well as our long-term low emissions development strategy. And these are basically the pathways for us to achieve our net zero emissions goal. And we've also announced, fixed our commitment to achieve net zero by 2050. That was announced by the Prime Minister last year. And we will publicly launch these 2 documents, the NDC roadmap and action plan, as well as the LT-LEDS documents, this month, in April 2025. But the bigger, I would say the bigger work that's in front of us, we are in the midst of passing our national climate change bill. The engagement process, we've done it with civil society, we've done it with, in the process of completing it with the state governments. I've met, for example, with the Menteri Besar of Pahang and Perak, the Premier of Sarawak, the Chief Minister of Sabah, to get the buy-in, the input, the concerns that the states have with regards to the climate change bill. And we are planning to table this in Parliament by this year. And this will be something that is significant. We've obviously learned lessons from how many countries, including, if I'm not mistaken, the first is the UK, to come up with a climate change act, and to learn how to put it within the Malaysian context, because it's important. Because before this, when you talk about net zero and all that, it's just policy. There is no legislation to underpin it. So with this legislation, it provides a stronger framework for us to work towards. Next year, we hope to complete our national adaptation plan. And I think this is very critical because while the climate change bill will cover both mitigation and adaptation, a lot of it will be focused on mitigation. At the end of the day, you know, I think mitigation as a country for Malaysia, our contributions to emissions globally is relatively small. Per capita, we are not that great. We have to be honest about that. But you know, as a country, with a population of 30 million, high middle income country, we are still, you know, not a major contributor in that sense. But adaptation, because recognizing that climate change is real, looking at the weather patterns over the past few years, not just the floods, and I think floods get a lot of focus, but look at the heat waves, right? We've had deaths from heat waves in Malaysia. And that is something, I mean, I don't know, I mean, I'm sure we've had it before, but it's certainly significant having 3 or 4 documented cases of death by, because of heat strokes in Malaysia over the past, I think, at least in 2023 and 2024, right? So that is something that we also have to deal with. So adaptation on how we can adapt to the realities of climate change is something that is critical, and we are working on that. And we hope to be able to complete it by 2026. And we are also, as looking at, as we know that the Prime Minister announced for carbon tax to be introduced by 2026. So we are collaborating closely with the Ministry of Finance to ensure both the carbon tax and the domestic emissions trading system are designed so that it can function properly, because this is very critical. And you know, it has to be, we have to make it work from the beginning. And the idea is, of course, to have a robust carbon pricing mechanism. And finally, we are also preparing for our 3rd nationally determined contribution submissions. So this we plan to submit ahead of COP30 in Brazil, in Belém. And the idea is, of course, to reflect our enhanced ambition as well as looking at the global stocktake process. So this is among the things I think that we are working on with regards to our climate change policies moving forward in 2025 and 2026.
Yeah, thank you, YB. So as we know, this upcoming COP is a pivotal COP. It's a bit of a milestone COP, 10 years since the Paris Agreement, and of course it's the 30th anniversary, as it were, of the climate change negotiations. Are there any specific announcements or revelations that we can expect the Malaysian delegation to be taking to the COP? Not certain if we're going to have a pavilion, but perhaps you might be able to enlighten us on perhaps some of the announcements that you might perhaps would like to be able to make by that time.
Well, I think, you know, we are dealing, Brazil is significant for many things. Both whether you talk about biodiversity or whether you talk about climate change. The origin of the COP came about from the Earth Summit in Rio in 1992. And that was, you know, for someone of my generation, that was, I think, the first time when we started to listen about the planetary crisis in a big way. And I think it provides an opportunity on several levels, because one is that Brazil is being one of the mega diverse countries like Malaysia. So we are able to look at the planetary crisis as a whole. Climate is certainly a major problem, but it cannot be taken out of the issue of nature, i.e. biodiversity. It cannot be taken out from the issue of the pollution that we face. It's all interrelated. So I think that is one. Two is that obviously Brazil being a developing country. So some of the concerns when you talk about a just transition, looking at the lens of a developing country like Malaysia, you know, I think Brazil, in many ways, they see a lot of things similar to us, right? And I think that provides us that opportunity. But on the other part, I think is the reality that we are facing this new world order, right? So there is a fear. Obviously, when we went to Baku last year, we knew about the election results. I met with the deputy climate envoy from the US and his team, but that was from the outgoing administration, right? They won't be part of COP, obviously. They've withdrawn from the Paris Agreement again. But I think it does, whether we like it or not, it has a shadow, because America is historically the biggest industrial emitter, right? And that casts a shadow. But at the end of the day, we don't have control over what happens in the politics of other countries as much as we like to think. So the rest of the world, we have to find a way, just as we are dealing with other things. Like today, trade is the biggest issue that everyone is talking about now. But when it comes to climate, when it comes to biodiversity, we just have to be able to find a way. The US, I think, has never actually joined, for example, the COP for biodiversity. It's never been a party to the convention. So we just have to find ways where we can make it work. And I think, to the credit of America as well, it's a federation, and the state governments and the cities in the country, some of them are very committed to climate change. And we have to find and build alliances with them, because at the end of the day, there'll be a new president. And we hope that, America can again be part of this, because I think we've seen today the technologies that are available out there. We can learn from the policies that are being done by many countries out there, in Europe, in Canada, in China, in Japan, in Australia, or, even in Africa, where we can adopt and use it in our own country. So I think, that will be an important part, because the world will be interested to see how we can move on. And I think that it will be difficult, definitely, but we can't just say, oh, let's wait and not do anything. We have to move on, and hopefully once things are settled, then we can, America will rejoin. It has happened before, right? So that is something that we hope to. And from ASEAN, I think we do hope that ASEAN can have a stronger voice together. We always talk about the potential of ASEAN. ASEAN has a population that is bigger than the European Union. Yes, we do not have the same governance institutions. We are not a political union in the sense of the EU. And I don't think, I don't see it happening in the near future. But we should leverage on it, because there's a lot of things. And I think the challenge that we are facing with regards to trade and all that is something that we are realizing, is that we have to harness on this potential of ASEAN. And let's face it, you look at the IPCC report, Southeast Asia is named as one of the regions that are most susceptible to climate change. So if we do not do something, and we let it be dictated by certain other countries or powers or blocks that are beyond us and do not see things from our perspective, then we are going to miss the boat. We have to put our voice out there. So we are trying to come up with a coherent block. If it's not all of ASEAN, at least the major countries in Southeast Asia. And And I think we will continue to find ways to show our ambition. Malaysia has just joined the Climate Club, which is a group of ambitious countries to ensure that decarbonization efforts are fair and competitive. So we are now part of that club. And I think we want to communicate it very well about, that Malaysia does not want to be left behind when it comes to the climate diplomacy.
Yeah, it's interesting, YB, that you talk about, well, at least historically, the US being one of the lead emitters. And then, of course, more recently, they've been overtaken by China as the greatest emitter. But as we see, on the other hand, the adoption of RE the adoption of new technologies, low carbon mobility. The bulk of that is happening in China, and a lot of that is actually being exported. And this comes back to the argument about Malaysia's emissions being fairly small, but the idea once again is our per capita emissions in part at least also due to the fact that we are manufacturing the kinds of products and providing the kinds of services that, like China, are actually going to other parts of the world and helping them to reduce their emissions. In the process, we kick up our own emissions. Perhaps your views on that and how that might be magnified or amplified as you know, with our ASEAN partners like Vietnam, who are also in the same boat, also ramping up renewable energy, hydroelectric power, and also moving into the manufacture of electric vehicles and the like. How do you see that happening?
Yeah, so I mean, definitely. I mean, if you look at our carbon emissions, I mean, the industrialization aspect is something that we cannot deny. A lot of things that were done, for example, in the developed world, were being pushed out. It used to be China, Japan, Korea, Taiwan. But then now some of it is also being pushed down even to countries like Malaysia. And you know, there are things that China is not doing anymore, but is being done in Malaysia. So those are challenges that we have to deal with, right? And I think even if you look at how we develop, I mean, I'm not going to mention which prime minister or what, but the way we develop our economy for so long, right? We resemble like an American suburban landscape, the way we design our towns. That was the dream. And you know, it worked well for many ways. Yeah? The highways, we have a car company, but obviously, you know, and we underinvested for many, many decades on our trains, for example, on our buses, our public transport. And now we are just starting to realize, and we are starting to put focus on that. So I think but at the end of the day, you know, we are part of the global system. We have benefited from trade. We can't just say that, oh, you know, we're doing all the dirty job for the world. We have benefited from it, but we have to move up the value chain. So that's why the government has been making difficult decisions. We have moved away from blanket subsidies in electricity. That was very unpopular. You know, I met this billion ringgit companies who came to see me and say that this is the end of time, right? You know, you increasing this tariff by this much, but I said, you know, you've been enjoying tariffs that are so cheap for so long, and I think it's only fair that we start to increase it. We increased the water tariffs, and we've increased the diesel. We've also retargeted diesel subsidies. The next big one, obviously, that we plan in 2025 is RON 95, is petrol, right? That happily, you know, I'm not at the forefront of it, but I believe that these are things that we have to bite the bullet, because previously, and I think it was fair. I mean, all countries did it. Japan did it, Korea did it, China, even Singapore. Basically, you start by being a low-cost economy, doing low-value work. But as you move up, you know, then you start to compete on more value-added elements. But Malaysia was stuck. We were addicted to low price of utilities. We were addicted to low-wage workers by bringing foreign workers in. So that cannot be the way we develop anymore, right? And I think we've made the painful decisions. You know, not many politicians like to do this, but to the credit of the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, you know, they have been very focused on doing this. And I think these are things that will bring us to the next level, and hopefully this along part of our decarbonization journey as well.
With your permission, YB, I would like to open the floor to questions. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your opportunity to ask a question directly to the Minister. The Honourable Minister, there are microphones halfway down each aisle. If you would like to ask a question, please identify yourself and ask your question, your organization as well. So the mics are there. I'm sorry to have you move a little bit. And if someone else would like to ready themselves at this microphone, a little bit of help with the mics, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, as well as YB. It's very encouraging, YB Nick, that you mentioned that Malaysia is preparing for an enhanced NDC. And previously we had the renewables to be the spotlight for our transition plans. As we see now, globally, even the International Energy Agency chief, Dr. Fatih Birol, he has stressed that in order to reach net zero, it's not only renewables, but a very important role is being played by nuclear power. And we have heard YAB, Timbalan Perdana Menteri, mentioning about a study being conducted. Could you share with us, in this enhanced NDC, would Malaysia be putting nuclear at the center stage or not announced? Because at COP29, Indonesia has announced it's going for nuclear. At the IEA General Conference, even Philippines has shared their roadmap. One. Secondly, if you don't mind, because during the International Women's Day, PM has directed for many of the cabinet ministers as well as KSN to please help more women. So I'd just like to make a reference. During COP28, there was a gender transition declaration, and I'd like to appeal to YB because out of the 10 ASEAN countries, only Vietnam has signed. So now that Malaysia is the chair of ASEAN, could YB be the champion to help lobby for Malaysia as well as the other 8 remaining ASEAN member countries to sign this so that women will have a better role in contributing to climate change? Thank you.
Don't know which is the more difficult question, the nuclear or the women part. On nuclear, as mentioned, we are doing a study. Yes, I mean, I think looking at the science of it, we have to accept the fact that if you're looking for to decarbonize, nuclear has a role to play. Okay. Yes, I mean we have started to accelerate solar. Right, we've done that. Hydro. Large hydro, honestly, in Peninsula, not much space is left unless you are willing to trade off our pristine forests for dams, for reservoirs. So then that's out of the question. Wind, unfortunately, under current technology, we cannot generate electricity from our wind yet. Then that doesn't leave us with much, right? We can take out a few other things, but so nuclear, I think you look at the experience of how France, they've been able to deal very well, and I think nuclear has contributed quite a bit. Obviously, there are concerns because although nuclear, in terms of emissions, it's zero, but in terms of radiation, in terms of managing the waste, the cost, those are things that we have to deal with. So the study that has been conducted by the government is looking at this from those angles, and obviously then it takes a bit of time, but I do believe that we eventually have to finally make the decision because we have this 20-year power generation plan. So those things we are taking into account the possibility of nuclear as we plan for our power generation, but it needs to be firmer because if we are serious about nuclear, then there needs to be work in terms of international treaties, in terms of building the place, in terms of dealing with the politics of it and all that. So those are challenges, right? And we have to definitely work on that. And it's not uncontroversial. A lot of people will say that there are other various ways to generate electricity. But honestly, there are even a few environmental activists, when they enter government and they look at net zero targets and whatnot, they suddenly become more open to nuclear. For me, the study has to be done properly before we come to a conclusion in terms of what's best for Malaysia. In terms of women, I'll have a look at the text as a whole, because sometimes these are the things that falls into the cracks. Because on one hand it's climate, on one hand it's gender. So that's under Minister Nancy. So I'll have a look at this thing and to see whether we are able to, is there a problem with the text that we haven't signed it yet? And if there's not, then we should be able to push it forward and also to get the other ASEAN countries on board.
Yes. We have time for at most, I believe, one more question before we need to let. Oh, we like to keep YB here all day, but unfortunately we can't. So, anyone else with a question? Yes, if you could come down to. Oh yeah, there's a mic there. All right,
there are two mics here. So
lovely, yes.
Special. Thank you very much, Dr. Gary. Thank you very much, YB Nick. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Just one quick question. I don't know whether it is exciting or thrilling that we push so hard for CCUS to be launched, to be accepted by the Parliament. But why don't we push also for nature-based solutions? What are the strategies for the country? Do we have any? And yeah, what are the priorities with NBS? Thank you very much.
Maybe you could let us know your affiliation. So yeah, thank you.
I thought everyone knows me already. My name is Aldri. I'm from University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, he's very well known. With regards to nature-based solutions, there's a few things. It will definitely feature a big part in terms of adaptation. Because when you look at adaptation, it's not just about the grey infrastructure, the hard infrastructure, but it's about how we can use our nature-based assets to adapt to climate change. I think the biggest example that we learned from was the loss of mangroves and what happened due to the Aceh tsunami, right? 2004. So definitely I think that is something that will be there in our adaptation plan. But we are also looking at, in terms of having our national carbon market framework. Currently, we have a voluntary carbon market where Bursa has a carbon exchange. We have the Keynote project from Sabah, which is the first nature-based carbon project being featured. But I think the other element is that we also, now the fact that in Baku we have concluded on Article 6. Following that, this is with regards to the, the credits under Article 6, the mandatory credits, the compliance credits. And as a result, we have signed MOUs with South Korea as well as Singapore on Article 6. And I think, but obviously we have to tread very carefully, because we have our own net zero targets and we have the need for our own nature-based solutions to keep it to ourselves to offset our development. But if there is value and there is some space for us to trade this with another country and that funds can be used for conservation, that is something that we definitely want to look at. And I think that the other challenging part is our forest is not another nature-based carbon credit, because carbon credit, it's used globally, but with our biodiversity, with the communities that rely on it, the Orang Asli, the local communities, we should look at it on a more broad and holistic perspective. That's the challenge, I guess, for us. We want to show that it has more value to that. And I think, I believe that carbon credits have a role to play, but obviously we are also looking at how Australia is doing biodiversity credits and other forms of, frameworks that we can rely on or to use as reference and to reflect on what can be used to enhance our nature-based solutions. One of the important parts is you have the science panel for the Amazon. There is a science panel for the Congo. And we have started a science panel for Borneo. But we are looking whether we can expand it, because Borneo is just Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia. But if we can expand it to be Southeast Asia or maybe even Australia, basically, because Northern Australia, they have tropical forests. Then you have Papua New Guinea, and you combine with Southeast Asia, then that will be a huge area that we can really leverage on. And I think because then you have scale, right? Which is something that, if you just look at Borneo, unfortunately, that's the scale is not there. Then we can explore more on how we can leverage on our nature-based assets, on how it can provide solutions to climate change and other planetary issues.
Thank you very much, YB, for that response. I'm afraid that's about all the time we have with YB this morning. On behalf of CGM, SSM, we are very, very grateful. We'd like to thank YB for taking time out of his busy schedule to join us this morning. Unfortunately, YB has to leave, so we shall take our leave of you, and we'll pass you back to Shazana.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gary. Thank you, Young Mohammad Minister Nik Nazmi, for sharing insights into the latest policy direction of the government. Gentlemen, may I request you both to remain on stage for a very quick photo session. I'd like to invite the council and board members of Climate Governance Malaysia, as well as Datuk Muhammad Faiz Azmi of the Securities Commission and Datuk Nur Azimah Abdul Aziz of the SSM on stage for the photo op. I'm also pleased to invite the representatives of the platinum sponsors of NCGS 2025, Mr. Timo Guzman from the delegation of the European Union to Malaysia, and Ms. Maria Veronica of Kenanga Investors Berhad, to please join the group on stage. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, for your cooperation. There were many different points that YB Minister Nik Nazmi raised in his speech, a lot of different policies for us to look out to, namely the National Climate Change Bill that's going to be tabled this year, as well as the National Adaptation Plan that's going to come up next year. Don't forget the subsidy rationalization efforts that are taking place. Many, many things for us to keep tabs on, and also to monitor in terms of whether Malaysia is able to achieve her climate goals. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a big round of applause for the guests of honor on stage? Once again, thank you very much, YB Minister Nik Nazmi. Thank you to our sponsors, as well as the co-organizers of this conference. All right, once again, a big round of applause to thank Yang Berhormat Nik Nazmi, Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, who will now depart the auditorium. Datuk Muhammad Faiz and Datin Sri Sunita, please be invited to remain on stage for the next session. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't yet, please note that we are using Hoover for this conference. And this is where also we're collecting questions and Q&A for the different sessions. So please do have that on hand if you haven't yet. It's also a tool for you to network and explore with your fellow community members on climate actions and steps that are being taken. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed with the next agenda item for today. We know that progress on climate governance in Malaysia is a shared responsibility of numerous stakeholders, something that speakers before this have emphasized. This includes, of course, national regulators. The Securities Commission has been instrumental in setting the tone for sustainability action in corporate Malaysia through its reporting mandates and guidelines. For more on the role of capital markets in transition finance, I'm pleased to hand the floor to Yang Berbahagia Datuk Mohammad Faiz Azmi, the Executive Chairman of the Securities Commission, followed by a fireside chat with Datin Sri Sunita Rajakumar, founder of CGM. Dato, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Datuk Azimah Abdul Aziz, Chief Executive Officer, SSM Malaysia. Datin Sri Sunita Rajakumar, founder of CGM. Datuk Henry Balu, Chairman of CGM. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a good morning. So let me take this moment to extend my warmest Hari Raya and Eid Mubarak wishes to the Muslims here. As you know, Eid is a special occasion that serves as a reminder of our faith and relationships. It is perhaps timely that we're here today to renew commitments to another consequential agenda to preserve the planet for future generations. I'd also like to thank Datin Sri Sunita for this invitation and also congratulate her for her boundless energy in getting relevant voices to be heard in what is a whole of society problem. The topic of the conference is transition finance, the foundation of a transition economy. As context, for the last 2 years being the warmest on record, and I have Dr. Gary to confirm that, we must shift to a higher gear to decarbonize high-emitting, energy-intensive sectors. Finance is a key enabler, and that's where the Securities Commission is positioned to attract investor pools to fund our transition. So allow me to share some initial thoughts on this year's summit theme, transition finance. Firstly, the scale of investments required is enormous. Estimates put it at about US 125 trillion globally, and will only grow with inaction. In Malaysia, the energy sector alone contributes nearly 81.8% of our greenhouse gas emissions. So its transition to net zero requires a projected 1.3 trillion ringgit in investments over the next few decades. This is the T word, trillion. Financing solutions, both banking and capital markets, must step up to shift this momentum, not only for the energy sector, but for other sectors like transportation, aviation, and the manufacturing sector. Equally important is for a credible brown to green transition to attract financing as well as investors. This calls for measurable and comparable data metrics. The greater the information available, the better the assessment of our assets at risk. It will require innovative solutions to enhance the current information architecture and improve transparency. And we should not be frightened to embrace new technologies such as blockchain to help in the monitoring and verification. So you may ask, where is the Securities Commission in this area? Well, as the current ASEAN chair of the Capital Market Regulators, or ACMF, my fellow ASEAN regulators and I are committed to raise transition finance usage and data sets. We believe that well-structured guidelines and frameworks are essential to guide companies on the transition pathway. So regionally, the ACMF worked collectively with other authorities on something we call the ASEAN Transition Finance Guidance that was released in October 2023. And this basically provides a structured approach with 3 tiers for businesses to assess their transition credibility. Based on market feedback, we've updated that ATFG to version 2, which incorporates now other examples and applications to provide more clarity. So that's the first thing. The second thing is the ASEAN Taxonomy Board has completed the 3rd version of the ASEAN Taxo, as we call it. That was released, I believe, last year, and we're now working on version 4. And this version 4 actually covers sectors which are relevant to us, such as agriculture and forestry. So all this is to assist in promoting and encouraging the financing of our needs, which includes transition finance. The other thing that we're doing within the concept of Mars is this. The ASEAN Taxo really deals with energy and gashouse emissions. But as the minister quite rightly pointed out, we already are seeing the impacts now. We don't have to wait for it to be consistently at 1.5 degrees above industrial norms. You might have read that the Indonesians are trying to build an 850-kilometer seawall. You may have also read that the Singaporeans are talking about building one on the east of Singapore. So it's already happening, right? Part of the adaptation needs is, how do we fund a seawall that has no return? So what we've tried to do with the ASEAN Taxonomy Board is to kind of develop a guidance which we call MARS. MARS stands for Mitigation, Co-Benefit, Adaptation, Resilience, and Sustainable Financing. And what we're trying to do is to look at the technologies and the financing tools that we need in order to fund low or no commercial return projects. Also, carbon credits. The use of carbon credits is another emerging effort to encourage transition planning. The ASEAN regulators are, of course, undertaking a carbon market ecosystem roadmap to assess readiness. And I think you've heard from the Minister that the Ministry of Finance has already started putting the groundwork towards having a carbon tax environment. However, that's where voluntary carbon markets now start to play a role. So this initiative within ASEAN is to try and codify the principles that all 10 of us should be using in our VCM markets, and that will eventually become national law. Finally, we are also releasing a guide for SMEs on how to apply ESG disclosures. Now that's at the ASEAN level. Closer to home, the SC is also doing a few things in the transition financing space. For example, we're again looking at our SRI-linked Sukuk framework, which was introduced in 2022. That framework encourages companies to raise funds to address sustainability concerns, while also encouraging the use of measurable sustainability performance targets. From a broader perspective, Dato Azimah mentioned about the ACSR, which is the joint body looking at the sustainable standards. I have to say I was very glad to see that even the Europeans kind of gave up their idea of their ESRS. I mean, I thought it was always going to be a bit wishful to think that 50,000 listed companies could disclose everything in 1 year when even they couldn't understand it. So we took the slightly lower and slightly more understandable standard, ISSB. But what we've done is to also create something called PACE. PACE stands for Policy Assumptions, Calculator, and Education. And so you may have heard about the SC helping to fund 100 auditors to understand how to apply ISSB. We've already launched a course to take you from GRI to ISSB. We're now considering running a course for sustainable officers, because I realize that accountants don't understand science and the scientists don't understand accounting. And really the disclosures are accounting based. So we're looking at whether or not we need to run courses for sustainable officers to understand what is it the accountants are asking them to give them. The other thing that we're doing is we have started to use like a model set of accounts that Singapore produced. Now they produced it for their real estate sector. We've already commissioned one of the big four to actually write 3 more guidances. One for palm oil, one for our own construction industry, and so on. And we hope to have that ready this quarter. And also, since I've not heard from any of you, which is really surprising, because what normally happens when we introduce a standard is there's usually no response. And then just before it comes into force, December 2025, I expect major delegations coming to the SC saying, "Boleh tak, we defer." That's the normal lah. So anyway, this quarter, we're coming to see you. So we're actually organizing or requesting trade organizations to arrange for a meeting for us to see them, to understand. So what problems are you encountering? And one I've heard already is, can you please ask Tenaga to put the bills online for 3 years? So we're already talking to Tenaga about that. And we will extend it to other utilities. Because how can you collect the data if it's not available, right? So that's PACE and what we intend to do. We're also looking at the Malaysian Code of Corporate Governance. It's time for a refresh every 3 years. And we've also started engaging with sustainable officers to encourage them to set up their own body. Because I feel it's time that this group of people actually advises the board. And I think it's important to have some minimum standards or education or standing, even a code of conduct. I warned them that if they can't find a better name, I'm going to call it ASO. So there's already a major incentive to find a better name. So that's already in play. The other thing I guess we've stated we will do is to look on the digital side for relevant tools. At the national level, the Joint Committee on Climate Change, JC3, which is co-chaired by SC and Central Bank, is developing a transition finance framework. So that kind of goes back to the topic about how do you do transitions. But as the Minister said, while we're trying to transition to, shall we say, zero carbon fuel or power, the water level is rising. So we are already looking at the next problem, which is where are we going to raise those money? And as I said, the peculiarity of this solution is who's going to pay for dredging rivers? Who's going to pay for underground tanks? Who's going to pay for coastal reservoirs? Who's going to pay for a seawall? So I've mentioned this thing called Mars. We're already starting to look at what technologies exist, but also how do you make a seawall pay for itself? And I think the answer seems to be that we have to widen the net of investors. So already we're starting to talk to some of the Majlis Ugamas to understand within the context of zakat, is there room to look at zakat money for these kind of infrastructure projects? And just to give you a context, the global annual adaptation financing needs is estimated to be between US dollars 215 billion to US dollars 387 billion, but only 21 billion was done last year. So clearly a way to go yet. And it's also important to acknowledge that our part of the world is actually very vulnerable. Just think about the number of islands Indonesia and Philippines have. And whenever I speak to my Filipino colleagues, he keeps on talking about not just that the numbers of typhoons are increasing, but the intensity of it and the amount of damage that it does. So that's where we're going. Yes, we're still focused on transition, but I think it's probably easier to find money to replace a commercial project with another commercial project. It's a little bit more difficult when it doesn't actually generate returns. So, as I mentioned, seawalls, coastal reservoirs, upgrading of water systems, all these things are actually quite unattractive from a return point of view. And so what we need to do is to build the tools to be able to do blended finance and raise money from the state or communities. So at the SC, the final point is that we are crafting our fourth Malaysia capital market plan. And one of the three pillars that we're focusing on is actually sustainable financing, particularly with climate adaptation in mind. So, hopefully by the end of this year, it'll be very clear where SC is going on that particular topic. So in conclusion, a just and orderly transition is necessary to ensure long-lasting and meaningful impact. We all, as stakeholders for this planet, have a responsibility to work together to turn ambition into action and make transition finance the foundation of a sustainable and resilient economy. And with that, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dato Faiz. I think there are already some questions from the floor. There's about 500 people online, and I'm not sure if we'll be able to get around to those questions. But if you do have any questions, I'm just going to ask him two quick questions. Please get to the mic so that we can hear from you as soon as possible. Dato Faiz, thank you for that. It was a great overview of where we are right now. Plenty of challenges coming up, as we all agree. I had two questions, and I thought you might be a good person to just unpack this for us. In relation to how Islamic finance can play a major role on this, they already have, in many senses, they were well ahead of the sustainability discussion, but not just with Makasid, Halal Tawiban. And the second question was on indirect physical risks. We've reached a position where your substation might be free from climate hazards, but the roads might be impassable, your staff can't come into work, we have no food security, we're already seeing hyperinflation of medical supplies. So if we can just kick off with these two questions, please, Dato Faiz.
So, firstly, if you talk about the Islamic capital markets, we've already have spent a lot of time with things like the SRI principles in application of the so-called And also, well, even the color is green, right? Islamic and the green agenda. But I think one of the problems is that sometimes we try to do too much good too quickly, which is why I've been looking at the number of SRI sukuks have been issuing, and it's not as impressive as I thought it could be. So that's why about 2 years ago we sat down and said, well, look, if you talk about Sharia, invariably the argument is between halal or toyib, right? Between compliant and wholesome. But that discussion doesn't really bring into account other problems. So that's what we came up with maqasid. What does maqasid mean? It means the meaning of Sharia. And it actually came from really North Africa, because they were questioning the substance of what we were doing. And in examining maqasid, we realized that, particularly Principle 3 of the 15 Principles, it talks about the preservation of wealth for the next generation. Because it starts to make you think, are we consuming too much such that our children will not be able to benefit? And what is the role of humans on the planet? We are not seen as owners, we are seen as custodians. And within the Sharia context, there's a lot that has been said about preserving resources. And as I mentioned, Principle 3 talks about the intergenerational problem. So we're using that now as a way of trying to sit back and ask the question, well, are there pools of Sharia money which could be involved in adaptation? Hence why I made the comment that we're already examining the Sharia text on the use of zakat to see whether or not it could be extended to infrastructure projects, for example. Even the community itself, we feel that there's too much reliance on government, because honestly, government, is very, 58% of, debt to GDP. The headroom is not that great, especially when you're talking about trillions, right? There was an estimate of climate adaptation being that big. So we need to kind of go back to, if you like, the reference source and figure out, is there a different way of mobilizing these funds? So that's ongoing. And as I said, hopefully the results of that study will be included in the Capital Master Plan. Now, your other point about essentially stranded assets and stuff. Yeah. So access to data is a tricky thing. You might be aware of the fact that there is a digital committee now set up at the PM's level, which SE is a member of. And actually, I did raise that because within that ministry, you've got MITI, MOF, and also digital. And I made the point that there's a lot of data that we have in this country, but it's all secret. I think even JC3 came out with an estimate that only 23% of data that we need is available publicly, but there's still 70 odd that's not. So the point I tried to raise in that committee is that I understand why municipals and agencies are reluctant to share this data, because they're all worried about being sued. So maybe we need to think of coming up with a safe harbor concept, because there's a saying, right, that a clock that has stopped is only accurate twice a day. But a clock that's slightly slow, slightly fast is roughly right. Right? So I'm not expecting the data to be exactly right, because obviously we've not been collecting the data with accuracy in mind. But the more you use it, the more accurate it becomes, because you start to realize the mistakes. So I think that's where I'd like to go with the data, which is to try and look from a ministerial level, because already now, you may not appreciate it, but ministries are not empowered to share data. So that's why the Digital Act was so important, to break that particular barrier. The next stage is, well, how do I get it out of the ministries into the public domain? So that's data. But in terms of your other points about, can you get people to the factory? You see, the sustainable reporting, the premise of this was, are companies resilient? But no one talks about, is the country resilient? I mean, to me, one of the most resilient countries is probably Japan. And you look at what they do, right? They teach their kids to dive for tables and under door frames in the event of an earthquake. Every office I go to in Japan has a hard hat. So culturally, they know they're living in a dangerous zone. And culturally and also philosophically, they accept it, but they plan for it. We don't. This country is very blessed. You know, every time I see the ring of fire and the earthquakes, you know, I think, wow, we missed it, huh? But you then kind of think, well, plates move, right? And recently, even Penang had problems. And I was wondering, how many of the buildings in KL are actually earthquake-proof? So the reality is, we are a blessed country. We don't have typhoons, we don't have earthquakes. We just have lots of water or very little water. So we've got to solve that problem. And then the wider context to that is, are we resilient as a country? I think we are, because every time we have a flood, it takes no more than a week for everything to go back to normal. And we're also very inventive. I mean, if you go to Shopee and you kind of look for car flood, you get a whole list of options of buying plastic bags to park your car in and tie up in case there's a flood. I mean, 150 ringgit would fit a Myvi. And I thought that's brilliant, because when you think about the number of cars that we lost the last floods, now we at least have an option. For 150 ringgit, you can park your car into a plastic bag, tie it up, make sure there's a bit of weight, because I think it might float down the river. But, you know, we figured out a solution. So I think we need to kind of move down that path, be more Japanese in a way.
Absolutely. No business resilience unless the ecosystem is resilient. We're going to take questions from the floor now. We're going to bunch them all up so that he can address it all at the same time, starting with Dato Henry.
Thank you very much indeed. I would like to inquire from Dato about the use of a new way of accounting, earnings after carbon emissions. At present, CEOs depend on the audited profits in the accounts which are produced each year, but I would think that the focus might be more usefully directed towards working out what the earnings would be after carbon emissions have been counted up. And this would involve assessing scopes 1 and 2 at least, and perhaps eventually scope 3 of emissions, and the boards would then be required to cost those emissions in terms of the current carbon market, deduct the figure from the audited profit, and focus the remuneration for the CEO and the senior management on the net figure after deducting cost of carbon emissions. Thank you.
Thanks, Dato. Well, the simple answer is accountants are not clever enough. I mean, we still haven't figured out how to bring human resource into the P&L. For a start, you know, forget about carbon. So you're right. Until it's actually in the numbers, people don't focus on things. The first step in the accounting kind of thinking is, if you want to control something, you have to measure it. And that's why the disclosure standard is to force you down the path to get to a point where you're comfortable understanding your own numbers, and also tell the rest of the world how you're going to deal with it. The second part of it is the carbon tax. That's your proxy to your emissions. Because if you take the framework which says that we will calculate what your allowable emissions are, in a sense, it does rely on that bit of data that we're trying to do with ISSB to estimate what we will allow an industry to do, and presumably the number will reduce to zero over time. If they don't do it, they get punished with taxes. So in a way, that to me is the proxy to doing this. But to come up with an accounting philosophy around this, no, I don't think we're good enough yet. But it is coming. That's why we're quite supportive of the carbon tax, because it actually hits companies where it hurts, which is the bottom line.
I think shadow pricing is something that could be considered, because that doesn't hit the bottom line, and yet it's a very clear indicator internally.
Well, to some extent, it all starts with what number you're going to quote. So one of the things, and maybe to get a viewpoint on, I noticed that in Australia and now Japan, they're talking about having a safe harbor provision. That means that if you're a company, for 3 years, anything that you say about scenario testing or about your scope 3 in particular no one can sue you on it, right? So it's something we're toying with. I mean, unfortunately, it does take a while, as Dato Azimah knows, to try and change the Companies Act, because essentially what you're saying is you're giving an indemnity to the boards for a period of time. But the question is the threat real? So I had a conversation with my Australian counterpart, and she said, yeah, it's very real, because in Australia, litigation is like football, right? It happens all the time. So in their environment, they needed it. It's actually in their legislation, but that's only to stop third parties from suing the companies. It doesn't stop the regulator against taking action. So that's something which we're kind of toying with. Do we want to put the power into the act? And a lot of it comes back down to how comfortable are they about the things that they're currently disclosing. So anyway, if any of you have concerns about the numbers that you're about to disclose by the end of this year or next year, then when I come around meeting your industries, please tell me. I mean, already I've heard from the plantation industry that it's bad enough trying to find someone to go into the jungle to take the fruits, let alone find someone who understands ISSB, IFRS, and goes down to collect all the data. They say it's near impossible. So I don't know whether a drone could do this, but anyway, so it is trying to understand what are the problems that the industry faces towards getting that number, and maybe the safe harbor is to give at least a bit of leeway so that essentially you can afford to make mistakes in the next 3 years.
Understand. Any other questions from the floor? Sure. Two questions.
Good morning, Dato. Datin. My name is Wan Faiza from Amanah Lestari Alam, a foundation under Bank Pembangunan Malaysia Berhad. This is not a query, but a request. In your speech just now, you mentioned about SC now talking to Majlis Agama regarding investment in infrastructure. I would like also SC to also include nature-based environment in the conversation, to include both life on land and life below water, because as it is, there are several ayat in Al-Quran as well as hadith that provide men to take care of nature. Thank you.
Excellent point, Wan Faiza.
Thank you. So as I mentioned, that's why we have the Maqasid al-Sharia, because we realize that there's a lot of other elements within the Sharia that talks about that topic. Since you're talking about water on land and water in the sea, actually we'll look at coastal reservoirs, because you can't really have a dam in Sabah without having earthquake problems. And I don't understand why we don't have one. So for example, if you've been to Singapore, I don't know whether you noticed, but the Marina Bay is no longer salt water, it's fresh water. So it is possible to actually have your dam in the middle of the sea. You literally force back the sea a mile or so by dredging and what have you. However, as Dato Henry has quite rightly pointed out to me, if you try to do it at the Klang River, that's the end of our fireflies. So we now need to think, how do you do a coastal reservoir and help the fireflies? But it is relevant, because I think a lot of the Zakat authorities are looking at immediate needs. But we're pointing out that a flooded home, is anticipated. So why not provide some money towards it? But as I say, the discussion is still very early. I mean, we're still doing the analysis within the SC itself. And then we hope to go to, maybe I should start with police, because they certainly seem to have the most kind of open-minded view of how zakat can be used, and then work my way down. But thank you for that.
Thank you, Seri.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Datin Sunita. Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Dato, for sharing with us about the ASEAN Taxonomy Board recently launched, as well as SC's efforts in coming up with the Capital Market Master Plan, fourth. I'm pleased to share with Yang Berbahagia Dato that I made a presentation to Minister of Finance too, regarding nuclear power and financing. And after the presentation, Dato Ahmad has asked me to meet SC to present some of the ideas that I have delivered during that presentation. So I'd like just to get Dato's point of view with regards to ASEAN member countries now making announcements on nuclear power. Would you feel that the ASEAN Taxonomy Board should also look at the European Union taxonomy, which in 2022 had included gas and nuclear power as part of the sustainable finance? And secondly, with regards to the Capital Market Master Plan, Canada is the first country sovereign to include nuclear power in the green bond framework, and other utilities have also included this. So in Malaysia's planning for nuclear power, as Datuk Nazmi had mentioned just now, as well as the strong announcement by Indonesia and Philippines that they are going forward with it, do you feel that Malaysia should include nuclear power in our green bond policy, as well as the ASEAN Taxonomy Board to also follow the European Union example? Thank you.
So I think, to repeat what the minister said, I think all options are on the table. But I would just point out that, per kilowatt, it is the most expensive option, right? And when you have limited resources, you have to decide, is that the right way to go? I think as a country, we're very wasteful in terms of our use of power. In most European cities, by midnight, everything's dark. Not us. We're just getting started at midnight. Everything is switched on. So I think there's an element of, let's look at how we're using power. And part of it is it's too cheap. So I totally support the government's move fiscally to remove some of these subsidies. And no doubt, some sectors of the population will have to be looked after. But I don't think it's a good use of money power that we're doing now. But I am a little bit concerned about the cost. So I have actually had a few parties come to the SC to explore it. We don't have a problem in principle if you want to go to the market to raise funds. The issue to me would be A, cost, B, how long it takes to get it online. And thirdly, maybe this is showing my age, but I still remember the t-shirts at the time when 3 Mile Island came out. And they had, hell no, I don't glow. So maybe it's generational, but I remember those t-shirts.
Yeah, I think we've run over time now. A big round of applause for our great speaker today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dato Faiz and Datin Sri Sunita, for that really thoughtful conversation on the innovations that are being used and that can be considered by capital markets to close the gap in transition finance. We're doing a quick photo op here before we proceed with our next segment. Thank you again to both our speakers. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to proceed with the next agenda item, and we're proud to showcase the depth of commitment and cooperation in climate action between Malaysia and the international community through the participation of keynote speakers at this year's summit. So our first keynote today comes from Christiana Figueres, who as Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change from 2010 to 2016, was a major figure in mobilizing the international community to conclude the historic 2015 Paris Agreement. She's unfortunately unable to attend in person due to prior commitments, but she is addressing us today via a recorded video statement. Here's Christiana Figueres, former Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC.
Hello friends, I'm Christiana Figueres and I celebrate that you are together at the Climate Governance Malaysia convening. You will be discussing how to finance the transition from the past economic system to the emerging new system based on clean energy, protection of nature, and the empowerment of people to create the world we want to live in and not just the world we might have to live in. Your part of the world has a very young population, most of whom crave a healthier, more stable, more just world. And that, my friends, should not be just a desire, but a real possibility to be created collectively. Of course, we know that we're not going to get there right away, but rather through a mindful transition based on courage and envisioning. This meeting is an opportunity to start to lay some of the cornerstones of that future. So I wish you a very productive time together.
That was Christiana Figueres, Costa Rican diplomat and really a renowned international climate change leader. Can we give a round of applause, please, for her message? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, discussions of climate governance are intertwined with the notion of steward leadership, which is the genuine desire and persistence to create a collective, better future. So how then is steward leadership taking shape across the region in light of the climate change risks? We'll get insights on this from Rajeev Peshawaria, Chief Executive Officer of the Stewardship Asia Center, in a fireside chat with Dr. Gary Theseira of Climate Governance Malaysia. Can we please give a round of applause to both gentlemen as they come on stage?
Thank you, Shazana, and thanks again, once again, ladies and gentlemen, for the warm welcome. Of course, we have Mr. Rajeev Peshawaria. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. With Stewardship Asia Center, now they're based in Singapore. But even though you have been around for a little while, perhaps members of the audience who might not be aware of what Stewardship Asia Center is and what its mandate is. Would you do us the favor by giving us a brief rundown on how long you've been around and what your mission is?
Very good. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you very much for accommodating this little change in agenda. Stewardship Asia Center is a non-profit think tank set up by Temasek in Singapore, and we look at the issue of why, despite $40 trillion in ESG assets, despite almost every other country passing bigger and bigger regulations, and despite incentives galore, green incentives, CEO compensation linked to ESG markers, you have it. Capital, incentives, regulation. Why are we going in the opposite direction on both environmental and social sustainability? Instead of going back to 1.5, we're going towards 2.8. Inequality is increasing, not decreasing. And cyber vulnerability and AI will either make our lives a lot better or destroy us. So why, despite all of this action, are we not making a difference? So that's what Stewardship Asia does. And we do research, education, advisory, publications, online communities in terms of we're building one of the largest communities online to generate innovative ideas on environment and social. So those are some of the things we do.
Perhaps which areas of the Asian region do you work in? I mean, are you confined primarily to businesses in Singapore, or actually do you operate more broadly in the Southeast Asian region, perhaps even Australasia and regions more towards South Asia? Would you help?
So the remit is global, although our focus is more on Asia Pac. Yeah.
In terms of perhaps the idea of going back to the idea of stewardship. We tend to think of corporate entities in Malaysia as being very driven by bottom lines, very driven by shareholder interests, very controlled by things like revenue and profit. But how would you begin to how would you broach the idea to businesses of all sizes that the concept of stewardship is something that should be at the core of any business venture? Is it something that you find is somewhat alien at first? How does that process work?
So I think the problem why we are not making progress, at least in my humble opinion, is we are trying to solve these problems in unnatural ways. We're trying to tell businesses to sacrifice some profit for purpose. That's unnatural. We're trying to tell individuals to consume a little less. Well, try telling a young person in a developing country in this part of the world who has saved up money to buy their first car for his parents or her parents not to buy that car. So Less consumption is not going to be natural. Less profit for more purpose is not going to be natural. We've got to find natural ways. And so what is the natural way? I'll come to stewardship in a second. What is the natural way? The natural way is to put human tendencies of greed and the need for profit to work to save planet Earth and humanity. So, let me ask, anybody have a guess? Out of the top 100 global economies, how many of them are companies and how many are countries? Does anybody have a guess? In terms of size, the top 100 global economies, how many are countries and how many are companies? 69 out of the top 100 are companies. So business has to take ownership for this issue. And it is profit that is going to solve the problem. So you see, that is why the $40 trillion of ESG assets is not going towards anything. The only people who are profiting from it, with due respect, are people who are trading in between them. We have to find profitable solutions, and stewardship, coming back to stewardship and steward leadership, is not about compromising profit. It is about creating economic value by integrating the needs of stakeholders, society, future generations, and the environment. And the key word here is innovation. We have to innovate. Passing on the cost of green to the consumer is also not right. You know, a few years ago, we used to pay $300 for 3 minutes of a phone call to the United States. Today, voice is free. That's the kind of innovation we need in this space. So what steward leadership says is find that innovation. I'll give you a couple of examples. We do an award called SL25, Steward Leadership 25. From Asia Pacific, we award and recognize and publish the 25 best innovative, profitable solutions to environmental and social sustainability. And we're getting amazing, absolutely amazing nominations. Some have won from Malaysia as well in the past. Don't ask me to tell you names because I have 600 nominations, but there are some. To give you an example, there is a company that is collecting plastic from the ocean and converting it into ammonia in a zero oxygen environment. There are so many such examples. Decarbonation of rice. Not only are they solving the methane problem in rice plantation, but on the other end, they're also making a profitable solution out of the stubble burning problem that causes haste. That's what we need, and that's what steward leadership is all about.
I see. Okay, this seems somewhat aligned with some of the ideas that we've been trying to explore with respect to the tendency to think that it's only mitigation actions that are marketable, that can generate revenue. And I was very surprised a few years ago to learn, after thinking for many, many years that adaptation does not generate revenue, that we actually have right here in Malaysia the smart tunnel, which is perhaps globally one of the very, very few examples of an adaptation measure that it's actually not only paying for itself, but is profitable at the same time. So are there, aside from the two examples that you mentioned, I know that innovation is of course the key, are there any other global examples that perhaps we can draw from for inspiration?
So innovation will come from within each industry, right? So a lot of CEOs will ask us, so tell me what I can do, all this is great. So, but you as the captain of industry in your area of domain have to challenge yourself to find the innovation, right? It's amazing. And by the way, yes, doing well by doing good is possible. We have plenty of evidence to that effect. Plenty of evidence. We are tracking 600 companies right now that are doing it. I'll give you, and by the way, there is also a direct correlation between longevity of business and steward leadership. Usually, the average age of a business these days, according to McKinsey, is 18 years. But the companies that we track that have been doing well by doing good right from the beginning, they've been living for 100, 200, even 300 years. I'll give you one quick example. Faber-Castell, the pencil makers in Germany, right? Right from day one, they've put environment and society first. And they've been profitable for 270 years. You know, long before labor laws in Germany were passed that you have to take care of, benefits and housing and healthcare. 40 years before that, Faber-Castell brought about those benefits, and that became the basis of the laws in Germany. Fast forward to the 1980s, and the pencil industry, according to analysts, was in the decline. It was a sunset industry. At this time, when the industry itself was dying, they spent hundreds of millions of dollars in sustainable forestry in Brazil, so that 20 years later, all the wood for the pencils all over the world would be sustainably certified. Now the pencil industry was dying. They said, no, we won't let it die. We will innovate. We will create other solutions. So they got into cosmetics. They got into high-end artistry. There's a pencil they sell today for $250, and there's a waiting line for it. By the way, the point is you have to find innovation in your industry, in your pocket. We have somebody in the palm oil industry right in this part of the world that is rewriting the book on prevention of species extinction, biodiversity, in an industry that is notorious for it. They've publicly apologized for their past and said, we will get the recognition back that we deserve, but we publicly apologize that we did wrong in the past. So that's the kind of ownership, that's the kind of innovation is required if you want to be a steward leader.
Thank you so very much. I'm sure there are those of you in the audience who are interested in this concept of corporate stewardship, corporate steward leadership. Are there any questions from the floor? I'd like to share Mr. Rajeev with the rest of you. Perhaps while we're waiting for a warm-up, if any corporation has ideas, or if they have perhaps some initiatives that they might be exploring, what's the normal procedure for dealing with Stewardship Asia Center?
So many Malaysian organizations have already done this. So please look up Google SL25 or Steward Leadership 25. If you are working on a profitable or a financially viable solution to an environmental or social problem in your organization, and if it is at least moving towards financial stability, it should not be philanthropy-led, it should be a profitable or financially viable solution, nominate that project for the SL25 award. We give the award every year in October. We do it in partnership with INSEAD, with WTW, and with the Straits Times, so it gets published all over the world. We give away the case studies for free to business schools to teach from, so you get a lot of reputational capital for it. So if you are working on something, we'd love to see more from Malaysia. We've had a few, 3 or 4 companies from Malaysia. Many have applied, but I think 3 or 4 have already won. So please do so. There is no cost, no hidden cost either, so you won't be asked to buy a table if you are a winner or any such thing. So I guarantee that.
Okay.
That's one, and I can talk about another one, but I believe there might be a question.
Yeah, there's a question from Serena.
Yeah, Rajeev. I'd like to ask a little bit about cradle to cradle, whether the stewardship is actually pushing more companies to consider circularity. Because yes, we are consuming just as much, but I think if we can take it to the concept of cradle to cradle rather than cradle to grave, we have a better chance that we are essentially saving a lot more than we are actually expanding on.
You're absolutely right. Cradle to cradle is the absolute way to think about it. And as I said, reducing consumption is probably going to be hard. There'll be a few enlightened souls that will reduce consumption, but on average, try convincing 8 billion people to reduce consumption. They're going to be very difficult. But through circular economy, we absolutely can. So I couldn't agree with you more. There's a beautiful case study, the Datung Development Project in northern Thailand, what used to be the Golden Triangle. 30 years ago, that whole region of villages was only about prostitution and drugs. Today, it's a hugely profitable 5 vertical business owned by communities. The same communities that were impoverished and pushed into prostitution and drugs are today, they own businesses that they supply to the world in 5 verticals and 100% circular. They've become one of the world's biggest open laboratories for circular economy, zero waste. So if you want to see cradle to cradle, you got to go visit that. I take a group every year there of the board directors to show them what is possible with that. Absolutely incredible story.
Any other questions? Mr. Rajeev? Or perhaps while waiting, you could elaborate on that second example that you had, yeah.
So the thing is, we all have to take ownership. We all have to say, I can do something for it. So if you have ideas, if you're thinking of something, check out a website called stewardshipcommons.com. That's one word, stewardshipcommons.com. And think of it as Wikipedia meets LinkedIn, but for environmental and social sustainability only. It's totally free. It's crowdsourced, so you can Become a contributor if you have a voice to say, and it's multimedia. You can upload a video, you can upload an audio or a text, anything on environmental and social that you have something to say on. Become a contributor or become a user. For both, it is 100% free. It's a community that's growing. It's close to 100,000 people right now. It will get to 1 million in a couple of years. We want it to be the world's biggest melting pot for generating ideas from the ground up. Stewardshipcommons.com. Welcome anybody who would like to become a contributor or a user. Again, we will always keep it free.
Any more questions? Yes, I see a hand. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Michael.
Michael, yes.
So my question would be, you talk about, decarbonization of rice and etc. So it comes to the topic of valuation as well. So I think right now a lot of the financial valuation is still through the traditional matrix. So how can financial valuation of assets such as biodiversity patents and etc. not just be looked from purely financial matrix, but also one that can better quantify social and environmental value?
So I think when it comes to that kind of finance, right, sort of de-risking finance, etc., I think that's where regulators and that's where philanthropy comes in, and blended finance. But as far as any business is concerned, a business will get commercial funding when there is viability. That's why we have to insist on innovation. The more innovative ideas we get, which see light of day, you will see capital. It's as simple as that. But yes, you're right. There are certain areas that are very promising, and that's where we need blended finance. That's where we need de-risking capital. So I think the whole philanthropy industry is absolutely going under one of our sister organizations is the Philanthropy Asia Alliance, led by the former First Lady. They're trying to absolutely change the way we think about philanthropy, to use philanthropic capital for de-risking and taking initial loss, if you will. And that's what's probably going to be helpful there. But again, there's lots and lots of promising innovation along the way, and there's no problem getting funding for those things.
May I jump in for a second and talk a little bit about, when we're talking about this issue of valuation, I think in our sort of enlightened atmosphere now, we're actually trying to ensure that nothing is externalized. We're looking at it that way. Do you see that as something that continues to sort of plague valuations? We keep having this discussion about, in Malaysia, we just raised the water tariff. But if you think about, the life cycle of water, where it begins, perhaps, in the mountains, on the hills, it's maybe used by indigenous groups. Then it might serve as a habitat for insect larvae, and then it might be habitat for fish, and then later on it's picked up for irrigation, agriculture, industry. So it's so difficult to properly value something as ubiquitous, that just seems to be flowing by, and all the way to Julian's concerns that when they get out to coral reefs. In dealing with business entities, do you find this problem with valuation, or is it something that you can actually develop working boundaries for?
I think valuation mathematics will evolve as we go along. But I think what we need to be careful of is trying to find the blanket solution. There is no magic bullet. And then the other thing is that, if you're solving an E problem, make sure you're not creating an S problem. That is a huge issue, particularly in our part of the world. So that's another thing. I am totally against passing on, as I mentioned earlier, levies to the end consumer, because inflation is at an all-time high. People are suffering. It's a very, very unequal society already, and the people that suffer when you put levies are the consumers who already are suffering to put food on the ground. On the table, and not just particularly here, but in all parts of the world now. Inequality has become such. So this E and S connection, we shouldn't forget either. The other thing is that, how are we using emerging technologies? Again, what steward leadership says is, like, you're a genius, let's say AI. Now, you know what the biggest use of AI these days is? One of the biggest uses of AI is in mass production of weapons of mass destruction, autonomously delivered. Have anybody heard of a company called Anduril Industries? You have, right? Now, Palmer Luckey is becoming one of the most powerful people in the corridors of Washington, D.C., and he is being hailed as a patriot. He says that we are going to create such massive weapons of mass destruction autonomously delivered with AI that there will never be an American boot on the ground in any war. So he's being hailed as a patriot in his country for keeping his country safe and avoiding soldiers being killed. Now, my question is, if you're such a genius, by the way, he was the inventor of the Oculus lens, which was sold for $2 billion many years ago to Meta. If you're such a genius, why are you not putting the power of AI on saving lives rather than destroying them? There's another company called Atom Limbs that we are talking to. They're using the same technology to give life to people, to amputees. Both are profitable companies, but the defense industry will make you money faster. But that's the choice you have to make. Steward leadership is a choice.
We're moving into very interesting territory, I must say. Any other questions for Mr. Rajeev?
There's plenty of opportunity in everybody's field of work, whichever field of work we come from. And we found, we are studying this kind of innovation, those people who are proving that you can do well by doing good. What is the number one factor for such innovation to surface? That's the research that my research team is doing right now. And already the early data is saying the number one factor, whether you will uncover such innovation or not, is intentionality. Decide that you want to do it and struggle until you find it, and you will find it. Most people, it doesn't happen because people don't even try it.
So I learned a new word, intentionality, today. Any further questions? Well, one of the reasons why we moved Mr. Rajeev's fireside chat earlier today was that he actually does need to catch a flight. So I don't want to detain him unnecessarily, but I don't want to shortchange you, ladies and gentlemen, either. So I'm willing to give you a bit of time to think. And in the meantime, perhaps I could ask Mr. Rajeev, if you had, a 30-second spiel that you want the audience today to leave with, what would that sound like?
Look, I mean, as I already mentioned, it's about making that choice as to how do I want to be successful. We are not against profit. We are not against personal fame or fortune. May you be the richest and the most powerful person in the world. But can you please pursue that goal of being the richest and most powerful person in the world by making the world a better place? That is steward leadership. And when you decide that, innovation will follow. As I said, we are right now following 600 companies. We get about 250 nominations every year for the SL25 award. These people have made it their life's mission that we will find solutions. And they are not compromising self-interest. That's the best part. It's a win-win-win situation once you decide. So that would be the one thing that I would say. The other thing that we are asked all the time is what can regulators and policymakers do differently? And our appeal to policymakers is, regulation is important, but it is not going to solve everything. Regulation will at best minimize harm. What we want is maximum good. There can be no law which says thou shalt innovate more. So yes, by all means, regulate to minimize harm, but also mandate education and awareness. That's what regulators can do. In some countries, we work with regulators, and they have made it their business to increase awareness and education. And once education and awareness increases, I think Malaysia, the financial services industry, has a very good track record. Many years ago, we are sitting in Sasana Kijang. Bank Negara Malaysia decided that they were going to improve the quality of governance in the financial services industry, and they found that it was an issue of education and awareness, and they mandated that every board director on a bank or a financial services industry must undergo training, and then they tracked over 15 years, and the quality of governance has improved significantly. So I think that focus on education and awareness, taking Malaysia's example, is very powerful.
So once again, the concept of beyond compliance is
absolutely
something that
absolutely.
Okay, so last chance, yeah, please. Microphone for the lady, yes.
Good morning, Rajeev.
Hello.
Nice to see you again. So my name is Anita. I'm from Prudential PSN. Question, Rajeev. In terms of stewardship, many of the tech companies are rolling back on their DEI programs as well as a result of Trump's stance. What are your thoughts on that in terms of intentionality, and how do companies actually plow ahead actually with existing programs that they have in the face of such pushback?
Thanks, Anita, for the question. This is exactly the point we make in our in my last book and in all the work that we put out there, that if we wait on regulation, government, incentives, and capital to make changes, and if those things go away, then we are left, with nothing, which is what is happening in some parts of the world right now, right? And yet, even in the country that you are mentioning, there is one company that has said we are doubling down on our DEI efforts, and that is Apple, right? So the question is, if we have independent strategies and financially viable strategies, then we don't have to worry about all these things. They're saying challenge us, because the reason why a lot of the companies are walking back, by the way, is because now they are criminalizing affirmative action and saying we will criminally investigate you if you are found to be favoring people of color, etc., over white people. So what choice do most companies have? But yet Apple has said, no, we do have a choice. Come and scrutinize us. We will double down, and we are totally open for you to investigate us, because we will ensure DEI with meritocracy. So that's the beacon. And there are other companies that are doing it. There are educational institutions that are defying the norm now, are saying we will not roll back. So I think resistance will come. But again, we have to make ourselves self-sufficient as organizations, as individuals, so we are not dependent on all of these things.
And I also think that the judiciary is also weighing in a little bit on many of these issues. And I always welcome some of these interpretations that come from the courts to try and put some sanity back into some of these things. But I'm sure, please join me in thanking very, very much Mr. Rajeev Peshawaria for joining us from Stewardship Asia Center. I hope you're going to have lots more nominations for the prize.
Thank you, Dr. Gary. I want to make just one last point about this issue. You see, in some ways, this backlash that we are facing against ESG and DEI was coming in for a long time. Why? Because when you reduce everything to just a number, bad behavior will happen. This idea that what gets measured gets done is the worst management lie ever. But we have been taught this in every business school. Yes, we have to measure, but be careful, because the moment you overemphasize measurement and incentives, you will get bad behavior, and this has been documented by management scientists for decades. And that is what was happening. We had reduced ESG and DEI to a number, and then people were behaving badly because their bonuses depended on it. So be careful. What gets measured doesn't get done. What gets done gets measured and reported in a convenient way. So I just wanted to leave with that as well. So we need to think a little outside the box in trying to solve these problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajeev and Dr. Gary, for the reflections on steward leadership, making the point that climate action doesn't mean sacrificing profits, and that innovation is what sets apart companies that can thrive amid climate risk from those that actually flounder. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for our next session, we're going to turn our attention from the corporate perspective to that of civil society, because there can be no effective international negotiations without the active involvement of civil society groups to ensure that the voices of those affected are taken into account. So our next speaker is a veteran environmental activist who is also actively involved in intergovernmental climate negotiations and has valuable perspectives on managing that delicate balance between development and sustainability. I am pleased to welcome on stage Mina Rahman, Head of Programs at the Third World Network, for a fireside chat with Tan Mei Ling, Senior Country Operations Officer and Gender Country Focal Point for the World Bank. Can we please give them a big round of applause?
Good morning, everyone. It's been quite a day. You all had a number of sessions earlier. And you may be wondering why me, the World Bank, is moderating this session for NGOs and civil societies. So on one hand, the bank, even though with what's happening in the US and all the announcements that you have seen, right, I think I'm still here also because of convictions, personal convictions, and we believe in science and data, and the bank is still very much into planet and the environment. And also my personal capacity, I moonlight when I have spare time. I'm also in an NGO. I'm a, what you call that, a nighttime activist. So I'm actually very pleased to be able to moderate this session with Mina. Your reputation and the work speaks for itself, and it's a pleasure to meet you. And here today, we also will welcome questions from the floor. So I only have 3 questions, and we hope to keep it as lively and also as practical as possible for both public and private sectors for all of you here today. So my first question here, the Rio Summit in 1992. Right, and we were both there at that time in terms of reading about it, right? It saw the world's largest gathering of world leaders, 117 heads of states, representatives from 178 countries, and we see them saying, yes, call for sustainable development, make economic development work for the people and protect the environment. But now, 2025, 33 years later, me in my 50s, we're still talking about it, and it's worse than ever, 1.5 degrees, severe loss of biodiversity and ecosystems. So where do you think we have gone so wrong in your views? What are the root causes? And please share specific examples, 3 feet level.
All that in a short time, not easy to do. Yeah, thank you to the organizers for having me, and being in civil society, and I'm glad to see some of my civil society friends in the audience. I don't normally talk to the private sector, so it's very good to have you in the audience. Yeah, where have we gone wrong? Why haven't we solved the problem, and why is the problem getting worse? And is ESG going to solve it? I think that's the real huge challenge. And since the world is very obsessed with Donald Trump at this point in time, it will be remiss of me not to even address the fact that today the United States is even challenging the notion of sustainable development. There is a conference going on called Financing for Development in New York, and in Seville they're going to be meeting. And the US has openly challenged that sustainable development as a concept cannot be accepted. So welcome to the new reality. And I think one of the most important failures of the international processes has been the failure to recognize that the people who have destroyed the world is not the poor, but it's the rich of the world. And that front and center have to be put in perspective into who is responsible for wrecking the planet. And just, I don't have enough time for a huge number of statistics, but if you look at 10% of the rich world responsible for about 80% of the lifestyle emissions. Now that's huge. And the 50% of the poor who are only responsible for 10% of lifestyle emissions. So when we talk about the issue of the planetary crisis, the climate crisis and so on, equity, inequality has to be front and center. And so this is where, when we all say who is responsible, is everybody responsible in the same way? We are not. This is why in the international arena, and we have called constantly for the equity principle, which is, as you know, in the Paris Agreement and the Convention, equity and common but differentiated responsibility. Now that's fundamental. So coming back to the from 3,000 to 3 feet, it's not very easy. This morning I was actually quite encouraged by the minister and followed by the Securities Commission Executive Chairman. For the first time, we are seeing adaptation getting higher profile. Because for the longest time, we have been pushing. When I say we, I talk about civil society as a whole and also representing communities on the ground. We have been actually on the front line of a lot of the innovations. The previous speaker talked about private sector innovation. The innovation of local communities and indigenous peoples has been phenomenal, and that is something that is not often recognized. And so this is where I think, I can go on if you want to stop me, but the first point I want to really raise is that we must acknowledge the point that if this world is supposed to be a far more equitable and fairer world, the question that I would pose is, in whose benefit are we having development? What are we producing? Are we producing more cars? Or are we producing public transport? I was glad that that was mentioned by the minister. In a car economy where you want every Malaysian to own a car and you have interest-free loans given to them, who would buy a car and keep it in the garage? No one. So you're going to use the car. So when we are doing this kind of development, I do think that we need to ask, what is truly sustainable? Development of what? Development of for whom and who is benefiting? And maybe the final point to make my point clear, we can't continue to produce wasteful luxury items. We don't need Birkin bags. We don't. We don't have enough resources. There is simply not enough resources. And the point I'll make is, live simply so that others can simply live has to be the fundamental motto. We cannot just be sponsoring Elon Musk's of the world or our own local billionaires. It has to be frontline communities and the poor who have to be the beneficiaries of any form of development.
Okay, Amina, maybe I'll bring also to the Rio. You have the local agenda, right? The local agenda then tries to empower countries, states, local governments, local councils, right? So that local agenda empowers at least people, then bringing it to 3 feet, right? Public sector and the private sector and the community. What do you see actually in Malaysia, at least the root causes? I think at least in the 80s, 90s, and the 2000s, we can look at the richer countries and say, half the problem, more than half the problem, it's you guys, you are to blame. But then taking accountability and responsibility, when we see in Malaysia itself, right, when we see deforestation, when we see hills being chopped and cut down, and we see maybe some of the issues are self-inflicted in Malaysia. What do you see the areas, issues and practical solutions at the 3 feet level?
Yeah. While when we talk about international inequality and the need for equity, by the same token, at the national level and at the local level, equity and addressing inequities is fundamental. We cannot just blame the North without taking responsibility at the national level, that's for sure. But in terms of, why are we chopping the forests? Why do we keep destroying? And even from the state that I come from, somebody was just whispering to me that the person went to Penang recently for a holiday and there were no more beaches left. And what are you doing about it? Now, what am I doing about it? We have been shouting and screaming for the longest time. It's very active civil society. Unfortunately, our planning has gone crazy. Local Agenda 21 was something that we all welcomed. The true idea of communities being included, of citizens being included in decision making. Now, currently, we don't have that. The only decision making process in this country that we have is through the environmental impact assessment process. So many of us, the only way we get information about any project, which is whether you're going to destroy the forest or whether you're going to build a huge toxic waste facility 2 kilometers from the coast. I hope you know where I'm going with this. Many cases like this, the only time that we hear about it is when we go through the environmental impact assessment. So first of all, the point I'd like to make is this country, we have a lot of resources, but they are being abused, and I can, I can challenge anyone if you come and tell me that everything is going very well. We know it's not. It can be better. We are not perfect, but transparency, accountability, transparency, decision making is very important. Now, the other point actually many of us are also very concerned about when it comes to forests, the federal-state relations over forests. This has constantly been our problem. And when the states have claimed that they have very little resources in terms of revenue, what do? You convert your forest for either timber, where you make money, or plantations, where you make more money. And now, most importantly, many states are seeing the gold in the rare earth mining of critical minerals. They're saying this is transition mineral, this is very important for renewable energy, but instead of really addressing the energy problem front and center in terms of energy efficiency and energy conservation, and we have to come down to consumption patterns. Somebody said, how do you ask 8 billion people to give up what they have? We're not asking 8 billion people it's not 8 billion, but the whole world to give up. It's the rich who are destroying will have to fundamentally reduce what they are consuming so that the poor will have a chance to live. So that point brings down to this question of the right use of resources. So in timber politics, many of us have seen corruption. Now, this is one word that people don't want to talk about. But resource politics is about finance politics. Finance politics is about financing elections. So I'm sorry, I think when you bring civil society, you bring us with a reason, because we speak truth to power. And I see Niti in the audience shaking his head. I have a comrade in the audience. Now the point is this, there's a lot of abuse that can go on. So we do need to have check and balances. Maybe I will say one good thing, that there is a National Forestry Act that was amended to prohibit states from converting forests simply without having public inquiries. This is new, but it has not been adopted in many states. States have not agreed to adopt them. Now that's a problem. So long as you do not have transparency in decision making, and you can open to abuse in terms of resource, give it to your brother or your father or your mother or your daughter, we can't have it this way. Now, the time has come for us to really make sure that the reforms that were promised are actually implemented.
Completely agree with you. I think all the reforms that are needed, global reforms in the way we recognize additionality versus non-additionality, maintaining, preserving, conserving forests and wetlands, right? Protecting them should be of higher value than converting bad to good, right? Because then the incentives are different. Converting back to good versus there's no additionality incentives. It should be like similar to the health insurance premium. If you have good health, you pay less, right? Incentivize the insurance premium. So if you keep more and more your forests, we should be incentivizing countries and states and private sector to keep them. And I think this is where the multilaterals like ourselves and UN and countries and governments should look into this. You also spoke about energy. The Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act 2024, in effect, effective this year, 1st January 25, but it took more than 10 years in the making. I think Gary and many people in NRES will also remember, the early 2000s or 2010s, more than 10 years versus CCUS bill, probably a year to get through, right? Here is really energy efficiency, energy reduction is actually savings, which means more money for the individuals and firms. So how do you see then, right? Good growth, smarter economic growth, Perhaps you'd like to elaborate on the energy and where we can take action.
I do. I mean, I completely agree with you that we do need to step up energy conservation and energy efficiency. The law has come into being, but I understand it doesn't have any teeth. So we are very good at passing laws, but we don't give it teeth, and we don't give it very good enforcement capability either. And self-regulation. Everything, industry is so good, you know, they can self-regulate. Now, you are sustainability officers many of you are probably sustainability officers in your company, and you are probably the most important voice. It's not enough for self-regulation. You really do need to have proper regulation. So that is one point I'd make. The other is somebody was advocating nuclear power. Now, whenever anyone talks about nuclear power, the biggest issue for us is waste management. Now, we have to really look at this front and center. I'm so sorry that we have to look at the PETRONAS gas pipeline, which just blew up last week on the first April Fool's Day. I wish it was a joke, but it's no joke. Now, when PETRONAS is a company that is very, very well known, very respected in so many ways, we know that it brings a lot of revenue to this government as well. But the point is that one of the issues that, I know the report hasn't come out, we're all waiting to see what the report will show. But having a pipeline run through areas, and suddenly you have people asking, how come it's so close to our residential area? How was a shopping lot, how was it approved? How come residences are so close? Why isn't there more warning? Now, you want to be a nuclear waste keeper where we protect our waste very well? I mean, I am so tired. I'm sorry I get a bit emotional here, because we were one of the groups, Sahabat Alam Malaysia and so on, the Consumers Association of Penang. We took up this case called Asian Rare Earth. This company that came from Japan, Mitsubishi Chemicals, set up a factory in a 10,000 area population, and they said everything will be safe, don't worry, be happy. This country is not don't worry, be happy. You cannot afford to be don't worry, be happy, because what we saw happen was that mothers were miscarrying at high rates, children born who had cancer and leukemia and so on and so forth. Now, we cannot afford to take high-risk projects, risks that are so great that all it needs is one accident to happen. Did anybody predict the Putra Heights pipeline explosion? We did not. Now it's about time we did. So if we have choices to make, why do you want to swat a fly with a hand grenade? Okay. That's what nuclear power is. So energy efficiency, energy conservation, micro hydro for the lot of the communities who do not have access to energy. The Bakun, that was another case that we fought. The Bakun energy, right from the very beginning, we said that this is a crazy idea, because so much of energy was being generated, and they were supposed to construct a massive pipeline under, bring it here, there, and everywhere. It never happened. What did they do? You bring in more aluminium smelters to gobble up the excess energy. Is aluminium smelters what we need? So this is why I say we have to be very careful in terms of the choices we make. And the latest, the carbon capture and storage bill. We fought. This was the fastest bill ever passed, I think. In a matter of few days, it just went through. And we were horrified. Horrified because the horror is, how many of you know that we are importing carbon dioxide from Japan, from South Korea, to bury it in our country? How many of you know that? If you're doing carbon capture, yes, I know, Niti, you know. Carbon capture, if you're doing it for yourselves, okay, that's another issue. But to bring in foreign carbon dioxide and bury it and keeping it and saying, don't worry, be happy, because we will have a fund, we will have a levy, we will take care of it, we will have monitors, and so on and so forth. I'm sorry, I think civil society, and I think a lot of people share, for the sake of the public, a lot of us do not have high confidence that we are very good in management.
Thank you so much, Mina. I think here is about energy reduction and energy savings, which translates to also cash in hand, better profitability as the center stage of our energy transition. And then after that, right, renewables, any others will be, right, versus that we're always on the growth, and sustainable development, the economic growth, or else 1992 Rio will happen again, and another 33 or 50 years, right? We'll never reach net zero. So we do have about 4 minutes.
I want to talk
yes.
about the
okay.
I want to talk, because we're too energy focused.
Yes.
I think it's
okay.
very
let's
good.
Talk, maybe just 1 minute on
1 minute
climate
on
resilience
that.
and adaptation.
Yeah, like I said, that I was very happy that the minister mentioned adaptation, and that was also because a lot of us put a lot of pressure for adaptation to be very upscaled. And the reason you have to build the resilience, when we talk about climate resilience, it's not just about, I agree with the Securities Commission Executive Chairman. It's not about resilience of the companies. It's about the resilience of your country. How resilient are we in planning? Now, when you have the United States denying climate science, sure, the cities will do something, the states will do something. They have backtracked. They are expanding fossil fuel production. Burn, build, drill, baby, drill. The Europeans are also expanding fossil fuel production. Then even I mean, we've got evidence of that. They say something and they do something else. And then they're telling the rest of the world, you have to also transition away from fossil fuels and so on, particularly for the poor world. How do you do it without the finance? And we had that problem last year in Baku. So energy transition and finance is so important, just orderly transition. But when it comes to, so this 1.5, people wake up. 1.5 temperature limit is no longer possible. I think. Scientists are saying it. Gary, I hope you agree with me. Yeah? Because we are living in a dream world. We talk of net zero. Everybody go net zero 2050, no problem. There is no more carbon space left. And this thing about you fly and then plant a tree, you do biodiversity offset. I cut forest here, I plant there. I destroy here and I plant here. How is that how the world works? No. So please wake up. Wake up that these are false solutions which are being bandied around as if they're going to solve the problem. The temperature is rising every year. My own temperature has gone up by a lot. Yeah,
Thank you so much,
so, no, but adaptation and even adapting.
Yes.
People are asking,
yes.
Are we able to adapt anymore?
Yes.
So, your companies, you all better take a hard look. We do need massive, massive change and transformation of the right kind.
Yes, I completely agree with you. And also, I think just now there was Audrey in UKM talking about nature-based solutions and making the economics of nature-based solutions and maintaining and preserving work better. Questions from the floor. We have a few minutes and 1 or 2 questions. Cynthia, yes.
Hi, Regina from Institutional Investors Council. Mina, I'm very interested to find out, I totally agree with the fact that we're quite bad in terms of management. But at the end of the day, this room is also filled with a lot of investors. And the thing is, we need returns because money gives us choices as well. So as much as we can say the Birkins should be, not necessary and stuff like that, we can't control consumption as such, right? And for your pension funds, for your institutional investors to actually provide the kind of returns that Malaysians need, numbers are very, very important. So what are you seeing in terms of your engagement with policymakers as well as companies? What is the path forward really? Because it's not a binary answer. It's not so easy for us to find a solution. What, in your opinion, is the path forward? Because I think a lot of institutional investors in this room is also looking for answers. But we're also in a country whereby risk-taking is not something that we're very good at. So in terms of being innovative, of trying to find, you know, earth-friendly solutions is always a bit harder, right? So your thoughts, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Shall I collect or?
Yeah, maybe one more. Yes. Okay. Doctor Sharif. Oh, sorry. Yes, Cynthia.
Thank you very much. My name is Cynthia Gabriel, and thank you to Mina for rocking the room with a really real, honest version of what we are actually faced with and what we need to do, perhaps. But I just wanted to ask a very quick question. One is on the EIA process, which is rife with a lot of allegations of the developers controlling the EIA process, and what is it that we can do to actually improve transparency and public participation around EIA reports, etc. Because there's so many things to deal with. And the second question on corruption, I just wanted to raise the point on corporate corruption, because there are many important people in the room that also represent corporations, that we want to make a difference between CSR and real corporate structural good policy making in the future. And one of it, the Sabah scandal, actually exposed how important it is to protect whistleblowers and people who want to complain about corruption involving politicians, corporates, etc. Thank you.
Yeah, you're the expert on corruption and from C4 and so on. So I won't go very much, but agree totally on everything that you say. Maybe I'll just respond very quickly to the sustainable, investors. Now, definitely we agree that you have to have sustainable investments and the SRI way, responsible investing and so on is something that we also support. At the moment, everything is voluntary. The more that it becomes less voluntary and more compliance, that will really be what we are interested in seeing. But as someone said, in relation to mitigation, emission reductions and things like that, you can have returns on investment. Not difficult at all, because everything will have some generation of returns. But that's not the case for adaptation. And this is where the challenge is. If you want to, when you talk about risk, the risk appetite is very low. Insurance industry itself is not prepared to take that risk anymore because of the level of disasters that are happening more than ever. So when you have a situation like that, there is no option but to actually have grants as the way to go forward. And how do you have grants the way forward? This is where at the international level we talk about adaptation finance, green climate fund finance, finance for loss and damage, everything which is really not enough in terms of resources. So there are discussions going on in terms of when the Western world doesn't have any more appetite to actually fund, where is it that developing countries go for increased funding? Now, that's something that all of us are very strong with. People also ask me and said, like, you know, I'm sure Ms. Tan will say that, but Malaysia, do we really need that? Do we really need international finance? I think we do, because the energy transition itself is 1.3 trillion, I'm told. But in relation to the other financing, so right now, there are huge discussions about wealth tax. If the rich world doesn't want to go to its budgets, wealth tax is possible. Tax the rich billionaires. Why can't you do it? Right? Then we talk about other alternatives of innovative mechanisms to raise finances. They talk about subsidies that we all have to remove in the developing world. What about the subsidies of the North? They're not going to do that. The fossil fuel subsidies are expanding for the North, as we know it. So there's a lot of money out there, but there is not enough money for the right thing. So we are campaigning, we are fighting, we are carrying on, but just to say, investors who are just looking at return on investment, I think you need to have a conversation in terms of how exactly are you going to ensure that we actually build the resilience. Is there a room? I mean, the previous speaker talked about innovation. Perhaps we have to see. But the final point I want to say is lots of community examples. Agroecology, which is a community-based approaches to forest management, agroecology, where citizens and farmers are doing so much on the ground, and mangrove forest restoration, so many examples where you actually have people, the fisher folk, if you give money to the fisher folk to plant the forest, the mangrove forest, they would do a better job than you giving money to a contractor. Why? Because they know that that's their future and they get money. So this idea of sustainable livelihoods, how nature can actually, ecosystem-based approaches actually benefit the communities. This is why I started with in whose hands are we developing? Is it always the foreign sector? Now, maybe I have to also say the data centers, the foreign direct investment which is coming, big money FDI. But how are you going to generate the energy? How are you going to get the water? Who is asking these questions? When we ask, they say, don't worry, be happy. Now, it's no more don't worry, be happy. So everybody is responsible. I'm not saying we are not, but I think we need investors who just don't look at profits, but begin to say that your own sustainability is linked. You cannot just be looking at the bottom line alone, because soon you won't have any bottom left.
Well, thank you very much, Mina. It's been very rich and thought-provoking, and I'm sure there's many takeaways. And I think we'd just like to end with that. We can make a change, right? Besides talking about the North and the rich, I think Malaysians, policymakers, public and private sector, and the communities can make changes. And there are many, many good examples within Malaysia, and also in the spirit of this week is ASEAN Week, finance ministers and central bank governors. There are many examples, and hopefully this will also spur more action at the ASEAN level, because I think collectively we can show the world, as the other parts of the world we can double down, right? With this, I thank you, because we 5-10 minutes out of time, and thank you so much for your active questions and your participation.
Thank you very much, Mina and Mei Ling, for sharing those very frank perspectives of civil society on the challenges and contradictions in ensuring sustainable development, also emphasizing the importance of accountability for those in the position of power and influence, be they corporates or government entities, in the development decisions that are taken. Can we have another round of applause, please, for Mina Rahman and Tan Mei Ling? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed to our next keynote speaker. Now, according to the Climate Risk Index, India is among the top 10 countries most vulnerable to climate change. And in recognition of these threats, the government has set the target of achieving net zero by the year 2070, which will in turn rely on the availability of climate financing to come to fruition. So what are the milestones towards this goal, and what lessons can developing countries take from India's experience? I'm pleased to invite His Excellency B.N. Reddy, the High Commissioner of India to Malaysia, for his keynote detailing India's transition journey. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much, Madam MC. Dato Noor Azimah Abdul Aziz, CEO, Companies Commission of Malaysia. Datin Shri Sunita Rajakumar, founder and chairperson of Climate Governance Malaysia. The chair of current council of the Dr. Gary. Excellencies, distinguished participants. Selamat pagi, a very good morning to all of you. Before I proceed further, allow me to pay my great respect and tribute to a person whom I had known for 3 years, that is Dr. Martin Kaur, who led the Third World Network, but he was then heading the South Center in Geneva. Those were the years when I was posted there, and I want to really thank Madam Mina Rahman also for your very valuable contributions in terms of the singular contribution I would say is that how the voice of the global South, the South countries, are raised through South Center and to the platform of Third World Network, I think Malaysia really rocks in Geneva. I can say that much through the platform of Third World Network. Well, friends, it's an honor and a privilege to speak at the National Climate Governance Summit 2025. I thank Climate Governance Malaysia and Director Datin Sunita Rajakumar and her team for inviting India to this crucial dialogue in Malaysia for the second consecutive year. I also commend the Climate Governance Malaysia for hosting this third flagship event, the National Climate Governance Summit. And the theme for this year's summit, particularly for today, as I understand, is enabling transition finance. In my view, is timely, compelling, and in many ways, existential. I also take this opportunity to warmly congratulate Malaysia on assuming the chair of ASEAN for year 2025. And they have the theme, Inclusivity and Sustainability. With India having an association with ASEAN as a dialogue partner for over 3 decades, with a comprehensive strategic partnership now in place, as well as with Malaysia, our partnership does resonate a lot, addressing several dimensions of climate change. Well, this is a topic for another day. Today I stand before you to talk about experiences and lessons from India's climate transition journey. Well, friends, India's climate ethos are deeply rooted in its civilizational values, where nature is not an externality, but a sacred continuum of life. From the Vedas to Mahatma Gandhi, and from grassroots movements to national policies, India's approach to climate action seeks to balance ecology with equity. But before I proceed further, let me give a pen picture of today's India. It's been already said that one of the 10 vulnerable countries to the climate change. India is a home to 1.4 billion people, world's most populous now. Currently the world's 5th largest economy, estimated to become the 4th largest next year and the 3rd largest well before 2030. Despite being a home to nearly 17% of global population, India's contribution to cumulative global emissions is less than 4%. At the heart of India's climate transition, which I'm going to speak a little later, there's a firm belief that climate action and economic development are mutually exclusive. They are not mutually exclusive, but mutually reinforcing. India remains among the top 10 countries now for 2025 on Climate Change Performance Index, and it is charting the path for developing economies to balance growth with climate action. Friends, to accelerate global climate action at a global level, equity and climate justice must be the basis. We just heard Madam Meena Raman very eloquently articulating this point. This can be ensured globally only when the developed countries take the lead in ambitious climate action. India called the COP29 target of $300 billion by 2035 inadequate, failing to meet the financial and technological needs of the developing countries. India, along with other countries of the global south, will continue to emphasize the need for fair and accessible climate finance. So in global efforts, as well as in national efforts to climate action, finance, particularly the transition finance, is the bridge between aspiration and implementation. To address the climate-related challenges, India has chosen a path of proactive, citizen-centric climate action led by a global mass movement called LIFE, which is Lifestyle for Environment, which was launched by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, at COP26 in Glasgow in 2021. And this is the way forward as we see it for India and certainly for the rest of the world. As a nation, we are not just pledging climate action, but living it through systemic transformation. We are aware of the challenges. However, we need to work in a manner that we can work towards global sustainability. Let me touch on the 6 pillars of India's climate transition at work. First, our national commitments are underpinned by ambition anchored in pragmatism. India's updated nationally determined contributions are the NDCs, which are very familiar with, under the Paris Agreement, which are announced by India in August 2022, reflect both ambition and pragmatism. Now, India's climate action is driven by 5 targets, again announced by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, which we call the Panch Amrit. And these are, one, just for the sake of record, I must quickly mention them. Non-fossil energy capacity to be increased to 500 gigawatts by 2030. To meet 50% of India's energy requirements till 2030 with renewable energy. To reduce its projected carbon emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030. To reduce carbon emission intensity of its economy by 45% by 2030 again. And most significantly, I would say, to achieve the net zero by 2070. Well, friends, these targets are not merely symbolic for us. They are being operationalized through concrete policy frameworks and implementation on the ground. As on January this year, India's non-fossil fuel-based energy capacity has reached 218 gigawatts. It's work in progress. Our target is 500 by 2030. Over 47% of India's total installed electricity capacity, as we speak now, comes from renewable energy. Now, we launched this national green hydrogen mission with a target of 5 million tons of production capacity and additional renewable energy of 125 gigawatts by 2030. Well, first among the 3 hydrogen hubs have been launched in January this year with an investment of about US $25 billion in Andhra Pradesh. Hydrogen-fueled buses began operating in Delhi on a trial basis though, and green hydrogen as a clean energy source to decarbonize hard-to-abate sectors like steel, cement and transportation is in works. Well, I can go on, there are several examples, but allow me to say that many other initiatives are in play. The second we find is renewable energy. Here we see that collaborative efforts at the national and international level are very important. India's renewable energy transition has been one of the most rapid in the world. As I mentioned earlier, from a mere 20 gigawatts in 2010, we have crossed today 218 gigawatts of installed capacity for renewables. Solar energy has been at the forefront through the International Solar Alliance, which co-founded by India and France during the COP held in Paris. We are enabling solar deployment across the global south, particularly in Africa, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific. Wind, hydropower, bioenergy are complementing this mix. Importantly, the delivered declining cost of renewables enabled in India public-private partnerships, transparent auctions, and all this have made green energy not only sustainable but also commercially viable. This surge again is happening as a result of government initiatives, policy reforms, increased investments, including government's direct financial support in the domestic solar and wind manufacturing. Friends, let me highlight one point where it is important as we develop the renewables, how do we make them transmitted across the country? So this is where grid infrastructure is being developed significantly in India so that we are able to transmit this renewable energy from renewable rich states in the country to the others. Third one is the climate finance, making transition investable. India's experience underscores that transition finance must be de-risked and democratized. I can give many examples. For example, sovereign green funds were launched in 2022, and we have raised about $7 billion as of now. And these proceeds are going to clean transport, renewable energy, and afforestation. Similarly, India's capital market regulator, SEBI, it came up with many policy initiatives, including green debt securities for the listed or proposed to be listed issuers. Secondly, we have done in 2022, the same SEBI made business responsibility and added the word and sustainability reporting a mandatory from 2022. As a result, what's happening today is that corporates are looking at it as ESG as a key strategic priority in their work. There are several. We talked about renewable, not just the production, but on the energy efficiency. Here we have done significant work. And again here, the focus is also on blended finance, performance-based incentives being given, thereby crowding in private capital into sectors previously deemed unbankable. On fintech also, the ecosystem is growing. As a result, it is enabling micro loans, clean cooking stoves, solar pumps and rooftop solar for rural households. We've launched one of the world's largest, I would say, domestic roof solar initiative, trying to provide 10 million households by March 2027 by providing financial incentives and subsidies. Most significant part is each individual household excess energy produced can be sold to the grid, the national grid as they speak. Thereby, it is a great incentive for individuals to deploy the household rooftop solar panels. The lesson is very clear for us here. Transition finance must be inclusive, reaching not just industries, but also farmers, small businesses and households. The fourth point is just transition. It should be where people should be at the center of it. No transition can be sustainable unless it is just. India has placed livelihood, resilience and skill development at the core of its green energy transition. Whether it is retraining of the coal sector workers or supporting farmers in shifting to climate resilient crops, there is greater focus on people, not just parameters. We have launched what is called as the National Skill Council for Green Jobs, established in 2015, which has trained already 500,000 persons in renewable energy domains. Similarly, solar entrepreneurs in rural areas are being developed as part of this exercise. The fifth is the Global South Cooperation. Here, the shared solutions for shared challenges. This is what we believe in, where climate leadership must be inclusive and plural. We have initiatives, as I mentioned earlier, LIFE, which is Lifestyle for Environment, Coalition for Disaster, Resilient Infrastructure, and several others, where I think the aim is to look at promoting behavioral change and low carbon living. These are the objectives of this. India is also working with the ASEAN countries, including Malaysia, on renewable energy cooperation, biodiversity conservation, and capacity building. Well, with Malaysia chairing now the ASEAN, there is immense potential for regional frameworks for green finance, cross-border electricity trade, and carbon markets, initiatives in which India is ready to collaborate with the ASEAN as well as Malaysia. The sixth, again, I consider very important, is the climate tech startups and technology intervention, how it's helping all this. The key question asked India has been, in the recent years, can technology and innovation make a dent into India's climate change challenge? And the answer we found was also in climate tech startups are beginning to provide much needed solutions. In this context, this particular ecosystem, the startup ecosystem, is now with almost 800 operational climate tech startups have come about. In the decade or so, they've raised about $3.6 billion US, and they're rapidly expanding, and areas they're covering are very, very relevant to the conversation today, including energy generation and consumption, food and agriculture, transport and mobility, industry and industrial decarbonization, waste management and circularity. In fact, there are several other areas, but just I'm highlighting the main ones which are looking at it. Now with this, let me again say that this climate tech startups, they're covering areas which are so critical for this climate change challenges. We have to address also mitigation, adaptation, and resilience triad, which are all required to be addressed in a almost simultaneous manner. This is where we find that technology, innovation, and entrepreneurial grit demonstrate potential to respond to climate change globally. And I'm sure this can be expanded further to other regions in the world also. Looking ahead, we have few suggestions in this context, particularly reflecting on the transition finance. Let me mention, for the paucity of time, quickly the headers, but I can give details a little later. One is innovative financing models, blended finance mechanisms, green bonds, and sovereign climate funds help de-risk climate investments, making them attractive for private players, and these are being promoted in a big way in India. Localize the global, which means while international finance is critical, but building local ecosystems through green MSMEs, community-based adaptation, and decentralized energy is what we will think will help in this transition. Third is energy access and equity, ensuring affordable clean energy for all, as seen in India's rural electrification efforts, is essential for just transition efforts globally. Then public-private partnerships, which I mentioned a little while ago. Particularly, this is so for the EV systems that are coming up, and it is vital for scaling up low-carbon technologies while we're working in India and also certainly globally. Then aligning finance with developmental co-benefits. Climate investments that also can create jobs, improve public health, and reduce inequality will gain broader legitimacy and social buy-in. And this is, we are finding to be remarkably working well in India. Again, need for integration and seamless transmission of renewable energy, which I mentioned a little while ago. Nationwide integration of renewable energy production with the grids that are available is paramount for faster deployment of renewables in any country. And this is very important, I can certainly see even in countries like Malaysia. Leveraging digital technologies, particularly as a little while ago mentioned, the startup ecosystem that's going up. Again, using digital tools for climate governance. For example, we have satellite monitoring for forest conservation. This highlights the importance of technology as we go along in climate action. Well, friends, as developing countries are grappling with the twin challenges of economic development and environmental sustainability, India's pathways perhaps offers relevant insights to address climate change. We strongly believe that climate transition journey in India is work in progress, but it's a journey marked by strict implementation of targets, resolve, innovation, and partnership. And it is a journey that India cannot undertake alone, but it's a journey we all have to have it together, and particularly with the support of the global community. With these words, I again thank Climate Governance Malaysia for inviting India today for this very important topic of interest to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your insights on the steps that a major developing economy like India is taking to meet its ambitious climate targets in an inclusive manner, challenges that I think we here in Malaysia and ASEAN share. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Climate Governance Initiative was born amid the momentum of the Paris Agreement to encourage private sector boards to adopt climate governance. It now spans 33 chapters across more than 70 countries, including Climate Governance Malaysia. So our next keynote speaker played a major role in setting up the CGI and has had a front row view in the evolution of corporate climate governance, including the challenges that are ahead. Please give a warm welcome to Emily Farnworth, the co-chair of the Global Future Council on Climate and Nature Governance under the umbrella of the World Economic Forum.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be here, and just thank you all for your time and attention. I have some slides that I'm going to run through just to enable us to kind of cover some of the data that I'm going to share. But maybe just as a sort of background, the Climate Governance Initiative, as has just been mentioned, was set up in response to the Global Agreement on Climate Action, but also the Financial Stability Board's recognition of the economic impact of climate and the role that boards had to play in driving change. We're a global initiative, and our mission is to mobilize action to accelerate transition to net zero and build a climate resilience. The principles for effective climate governance were kind of developed by the World Economic Forum, again recognizing that when the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures brought out their recommendations, they had a specific element around governance that wasn't really captured in existing principles or guidance and was critical for boards. So as a result of a wide-ranging set of interviews from international boards around the world, the World Economic Forum was able to develop 8 guiding principles for effective climate governance. And this is really underpinning the conversations that we have with many, many boards currently. The initiative has been extremely successful in growing internationally with the great leadership from Climate Governance Malaysia, which was one of the first chapters to launch back in 2019. You can see now the steady growth of interest from board directors around the world and the coverage that we have from major economies, constantly growing in the number of chapters that we now have on board, covering over 70 countries. And with Nigeria chapter going to be launching in a couple of weeks' time, increasing the momentum as we see interest increasing. So we have a broad range of organizations on board, building the membership of independent directors as we move ahead and look to increasing the awareness, not only of the issue, but increasingly looking to the solutions and looking to some of the insights that we're learning from boards around the world to share across the global network. Maybe just to take us back to the core element of why we're all here and why we're so interested in this issue. And it's been talked about a few times in the speakers that we've heard already this morning. Sustainable development is about really making sure that we're giving the earth back, if you like, to our next generation in a better state than where we've left it. And I think, sadly, we're in a place that that's just not currently true. And so the role of leaders in making difficult decisions, difficult trade-offs, is more important than ever before. So I really just wanted to start by just that foundational focus on what sustainable development really means, in order to kind of ground the conversation that we want to have with the boards. I also wanted to just share a couple of slides just to kind of, again, ground us in some of the realities of what we're dealing with at the moment. And I think what's interesting about this slide, you've probably all seen the latest science and the tipping points that we have in our natural system that are created from the increased global greenhouse gas emissions that we're emitting around the world. But what's interesting is not just the diagram that demonstrates some of these tipping points that are upon us and the impacts that is going to have to exacerbate some of the challenges that we have currently around extreme weather. But interesting, the source of this particular graphic. This is not taken from a scientific report. This is taken from the Institute of Actuaries report in the UK. This is at the very heart now of understanding the financial risks that are associated with some of the challenges around these topics. This is affecting food security. It's affecting global travel. It's affecting logistics. It's impacting supply chains. And so the knock-on effect of different sectors that are going to be impacted by some of these changes, if we're not able to prevent the runaway climate change that we have at the moment, is increasingly becoming of interest to those who are providing the data and information to the reinsurance sector, the institutional investor sector, who really understand how this is going to drive big shocks in the system financially, as well as some of the shocks that we are going to see from a climate perspective in the context of impacts of extreme weather events, flooding, fires that we're already experiencing around the world. The science is also joining the dots up between what's happening in the climate system with what's happening in other parts of our ecosystem, if you like. If we were living within our boundaries, if you will, in across these different ecosystems, then we'd be safe within the sort of green space in the middle. But as you can say, it's not just climate change that is out of whack with where we need it to be. There are many, many other planetary systems, as they're called, that are facing stress, that are way beyond where we need to be. And so whilst we absolutely have to tackle the climate challenge, we recognize that there are other planetary systems that we need to keep, that we need to be cognizant of, and we need to understand the interlinkages between these different systems. We've heard a little bit about the need to think about nature alongside climate. We need to think about our ocean health alongside climate. And it's critical that we do pay attention to some of these issues. And in some cases, being able to find some of the financial solutions that may come out of interesting sectors that will support the climate agenda also need to be joined up so that we can make the most of kind of where the solutions and the innovation needs to happen to enable us to tackle multiple challenges at the same time, not just one single element of this. The World Economic Forum runs a risk report every year. The survey goes far and wide across the globe, across different sectors, across different perspectives, civil society, governments, business, etc. What's interesting is to see this year's report, which is for the long-term risks. It's still absolutely focused on some of the climate challenges and the environmental challenges that the world faces. But we do have this short-term challenge that we are in a very tense and complex geopolitical situation where misinformation and concerns about sort of societal pressures are building alongside some of these environmental challenges. It doesn't mean to say that we don't take our eye off the long-term game around addressing the climate challenge and the broader environmental challenges. It just means things have got even more complex for boards to juggle all of these complex issues that they're facing alongside some of these longer-term challenges. But the wonderful thing about engaging with the board directors is that stewardship focus that they bring, that ability to ask the right questions in the boardroom from their long-term value creation perspective, rather than just being very short-termist in the way that they're thinking about things. So the role of board directors has become more important than ever to stay focused on the long-term issues whilst also trying to manage some of these short-term challenges that we're facing at the moment. The Climate Governance Initiative, as I've explained, is growing across the globe, and we had an annual survey to start to find out a little bit more about what we're hearing from directors around the world. The responses came from our global network, and so this is a reflection of a kind of the collective view from the director pool, not just one particular country. There are a large majority, a significant majority actually, of board directors that say climate action is a mid to high priority for the board. So it's encouraging to see that more boards are thinking about this as a boardroom topic. They recognise the role in influencing. I've just mentioned the fact that there's a very important role that board members have in particular for being able to influence the board, particularly around this issue around embedding climate strategy into the kind of mainstream business strategy of businesses. But there are challenges. We asked the question around what's stopping board directors take more action. Again, some of these issues I'm sure are going to be very familiar to you. Maybe different parts of the world are on a different journey in the context of reporting requirements, but I think most boards are feeling the pressure one way or the other in terms of more requirements around regulation, more requirements around disclosure, different stakeholders asking for different data from different sources, etc. So it's a very complex area that can sometimes slow things down, but the importance of transparency, the importance of quantifying the impacts, both financially as well as in terms of some of the, whether it's carbon, whether it's impacts on biodiversity, increasingly important. Lack of policy is also sometimes cited. There's been a wave, if you like, from the early days after the Paris Agreement was first agreed for voluntary action, for leaders going out and taking steps to make changes, to make pledges, to set targets. But what's now happening is, where things get really tough, you need policy to come in and drive the continued momentum for driving action. It's not enough just to rely on these voluntary commitments, and so lack of policy is sometimes cited. There are a range of different incentives that can be utilised. Some, again, that can be implemented through regulation and from government. Other incentives can be internal, incentivising staff, incentivising the executive team to drive change, linking targets to bonuses, linking targets to a range of different mechanisms that you will have at your disposal is a really important aspect of this. Interesting, some of the challenges are also some of the things that board directors recognise that they have actually been able to use to drive climate change. So whilst there may be not enough policy, the policy that is there can be effectively used in the boardroom to drive the conversation around what action needs to be taken. Transition planning is becoming a useful tool to demonstrate this, that you can't necessarily do everything all at once, but being able to have clarity around your long-term aims, to start thinking about navigating that transition that you're going to take to get there, is becoming a really useful way of thinking through from a business strategy perspective. What are the decisions you need to take today, in the next 2 years, in the next 5 years, in order to get to the long-term goals that you need to reach? Leadership and education, collaboration are at the heart of all of the work that the chapters do around the world. And I think really this is a kind of increasing interest, I think, from parts of the world that we haven't yet necessarily reached with this initiative, to start getting on board. We know that the value from talking amongst peers is really important. We know the safe space for being able to have some of these difficult conversations is really important, and we need to do more of that and make that more accessible. In terms of where there are new forms of leadership required, this is really a kind of one of the interesting, I think, views that came out from this process. Because the challenge of climate alongside some of these other issues is so huge, the recognition of the need for new forms of leadership, new forms of business models has become more important than ever. And I think this is where we're going to see the innovation coming out from organizations that have got very capable board directors on board, because they're thinking about these needs for increasing growth, finding new ways to move forward with the agenda that they have. And looking ahead, increasingly boards are recognizing that yes, they've understood the impact, they've understood the goals that they need to set, but actually implementing this into strategy is not just about having a nice plan, it's about actually implementation. And in order to do that, changing business models is often really at the core of what's going to need to happen next. And so innovation in new business models is really, really critical. Maybe just to end a little bit where I started, as I mentioned, the initial set of effective climate governance principles were born of the Paris Agreement and the Financial Stability Board's need for businesses to take seriously the economic impact of climate. Increasingly, we're recognizing that the nature agenda is hot on the heels. And so we are going to be part of, or rather, we are now part of a new Global Future Council from the World Economic Forum. It's wonderful to have Malaysia represented through Sunita. Her leadership on the council is going to be really critical. I'm delighted to be able to be co-chairing this new Future Council that's going to be looking at integrating nature and climate together in the governance agenda and looking to really develop the principles for effective climate governance to bring in the nature agenda as well, as much as we can, without distracting us too much from the work that we still need to do on climate. So we're looking forward to being part of this network of future councils working on these important topics. And just I want to thank you for your time now. I know there'll be lots of input from all of you through Sunita into this council that we can take forward the next steps for the effective climate principles and building in governance and nature into those future guidelines. So thank you very much for your time now.
Emily, thank you very much for those insights on the conversations that Global Board of Directors are having on climate governance. Many mirrored also in boardrooms here. Really, there are opportunities and challenges that will need to be addressed. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for the next session, allow me to give a few housekeeping reminders. Firstly, for all attendees that are eligible to collect SSM CPE points, please be alert to announcements during the conference on how you can fulfill these requirements. Those will be coming up. And I do have one more piece of information to share, which may be of interest, especially to our university audiences or those just starting out in their sustainability careers. Climate Governance Malaysia is proud to announce the upcoming launch of CGM Academy for Youth in collaboration with Pepper Labs, which is a social enterprise dedicated to driving social transformation through sustainable and inclusive growth. CGM Academy for Youth is an online learning course designed for young professionals at the start of their sustainability journey. So this program is going to provide a strong foundation in climate governance and sustainable action, equipping participants with the knowledge to create real impact. This is set to launch in the second quarter of this year, so do stay tuned and follow Climate Governance Malaysia and Pepper Labs on social media for updates. You can find them on all the major social media channels. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to proceed to our next agenda item. According to the latest annual report of the Securities Commission, institutional investors accumulated nearly 10 billion ringgit worth of equities last year, 3 times higher than in 2023, and exemplifying the enormous influence that they have on capital market trends. So how then are institutional investors shaping sustainability and climate action, including in channeling financing for transition efforts? To discuss the crucial role of institutional investors in the landscape of sustainable capital, please welcome to the stage Shahida Ja'far, Head of the Corporate Sustainability Department at the Employees Provident Fund, Hazman Hilmi Salahuddin, Chief Investment Officer at the Kumpulan Wang Persaraan, Regina Rahim, Advisor and Council Member at the Institutional Investors Council Malaysia, and Dr. Ismet Yusof, Chief Executive Officer at the Minority Shareholders Watch Group. This session is going to be moderated by architect Dr. Serina Hijaz, Council Member of Climate Governance Malaysia. You can find the profiles of all the panelists and moderator on Hoover. Dr. Serina, over to you.
Thank you very much and very good morning, or afternoon now. We're in a safe space. Just trying to say that because the market is volatile at the moment. So hopefully we have some peace inside this space before everyone has to meet the reality outside. Today we're looking at the power of sustainable capital, institutional stewardship, and helping us to empower the change, the transition, the role of institutional investors against and with climate. The real game changer lies in the active involvement of institutional stewardship. So with us today, we have a great 4 panelists here from EPF, KWAP, IICM, and MSWG. You heard from MSWG yesterday as he attended the town hall, but the rest of the speakers and panelists here were not there. And we have a couple of questions that we would like to put to the panelists. In terms of investors are moving forward and ahead of policymakers and regulators, we're relying on institutional investors to support sustainability and decarbonization of the economy. As institutional investors to the public, what is your commitment in looking at sustainable investments? I'd like to put this question collectively to EPF, KWP, IICM, but perhaps we can start with KWAP with regards to this question.
Thank you, Dr. Serina. Good afternoon, everyone. I came into this room, I sense a lot of anger. And somehow the crowd is not the usual investment crowd, and we on the stage could be the minority here. So with that, I would like to wish Selamat Hari Raya Maaf Zahir Batin. Please don't be mad. But with KWAP, we view ourselves as the Sovereign Wealth Pension Fund. What does that mean is that if I don't know, maybe this is common misconception on KWAP, that people thought that we pay the pension. In actuality, actually, the government still pay the pension. We are more like a sovereign fund, whereby the government gives us the money, and we need to invest that money so that we can increase the fund, so that one day the fund is big enough that the government can use to pay the pension. So essentially, there's no liability per se, and because of that, we can afford to take a higher risk and longer term horizon in terms of making the investment. So when it comes to sustainability, we also remind ourselves that as part of our fiduciary duty as a pension fund, beyond financial returns, we also focus on sustainable and responsible returns. And we've been saying this consistently for the past few years. We are among the first to be a signatory in UNPRI. We set up our own responsible investment team many years back, and we've been quite consistent in terms of the messaging when we talk about sustainability. And last year, although in terms of what we've acted on sustainability quite early, but we only launched our sustainability report and announced our sustainability framework only last year. And in that framework, we make few pledges. Of course, the first one is net zero. I mean, all of us here have that net zero framework, net zero pledge by 2050. For us, we are currently at the tail end of finalizing our net zero roadmap, which we hope to do it by mid this year, and that will sort of outline the action points and what needs to be done to achieve that net zero 2050. I think the conundrum is that people announce net zero 2050, but the reality is that it's still too long. It's 25 years from now, so don't worry, we'll sort it out later. But I think for us at Co-op, we need to make sure that we take the action now, and that net zero roadmap will outline what we need to be done in terms of walking the talk. We also make pledges on transition asset, where we said that we're going to invest at least 20 billion ringgit, or 10% of our asset, in transition asset. We do believe that abrupt change can be damaging, and transition is the way forward. And where we are now, we are already at 50% of the target. We already more than 10 billion for investment of transition asset, and we hope to be able to hit that 20 billion the next 4 or 5 years. So that is the second pledge. I think at the end of the day, as I said earlier, in terms of the commitment, we would like to walk the talk. And just recently, we decided that our latest tagline is purpose beyond returns, just to remind ourselves that as a long-term investor, as a sovereign pension fund, although our fiduciary duty is to get the sufficient return for our pensioners and our government, but at the end of the day, we also need to support nation building initiative, and that includes climate change as well. So we want to do well, we want to do good, and we hope to be able to do it together.
Anyone else to add to that burning question? I'm glad to hear a number, because sometimes we hear all the commitments, but we actually don't hear the exact number of commitment in terms of amount. So I'm glad to hear a number that's mentioned, because that was going to be my next
But caveat on that, Dr. Serena, just now someone mentioned what measured don't get done. So I think, I think for us, we do first and we measure it later, hopefully.
Okay. There is at least an intentional, because you said purpose. All right. Yes, I see someone was going to give me an answer to.
Yeah, I'll follow on with Hazman. EPF had led the charge with regards to ESG, one of the leaders in ESG in corporate Malaysia, when we announced consistently and pushed for ESG in the market as early as 2018. 7 years on, we see the changes in the market, because we've been driving all our investee companies to make the changes with regards to climate change, workers' well-being, how to be responsible and sustainable. And in driving all of that, we realize that we too need to change. So 7 years on, we are looking to double down with regards to the commitments that we have put forward, because the commitments have translated into a belief system. The previous speaker had flashed out WEF's global risk assessments with regards to 2 years and 10 years. We recognized that years ago, which is why we pushed for climate change and sustainability quite a while back. And these changes need to continue. Nature and biodiversity is coming forward big and strong. TNFD, for those who are monitoring it, I think Gary is one of those, have realized that their guidelines and frameworks are coming out faster than we can read them, because their pledge is to match TCFD as quickly as possible. That means sustainability teams, and not just corporates, need to firm up and upskill and improve awareness and act on it. Awareness will only get you so far. Action is next. And on the side of EPF, as the Rakyat's retirement fund, we have a responsibility to ensure that your wealth creation as well as your contribution is not only safe but strong. To tag on to what Hasman was saying with regards to it being Bulan Raya, the Eid month, we of course, as most of you would know, announced the highest dividend in the last 7 years at 6.3%. It is a challenge for us to continue to match that year on year. We know that that seems to be the expectation of the Rakyat and contributors. It is something that we are explaining to most to manage expectations, that you should look at it from a long-term perspective, on a blended perspective, because it's a retirement fund. It's not something you can withdraw tomorrow unless you're at that particular age. So in looking at all of these investments and ensuring that they are sustainable and strong, we are continuously incorporating and integrating sustainability dimensions so that our assessment is as strong and incorporates all of the risks that we see as headwinds coming up.
Right, can I just add in as well? So I think to give a bit of a broader perspective, Shahida here was talking about how it went from 2018. But if you start looking at the landscape of institutional investors in Malaysia, the story of actually ESG or sustainability actually goes a lot further back. So for instance, in the Institutional Investors Council membership, so we've got about 30 odd members right now, we actually manage, as of at the end of February, I have to highlight that because clearly today is a very bad day in the markets. We manage about 2.6 trillion ringgit in terms of assets under management. So that includes EPF, QAP, your Khazanah, etc. At which point that makes up about 2/3 of the Malaysian debt and equity capital markets. But again, that's obviously the 4 trillion ringgit that we're talking about has probably reduced significantly after this morning's session. But anyway, I think the key thing here is institutional investors play a very crucial role in terms of changing behavior. And I think if you look at the IIC, so we've got a code. And in our code, in the latest iteration, as at the end of 2022, we actually included a 7th principle, which actually talks about coordinated efforts in terms of sustainability. So individually, you might have QAP and EPF or everyone else, including MSWG, might be making specific efforts in terms of trying to engage with their investee companies and all that. But at the collective level at the IIC, what we're trying to do is also make sure that that positioning is not just for the major GLICs, but the other fund managers as well that might not have that big a voice, and to ensure that there is change, positive change. So as much as we want to say, oh, we should all turn Buddhist and not consume anymore, at the end of the day, what is really crucial is that we really need to change behavior. There needs to be the transition, and we need to ensure that there's quality investments. And I think that's the key messaging that we want to drive here for the institutional investors.
So is it with MSWG and yourself, are you basically liaising with them to effectively affect the policies around and the regulatories around this sort of sustainability investments?
I'll go first if Dr. Smith. So I think the key thing here is that we don't look at it from sustainability as a trend. Yeah. So I think definitely from the institutional investors in Malaysia, what we're seeing is that because we can drive change with the fact that we control so much of the capital markets, we are actually doing things to ensure that our investee companies are not just doing it from a box-ticking exercise. So we will be rolling out a proxy voting system whereby there will be a collective database of all our members, whereby there will be the ability for your normal investors to take a look at what's actually being done at AGM. So for instance, let's say we talk about diversity on boards. PNB might say they're voting against. EPF might say they're abstaining. So all that information will be in a one-stop portal to make it a lot easier for people to see where our institutional investors are investing. So with that increased transparency, we're hoping that once we work with MSWG on that as well as Bursa, that would also ensure that there's better behavior. Yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you, CGM, for inviting me. MSWG slightly play a kind of different role. We are not a capital allocator. We are more of a shareholder activist. But despite that, we work closely with IIC and institutional investors to move agenda on governance and sustainability more within the capital market and particularly within the public listed companies. What we do is that, interestingly, we are a shareholder, a minority shareholder of about 500 listed companies. That is technically half of the number of companies available on Bursa Malaysia. We are not rich. We just hold 100 lot of shares. And why 100 lot of shares? So that we can attend, speak, and vote at the general meeting. So we ask questions. We go through the annual report, company circular, sustainability report, you name it, cover to cover. We help minority shareholders to understand issues. We raise pertinent issues, and we help minority shareholders to understand what is being discussed for the year, what issues are the company is facing for the year, and that help minority shareholders to then either raise question or decide, make decision on their votes. We at the same time also we raise question to companies, particularly on issues such as operation, financial, governance. And when I took over last year, we had one team question, and that team question cut across all 500 companies that we cover. And that question was about climate mitigation. How are they technically looking, or how companies are looking into climate change and climate mitigation? The companies that we cover are technically top 100 companies, as well as your mid-cap and small-cap companies. So we have a lot of small-cap companies that governed by family control or own and managed control type of companies. And it cut across 12 states, north, south, even up to the Borneo. So we attend EGM, we engage them, we ask them questions, we ask hard questions, particularly on climate. And the best part of all, I always do this, and I always ask a question, not to the chairman, not to the executive directors or MD, I always ask a question to the independent director, making sure that whether or not they understand this issue that they are facing, or the issue that they wanted to, that should have been looked at. So one thing, we are guided by our voting guidelines, similar to all the institutional investors and also IIC. We are technically coherent in terms of what we vote for and what we vote against. Maybe slight differ here and there, but technically the fundamentals are the same. And we always make sure that we are very much aligned so we can move the agenda together. It's interesting to see the disparity between practices of those in the large ones, and also those in the smaller cap companies. Last year, I've shared with this, I've been shushed many times at EGM when we raise issues on climate, when we raise issues about sustainability. I had one company that recorded death of up till 8 staff, and we raised that issue, and the response was, okay lah, and oh, eight deaths, okay lah, And we have even issues such as one timber company, which I will share later. We raise up issues talking about sustainability, about how they are going to then market it overseas. One thing, the response that was given to us was that I still remember this, is cukup makan boleh hidup. That's it. It means if I translate it into English, it's technically if I have enough, then I can survive. You see, there's huge disparity between the two, and these are something that we are going to push, and we are going to make it harder this year. And that's why yesterday, and Serena was there, I call upon everyone to come about and also work with us, particularly civil society, NGOs and all that, so that you can help us also to understand the situation and the technicalities of this. Because at the end of the day, my team consists of corporate finance people, or accountants, and myself, policymakers. We don't know much about trees and the impacts of biodiversity, so we wanted to learn more. And that's why I think it's very much important that we collectively work together. That's how we are collectively working together with the institutional investors. It's time that we work together collectively with all of you.
So we hear that you're making the investments into the sustainability. How do you measure the investments, and do you actually audit their performance? How do you audit their performance in terms of the sustainability? I mean, I'll give you an example. The People's Pension pulled out 28 billion investments from State Street due to sustainability and ESG concern, shifting the funds to investment. Or the Brunei Pension Partnership and Scottish part of the group asset owners, UK, Europe, and Australia and US, that issued a statement on climate stewardship, highlighting the importance of mitigating climate risk. What's your point of view, EPF? Please let us know your views. How do you police or climate change or the policy tracking closely on these issues?
We've set out very clear expectations with regards to our investments and investee companies through the policies that we've published. There are about 10 of them in total. And we do monitor it on a periodic basis, as well as prior to making any kind of investments. It is interesting to see that the market signaling that we can do by passing on an investment or participating in terms of the sizing signals to these corporates, as well as the GPs, the general practitioners, general partners, with regards to the investment, whether we think they are aligned to the principles and policies that we have in place. An example, very recently, we were going to pass on an investment in terms of sustainability clearance wasn't being given because we did not see sufficient transition with regards to climate or any other sustainability paradigms. When that was made known to the issuer, that they then became more open with regards to the plans that they were going to institute and put forward within the next 6 to 12 months. Those are the soft power that we have in terms of moving the market and not just signaling and issuing a policy. The tracking is key. What gets measured can get done. It shouldn't be the only thing. It is what is measured is also important. At the same time, engagements are key. Cancel culture isn't healthy with regards to transitioning. Discussions are key. And what we also need to understand is that the Asian context is such that we don't put everything on the internet or social media. We don't publish everything. Conversations are important to understand what is going on. In my experience, there have been instances where corporates and counterparts share far more when there are one-on-one engagements than what they put on their website or any other platform. So we have to be open to those kind of engagements too, to fully assess what is going on, and as well as have an enhanced approach where further diligence is required.
If I can share from Co-op, for us, all investment papers must go through the responsible investment team for ESG assessment, and from that analysis, they will say whether this company or this investment proposal is satisfactory, or there's room for improvement, or a long way to go. And then we decide whether we want to go ahead or not. I think for most public companies, it's very easy to make that decision because data and information is available. But for private companies, it's a bit limited. And we're also cognizant that certain investment that we do, for example, in venture, they're a bit too early startup. Their focus is not on ESG yet. So we have to play a role of stewardship and awareness and sort of trying to influence them. Okay, fine, we're going to come in now and invest in you, but once we come in, this is what we expect from you in the next few years, that you have to improve on the ESG front. So that is pre-investment. Post-investment, we do have ESG scoring on all our companies. And we have about, if I remember correctly, about 40 metrics that we monitor, and we score them from 0 to 10. So if you're like 7.5 above, you're good, and then you're between 5 to 7.5, you're in yellow zone, and then below 5 or 4, you are in red zone. So we don't necessarily divest from you directly, but we engage and try to say, look, you are very low in our ESG score, you better improve and keep up so that we can continue to hold you as in our portfolio. Moving forward in terms of making new investment as part of our net zero roadmap, we also have the exploring this idea of a core and satellite concept, whereby for the core we would like to look at the carbon emission in terms of reducing our carbon emission of our current portfolio through stewardship, and in the satellite we also look at the how can we reduce the carbon intensity. Because as an investor, I mean, for every returns we get, we have to deploy back to the market and to the investment. And lucky or not, when you make new investment, your carbon emission will sort of increase. But does that mean that you don't make any new investment, or you can't, right? So I think the concept of balancing between carbon emission and carbon intensity is a powerful concept, and we're trying to find the right, I suppose, the right formula on how best to approach these two conundrum.
Well, that's quite an honest reflection. At least we can hear from your point of view that there is that reflection being done. We heard this morning from Nick Nazmi, and are there any priority nationally or pathway in investor stewardship mapped out for the types? I mean, I think we've heard on some of them. Do we see any changes? Are we going to see any changes in how we're going to be taking the investment stewardship forward, given what we know now?
I think we're in actually a very good time for institutional investors to actually initiate change. So as I mentioned, we've got about, we pretty much handled 2/3 of the capital markets. And I think the key thing, like what Dr. Ahmad was sharing earlier about corporate engagement and actually calling on the independent board members to actually answer the questions when at AGMs. So we do similarly the same thing because we want to ensure that the companies, the board members understand what they're actually doing, right? So the demand in terms of what we are expecting from our investee companies is very, very high. So when it comes to sustainability within the principles of our code, it is not just a matter of climate change. When we talk about sustainability, it also talks about sustainability of the business going forward. So we want to see what sort of return on equity that these investee companies are actually providing in a sustainable way, which also means that governance is very, very key. So we don't look at it from sustainable as just purely climate change or transition or whatever, but we're looking at it, hey, is this business going to be there for the long term? Because EPF, KWEP, they're very concerned about long-term value creation. So they need to be thinking about the fact that in 20 years' time, can they still be will they still be invested in the same companies? And what I'm observing from our institutional investors as well is the fact that we're looking at beta activism. We're looking at it from the perspective that MSWG should not be the only sole voice, but we're also seeing your KWAP, your EPFs, your Khazanah, your Tabung Hajis and all that actually saying it's no longer a stop picking issue when it comes to investments. It's also from collectively, we need to make sure that Bursa listed companies are behaving in a way that is going to be sustainable for Malaysia to continue to be on the investment map, right? Because if you look at how Malaysia has been in the last 30 years, clearly our weighting within the Asia Pac index has fallen quite significantly, right? So how do we make sure that we go beyond the 200 companies that most of us are looking at? There's 1,000 odd companies on Bursa, and yet most of us are actually looking at only the top 200. So I think that's the key thing that most of us has to ensure that we are doing sustainability not just as a fashionable item, but sustainability where it goes back to governance of actually ensuring that independent board members understand what this really means for them.
Yeah, if I may add, and I echo what Regina says, you see, there's a lot of, that is positive of what the government is doing now. You have, for example, an ETR that was announced, and you see a lot of companies are taking action into that direction as well, and supporting that overall government initiatives. Let's not talk about the top 100 listed companies because they have deep pockets and they invest a lot on that. So pretty much they are there, and I mean they are good. We look at the rest of the ecosystem, the 80% of the total composition of our Bursa exchange. These are your mid-cap and small-cap companies. If you pick up any of the annual report, particularly the small one or the mid-caps, one common theme last year in reaction to government initiative was that everybody install solar. Everybody. So that they can get the renewable energy and either getting tariff or at the end of the day it's part of their ways of trying to reduce the carbon emissions. So it shows clearly that there is an impact and people are starting to move forward with this. I have companies even in Sabah, Sarawak, even up north who just supply a cup, producing cups, are looking into that and trying to install solar panels on their factories. So it shows that it nudges, the government policy managed to nudge companies to start doing something on sustainability. But the question then now, what's next? Does it mean that sustainability is equivalent to just putting up solar panels? Are they looking into their whole entire production and supply chains? We hope that it will continue. We hope that this push will continue, and definitely I guess this is how we do it in Malaysia, that policy change behavior, policy change direction, and also I think there's a need to be a continuous change in our policy to ensure that we keep on nudging companies to do better.
Well, I think solar is an easy one, so we haven't touched on diversity and communities and all the rest of it, because transitioning to solar was difficult 10 years ago, but it's not today because of the tariff. So there's value creation that solar is actually cheaper, and therefore it's also a means of energy. So that can translate to investment very, very easily. But other things of green ESG are not so. So things like hydro projects affecting carbon, affecting communities, those are probably much harder to break through because the net value isn't there. So how do you balance the return for retail investments to climate risk? How I hear the transition, KWAP is also financial transition, and did I hear correct, 10% and a value? So how do you, and hopefully still getting the returns. So are you finding that to be a challenge, or are we finding innovation in retail, in climate risk, in investments?
I think this is a very interesting question, and to be honest, we have a huge debate between myself and my team, and with our investment panel as well. Should we do more in climate investing? And I think the first question that typically people ask is, can you make money from impact investing or climate, in this example? The answer to that is yes. There have been, a lot of examples where you can make money definitely from impact and climate. But the second question is that, but can you make better return than the benchmark if you invest in climate? So that's a bit tricky. And I think if you use the current benchmark, maybe the answer is no. But this is where we think that you have to have a paradigm shift, and you need to look at climate investing as a different way, i.e., you have to acknowledge that climate investing have a deeper J-curve. So if you adjust your investment horizon to be longer, you can actually make money way in the future. Because if you believe that climate risk will pose financial impact to your investment, climate change will change investment climate. So you better do something about it now. And we as a sovereign wealth pension fund, we can afford to take a longer horizon. So because of that, we do believe that yes, we can outperform the benchmark, maybe not the current benchmark, but if we can afford to take a longer horizon, we can outperform the future benchmark. Because if there's no Earth in the future, there's no investment to make, right? So that is the decision that we have to make now. But again, this is a conundrum. So why bother? Why bother to take action now? I mean, we are very small. We're in Malaysia, it's very small, and can we make an impact? I think this is where we have to recognize that all the big changes happen from a small change. And I think on this note, I think me and my team, we've been trying to I think as a sovereign pension fund, we are in the better position to champion this climate investment and to address this sort of typical barrier. The practical solution is actually to insert climate allocation into your SAA, strategic asset allocation. And at Co-op, the way we view SAA is not just merely strategic asset allocation, but also sustainable asset allocation. So perhaps the most practical way is actually to commit a certain percentage in your SAA that you will do a climate, say for example 1%. It's small, but it's a good way to start. And with that 1%, you said, okay, with this 1% of allocation in your SAA, you will target, say, 10% return, blended return. It depends on which asset classes you put in, either it's PE or VC or infra or real estate, but it could be higher here, it could be lower there, but as long as the blend is about 10%, then you can go ahead. So back to the question, is it difficult? Yeah, it is difficult to balance between impact and return. Is it something that we should ignore? No. I think we have to take action now. As I mentioned previously at the beginning, we want to walk the talk, we want to do and get measured later. And we do believe in this notion of do well by doing good, and we have to do it together. So yes, we would like to lead on that front. It's still a challenge internally, and we are still working on that, but we hope to be able to announce something sometime this year, and this may take in the form of a climate fund program from Co-op. So, to be watch out.
Okay. First mentioned at this conference, okay. If I could add to that, the beauty of sustainability is that you look at both risks and opportunities. It's very hard. It's incredibly hard, but it is necessary. And if I look back at one of the cases that we were looking at, it's an international investment. This company had the largest environmental incident of that country, and it was a while back, and at that time ESG wasn't as strong, wasn't top of mind for most people globally as well. And within a few years, they then had another operational disaster that resulted in hundreds of lives being lost. So you have a human rights issue as well. What underscores that is a governance issue. What is going on with the leadership team, that there was years passed between the environmental disaster and the human rights disaster, and yet they did not clean up their act. So we need to look at sustainability not from the lens of just compliance. It's absolutely true. If you apply it properly, you can then, it's a bellwether to governance issues being problematic. There are companies out there that in evaluating, I've seen some Jekyll and Hydes. If you look at their website, they have all the right things: net zero, diversity, every conceivable thing. They say the right thing. But for whatever reason, they covet a string of controversies that have its own set of diversity. And if you look at the two side by side, it then tells you that there is also something fundamentally wrong or concerning with regards to governance, and that can have a financial impact. So at the end of the day, we have to start thinking of things from a different lens, because if you let things fester for too long, the financial impact will materialize, and you're rolling the dice with regards to the magnitude as well as the frequency.
I have a bonus question, and then we'll open up to the floor. We were given a little bit of a longer slot. So geopolitically, we are having some shifts and changes, and major disruptor, not in a good way. We hear defense spending is rising and taking away from sustainability and green. Will this impact institutional investments and the net zero commitments? Do you see that? Is that going to shift or diverse, or not really, because this disruptor is only here for a couple of years?
Having lived stateside during 1.0, I have anxiety just thinking about what comes out of this new administration, because it is an iteration of 1.0, but at the same time, it's different. They are more emboldened in doing things. There is a lack of engagement in mapping out everything and assuming that these changes will spur negotiations. However, at the same time, you see the other players punching back and saying that we'll make our own coalition. We're not going to take this sitting down. Markets are roiling, and I'm sure Hasman is dying to go back to the office, or maybe not. The joke over the weekend is that the penguins are fighting back. So it is, drama is on brand for this administration. The concern is whether it will cause chaos. Chaos in the markets, chaos in the street. And unfortunately, it is not confined to just one administration. There are other political powers that have either just taken office or might take office in the coming month that have that are going to push back on sustainability and the green agenda. Is it going to make it harder? Yes. Is it going to make it more challenging for sustainability practitioners? Without a doubt. But the thing we've known for some time now is that it's both a marathon and a sprint. You need to have resilience to do this job. You need to have stamina to do this job. And at the end of the day, be anchored by the fact that we can't afford to have a 4 degrees or 2.3 degrees planet Earth, because what are we leaving behind for the next generation?
I think we have to change the word sustainability. I've been listening for far too long with too little impact. So maybe we should change it to survival. The survival fund instead of sustainability fund. So I want to pose another question to our Ismet with regards to taking on, when you ask for the NGOs to basically come and speak to you about some of the highlights. Are you ready to get the whole list on open platform where things are basically brought up to you and challenge companies with regards to their responsibilities, shall we say?
You see, every year we read about 500 annual reports. And reading annual reports started to get very boring, because it's the same thing over and over again. It's always started with all the beautiful cover, then it goes on with chairman's statement. You have a big, huge chairman pictures there, talking about how well they've done, and then we go to management discussion analysis, then some bit of sustainability, everything is green, because sustainability is green, so everything is nice, and then accounts, and they close with a very beautiful statement. It started to get boring. So there was an issue in one of the timber companies in Borneo, where they had to return. There was an issue where it involved the indigenous Orang Asli there, where they took about 450 acres of land. And the court decided that, hey, you encroaches to the land, you have to return back the land, you have to pay compensation to the government. And this does not appear in the annual report at all. How do we know it? We Google and this one Australian website that actually discusses on this. We have problems on information asymmetry. We can't just rely on annual report at this juncture, because it's how companies tell their stories. And of course, story will always be nice. And sustainability is not like accounting, where there's a standard, whether like it or not, we have to look at, you can be audited, and we can somehow or rather maneuver and find issues throughout the numbers. But sustainability, no. We are, thank God for Brusa's introducing this common sustainability reporting, for which certain elements of it, it needs to be disclosed. For example, how many deaths that year happened, like I mentioned earlier. We have commonly one, it's common, I'm not kidding. Just pick up any of the annual report, you will see at least one death. Construction particularly, you'll be able to see one death every year. So we ask question, why? How come? Don't you have OSHA? Don't you have occupational safety in your organization? Similarly to others, and the record high, memory serves me right, is about 8 every year. So just imagine that, but that is just numbers published without any narrative, without any stories. And our sustainability reporting at this juncture mostly talks about the beauty and never talks about issues and how they address those issues. And more so they talk about targets and strategies. Just to share, MSWG will start to vote against chairman for those chairmen or company that do not have strategy in terms of their climate, mitigating climate or social crisis. We'll start to vote them against. Because we don't want to see just beautiful things on the paper. We want to see issues. So the only way for me that I thought after a year leading MSWG, the only way for me to know the real crux of the issue is on the ground is technically from our NGOs and the groups. Because it's hard for me to go into the jungle. I don't know how to read compass, and I think I'll get lost in between of the jungle. I will try, maybe 1 or 2 days. But yeah, but with that information, let's share information together. Let's work together so that we can definitely try to make things even better for the company.
I can see we're going to use AI for investigation purposes moving forward. Are there any questions from the audience? I see your hand waving. I think we have a space for one question, and we're supposed to wrap up earlier because the morning session had dragged on a little bit longer. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, good afternoon to a distinguished panel and a moderator. My name is Joseph. The question which I will pose when I look at a panel is directing only at EPF. I think this is the most sensitive, it's the most sensitive institution in this country. And per annum, I believe EPF receives from employers and employees to the tune of about 170 billion ringgit. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. And I just want to know what percentage of it goes to the bonds, to the KLSE, and to the foreign investment. Because today you see the KLSE has dropped to about by 75 points. And we wouldn't know what's going to be within the next 2 months globally as an investor, EPF being an investor. How is it going to affect the future of those investments? And I suppose you all have been hit badly by the investments in Sapura Energy. And we don't know how it's going to be, the policies, global policies, and so forth. So I just want to know whether the 6% dividends is still sustainable for the next 10 years. So I need your view on this. Thank you.
Hi, Joseph. Clearly, this is top of mind for everybody in the room, and I think beyond as well. Without a doubt, it is challenging to continue to provide dividends of 6% or above year on year. We are trying our level best to meet that expectation, because we knew going in announcing, and we were quite amused leading up to the dividend announcement that there was so much chatter about the dividends, because it's not something you can withdraw in entirety. It's not like the funds from some of the other GLICs. So it was interesting to us, but we understand that there is I think a void in feel-good factor in the country. Somehow everyone was looking forward to that. But at the same time, we recognize that the hurdle rates with regards to investment has just increased exponentially. And it's not just with regards to sustainability, but investment itself. Volatility has increased as opposed to what it was 10, 20, 30 years ago. Geopolitical uncertainty doesn't help. because then you have regulation changes, you have changes in what is sustainable and what's not. So one of the things that we are continuing to drive as a trifecta is to focus deep dive into how we look at investments, how we look at stewardship and sustainability to support the two, so that we continue to not only ensure that the returns are stable, if not strong, but is secure. We are cognizant of the fact that there is an amanat, there is a trust by the people, and that's why the funds are with us, and we must honor it. It is, I assure you, it is something that we live and breathe, and we are trying our level best to weather the multiple storms that are coming in, and the headwinds are looking very colorful for just this year alone. So I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you what the end of 2025 is going to look like, but we are balancing all of this, knowing that it is not binary, it's not yes or no, it's balancing all of these dimensions and taking it one day at a time and being as resilient as the penguins of the herd in McDonald's Island.
All right, thank you. I'd like to say very big thank you to our panelists, and thank you for attending our session, and I hope we have aligned some of the questions on the stewardship of our investments. My personal investment still with so far, you know, I've done all the venture ones and all the rest of it. They've all made losses to me, but so the only one is PF that hasn't. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all the panelists, Dr. Ismet, Hazman, Regina, and Shahida, as well as Dr. Serena, for giving us a better understanding of the intricacies at play in nudging investee companies towards sustainable strategies and decision-making. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the midpoint of the day. We have a lot of knowledge and information to digest, and happily, we can do that over lunch, which will be at the cafeteria upstairs on the ground floor. You would have received a pass to redeem lunch upon registration. Please produce this pass when you go to the cafeteria to receive your meal. And while we are on a break, during the lunch break, do visit the Sunda Shelves booth at Conference Hall 2 to grab a signed copy of Fairhaven by Steve Willis. There are actually many other booths in Conference Hall 2 as well, which you can check out during this lunch break. If you're interested in Fairhaven, the novel, it's actually set in Asia. It follows the story of a young Malaysian engineer as she gets involved in large-scale climate adaptation and mitigation projects. This is a climate fiction novel that envisions an optimistic future, so it's well worth checking out. We are going to resume with the conference at 1:45 p.m. today, so we appreciate your timely return to the main hall. Ladies and gentlemen, selamat menjamu selera, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Dato. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. Hola.
By 2000.
Most importantly is the works which are going to be done.
Appropriate support for paying new obligations. We need everyone, and no one will get left behind.
As we continue to battle the pandemic, we must also focus on our long-term challenges. This is why the Green Deal, as a growth strategy, remains our compass throughout the recovery.
We will reduce emissions by at least 55% by 2030. And today's agreement puts us on a clear path towards climate neutrality in 2050. It gives certainty to investors, to businesses, to public authorities, and to citizens. It future-proofs our union.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set to begin in just a few minutes, so if you could kindly take your seats, filling in the front rows of the auditorium if possible. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Additionally, I hope everyone is making full use of the Hoover app during the program, including submitting questions for panel discussions, as well as connecting and networking with other attendees here. We also welcome feedback on the sessions held today. This can be done through Hoover using the polls tab at the end of each segment. So do check out your app and do let us know what you think about the conversations that we've had today so far. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly invite you to take your seats as we are going to begin shortly. If you could fill in the seats in the front row, that would be great. Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin with the program now. The remaining audience can come in as and when as we start. I hope everyone has had an enjoyable lunch and also had the opportunity to network with other attendees, including through the Huva app. I am going to continuously remind you to use this app throughout the program. Now, for the next panel discussion, we are focusing on the issue of global trade, which has come under the spotlight in recent weeks due to the escalation of the geopolitical tariff war. What do these developments mean for trade related to climate action? And are there still pathways that can be leveraged to advance the climate transition agenda? Please welcome to the stage His Excellency Rafael Daer, Ambassador of the European Union to Malaysia, His Excellency Jacques-Louis Werner, Ambassador of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Malaysia, the Honorable David Wallace, Acting British High Commissioner to Malaysia, Mr. Ashley Brosnan, Counselor for Climate Change with the Australian High Commission in Singapore, and Datin Sri Sunita Rajakumar, the founder of Climate Governance Malaysia, who will be moderating this panel discussion. Can we give them a warm round of applause, please?
Thank you so much, everyone. Great to see you all here. And the 700 odd people online, thank you for hanging on wherever you are. So we're going to start with this fabulous panel of really, really great speakers. I know each of them personally, and I can vouch that they're going to have a lot to share with each of you. So these panelists represent countries which has forged ahead quite substantially on their climate ambition. And this is what we want to hear about. So let's talk about your experiences and what Malaysia can learn from it. Ambassador Rafael, moving too quickly on sustainability can be anti-competitive. How can we ensure that climate ambition does not become a disadvantage and that measures to prevent carbon leakage are not trade barriers?
Sunita, thank you very much, and good to hear that there are so many people also following this event online. 2 words, if I may, briefly. First, big thank you for allowing me to be here on the panel, and another big thank you for having put this event together. We're very proud to be one of the key supporters, partners of this event, and we're thrilled to have you as one of the driving forces behind it. So it's really humbling, and congratulations. Everyone should put their hands together for that, I would think. Your question, I hope I remembered correctly. So moving too quick first, yes, indeed, I think we can say that the EU has been moving quick. It has been, will remain, I believe, a front runner in the global fight against climate change, fully committed to the Paris Agreement, a strong defender of international climate action, and a strong multilateral approach to it. I think I'm not going to dive into details. I would say 2 things. First, we're probably not quick enough, all of us collectively. And second, there's absolutely no alternative to being quick. Quick is necessary. We must really have a systematic transformation towards a fossil-free economy, competitive clean industries, and this won't work without international cooperation. I sense your question is a bit about how can we be as quick as possible without being negatively speaking too quick, no? With several impacts it could have. And I would respond by saying that it must be done in a way that is fair, transparent, feasible, in the sense of not too quick, and that doesn't slide into protectionism, which is a bit what you refer to when you mentioned carbon. One key approach, as I said, is dialogue and cooperation. And I think also CBAM needs to be implemented alongside open conversations with our trading partners, especially in the Global South. Clear communication how this global pricing works, and support for capacity building can reduce misunderstanding and also foster alignment. Second, we need kind of transitional flexibility. So this includes measuring or phasing in measures gradually, providing technical assistance where necessary, and recognizing also credible efforts by partners to decarbonize. Thirdly, I mentioned fair. I think it's about first ensuring a level playing field. That's for your own industries and those who are trying to import into your area or economic area. But also in the sense that you should be cooperative. So in the CBAM case, for example, if we could try to channel revenues from these carbon adjustments into climate finance again, then done in kind of a circular way, it makes sense. And finally, I mentioned transparent, ensuring that these measures are transparent and WTO compatible. Now that's, I think, the easy answer out by saying how can you avoid that this becomes protectionist. But I think indeed, if we get the balance right, we can take these measures and protect the climate without fragmenting global trade. And I would like to close on this, that I think it's important for all of us to remain this is a positive and can be a positive agenda. It's not about taking measures that are only painful and kind of a handbrake, making things more difficult in terms of business. But I think the decarbonization agenda has actually a lot to offer. There are opportunities, and even if you look at the figures, I looked them up for the EU. Since 1990, we've decarbonized by 37%, and the GDP has grown by 67%. So I think it's a case to make. It works. You can make it. Now, I'm sure other continents are looking into entirely different growth figures, yeah? But I wish that maybe they would manage to do the same, both at once. Business, good results, while protecting the climate. I'll stop here. I hope that wasn't too long.
Brilliant. Growth of the economy while decarbonizing substantially. Excellent. David, I wanted to ask about participation in the Climate Change Commission. So around the world, people identify government as the prime actor needed to drive the transition, but there's significant doubt that they will act due to a range of constraints. And so the Climate Change Commission is viewed as a trusted, depoliticized source of climate information. What lessons could other countries observe in respect of an effective role of a Climate Change Commission?
Thank you. And let me add my thanks to those of Raphael for organising this and having us involved. I'm pleased to see other British supporters on your board there, BMCC and ACCA in particular. So thank you for the question as well. So in the UK, we do have this Climate Change Committee, which is was a novel idea at the time, and it's an independent but statutory body which helps hold government to account to a large degree. but it doesn't exist on its own. So, I mean, you made the point about what is it that maybe others can learn from the UK approach, and I'll tell you a bit more about the Climate Change Committee's role, but maybe start with the principles that underpin how we go about our climate change activity nationally. So I think the first thing is that we need to act in 3 different ways. So we need to act early, so we need to act quick, we need to be quick, we need to act with ambition, and we also need to make sure we don't act in a vacuum. So what the Climate Change Committee, which was set up in 2008, is intended to do is to do the 2 parts of that at the end. So acting with ambition, making sure that the ambitions that are set by the government are ones that can be met. This is where the being held accountable comes in. But it's also about providing data and policy making advice that can then be built on by government, so that those ambitions can be realised, and also, where necessary, challenged, because this is an independent committee. And the bit which I think is really important is the point about it enabling this Climate Change Committee, enabling the government to not act in a vacuum, because it gives the opportunity to bring in wider views, scientific community that are members of the Climate Change Committee. The interim chair, Piers Forster, was here in Malaysia just a few months ago, and had a pleasure to meet him, and the scientific knowledge that he brings, but also the committee members, is that additional input. But it creates, through their publications, creates a lot of hooks for the public, for other bits of academia to engage on as well. And that's something which helps the government be held to account. So if you're concerned about, as you said in your question, the government's maybe not following through on their commitments, a body like the Climate Change Committee can help achieve that, because it's not answerable to the government, it's answerable to Parliament. And I'm very interested to see that in the Malaysian debate about a climate change bill, a Climate Change Act, that there is talk about having an independent regulatory body which would draw on a panel of experts' input to help guide the government through the process of meeting the climate change goals. So I think it is an interesting article of our infrastructure around climate, and I'd say that it's one that is worth studying and looking at.
Yeah, thank you, High Commissioner. Ambassador Yao. So the German utility company RWE sued the Netherlands under the Energy Charter Treaty, seeking compensation because the Dutch government planned to phase out coal-fired power plants, and this has been supported by the District Court of The Hague. But even so, Exxon and Shell are also suing the government for halting their investments. How do we balance climate ambition and investors' interests?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. And Sunita, thank you very much for having me also on this panel. Yes, let's talk a bit about law and jurisprudence. Actually, I have 4 cases. I found 4 cases for you to quickly go through. Now, I'm trying to do this in an entertaining way. Talking law is always difficult, especially for non-lawyers. And there may be a few among you. That case, the first case you referred to, RWE against the Netherlands, is a German energy company that has 3 coal-fired power plants in the Netherlands, and that wanted compensation for phasing out of coal. And the company basically claimed that that it was a case of expropriation of the right to property, in accordance with the European Convention of Human Rights. The right to property is protected by the European Convention of Human Rights. But the court ruled the following, roughly: yes, it is an infringement of the right to property, but it is a lawful infringement, because the CO2 reduction measures that the government was taking are proportional. And they took into consideration that also alternative sources of energy are available, like biomass, are available to the company. And they said that the phasing out, the ban of coal, was foreseeable, because there's an international debate about it. So that's also, Sunita, why it's important to have these meetings. We are all part of an international debate that might have its ramification or consequences in jurisprudence in, for instance, the Netherlands. And finally, the court said there is also a transition period. So the company, RWE, you can prepare yourself. You have enough time. So the court ruled there is a fair balance between the various interests, and this is how the ruling went. The second case I want to briefly touch upon with you is of an NGO, an environmental NGO against the Dutch state in 2015. This is quite an important topic as well. They encouraged, or they claimed, they wanted the government to do more on the reduction of CO2. And the basis, the legal basis, was not the Paris Agreement or anything, but it was to protect the right to life and family life, again, on the basis of the European Convention for Human Rights. That's an interesting legal basis, I would think. So the court ruled that indeed that the government is held to reduce greenhouse gases by 25% from the 1990 baseline by 2020. And there was a sentence in 2015, so 5 more years to go until 20. That sentence actually had a great impact. The state appealed against it in 2018, and it went to the Court of Cassation in 2019. And there it was also ruled and upheld that the state has a duty of care by the state, and that the citizens, in fact, can challenge the state on these commitments. And it also shows the impact of the Paris Agreement, as it gave the science base to the 20 to 40% forced reduction by 2020 in industrial states like the Netherlands. This sentence, this jurisprudence actually was duplicated to other countries, and was a great inspiration there as well. The third one, and I will be a little bit quicker, was again of an NGO in defense of the environment against Shell, formerly known as the Royal Dutch Shell, in 2021, on the basis of the civil code, wrongful act, pollution, and not preventing pollution in the future, as a wrongful act in accordance with the civil code. And the court said that Shell must reduce CO2 emissions, that it has a legal duty to curb dangerous climate change. And that also in the supply chain, scope 1, 2, and 3, they have an obligation to fulfill. Shell obviously appealed, and from the appeal it turned out that there is a need for reduction by Shell of the CO2 emissions, but not a fixed reduction. There was not a specific percentage upheld in that situation. The last one, Sunita, is what you mentioned on Exxon and Shell. Exxon and Shell was a joint venture that exploited the gas bubble in the Netherlands since 1960, and gained 66 billion profits out of it. And by the way, the tax collected 250 billion euros from the endeavor. But since 1986, so this started early 60s, since 1986 we had earthquakes, and these earthquakes were a result of the gas exploitation. And they went as far as to damage 150,000 people were damaged by these earthquakes, and 11,000 houses were damaged by these earthquakes. And after a fairly heavy one, the government decided to reduce the gas exploitation by 2030, but they had to do that earlier by 2023 altogether after quite a big earthquake. So that's where we are. The claim is loss of income. Exxon, Shell, they claim loss of income, and they are turning now to the International Center for the Settlement of Investment Disputes, ISDS, for an arbitration. And in this way they avoid domestic legal systems as well. And the jury is still out on this one, or let's say the arbitration is still out on this one, it's still pending. So we're very curious to see whether that will award a loss of income approach, or whether the government could stop gas exploitation as a result of these earthquakes. We need to wait and see. Finally, my conclusions are, what can we learn from this? Good question, Sunita. We see that the courts are holding ambitions in our legislation of a few years ago, and including the impact of the European legislation, the Green Deal. And that's I suppose, a good thing. At the same time, it's also a test of the rule of law, because we had a lot of complaints after some of this jurisprudence that that judges were going to sit in the chair of politicians, and that they're actually conducting policy rather than pronouncing the law. So it's a bit of a test of the rule of law as well. And finally, I think it's a test of the sincerity of big companies as well. They proclaimed, they went along, had to go along with stronger, better sustainability measures in the companies, and hopefully they will continue to do so. Obviously, political times are changing a little bit, but we'll see whether they can continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a comprehensive overview. Much appreciated. Ashley, thank you for coming in from Singapore. So Australia has set ambitious national targets for power generation. 82% of your electricity to be from renewable sources by 2030. What is needed for the grid to support such ambition from a regulatory framework or from the perspective of investments that's needed?
Yeah, thank you, Datin and Sunita. And as a refugee from the law, I always love hearing jurisprudence. But in terms of Australia has enormous resources of solar and wind and water, and so that makes it sort of an ideal location to invest in renewable sources. I guess the real challenge is, how do we move a sort of a centralised grid to a decentralised grid, and sort of invest in the technology and I guess the software and the infrastructure to sort of reach that. So Australia's already made enormous investments to upgrade, expand and modernise its energy system, from a sort of traditional coal system, and ensure sort of greater penetration of renewables. One thing that has worked incredibly well in Australia is the uptake of rooftop solar. Given the sort of incredible sun that we have, there's a real incentive for households to have solar on their roof, and so the government has invested over $200 million to incentivise that, and that has been an enormous growth in Australia, meaning that in addition to the investment in infrastructure, we've gone from around 16% to around 38% of renewable sources. And for households that invest in renewable solar, they have a sort of a payback period of sort of 3 to 4 years. So it really is the incentive there for households to do this. The challenge, of course, is the batteries, and there's a lot of work and investment underway to invest in batteries both in homes but within our grid. And that means that we will sort of see our renewable energy within our grid reach 82% by 2030. Australia has also invested in developing microgrid technology in remote First Nations communities, and there's been investment of around 100 million. Now, there's still a lot of work to be done, and the scale of investment is enormous given the scale of Australia. And so we'll probably see over the next sort of 5 years or so a real sort of shift in capital to sort of renew and reform this grid to sort of enter the sort of next phase, and better manage the shifting sources of energy and provide that sort of baseline that everyone needs. So thanks, Adam.
Thank you, Ashley. Daunting indeed, quite significant. The next series of questions I'm going to be asking our panel will be about changing paradigms. For 150 years, we've been addicted to fossil fuel in the way we live, how we work, And now we're forced to explore other ways of decarbonizing our lifestyles. So how are we going to reduce our footprint, emissions on the planet? And this also means known and established paradigms are changing. So Ambassador Raphael, climate change, the climate emergency, is making it increasingly difficult to insure risks posed by extreme weather events. And in Europe in 2023, EU faced economic losses of 270 billion euros due to extreme weather, and only 25% of these losses were covered by insurance. So this intensifying climate extremes are exposing growing gaps in insurance coverage. What can we learn from the EU?
Thank you. I agree twice with you. Changing paradigms as a subheading of your questions. It's what we're looking at, and it's, especially if you're ambitious, as David has just said it, it's painful and it costs effort. So I think it's not surprising that for all involved, it's quite a journey, it's quite an ask. Yeah? So there will be some frictions, and that's why communication, as you said, Jaap, is crucial. Secondly, you're absolutely right as well. Climate extremes are not only increasing in frequency and in scope, they also exposing serious problems in insurance coverage, and actually putting a financial strain and burden, especially on the non-insured, that is huge. And what we can learn from the EU, I think there's a few steps I would think of that we have tried to take to address the risk. A few, I think, do qualify as an emerging success, I would say. First thing is I'd refer to as the EU's climate adaptation strategy, the climate adaptation plan, which promotes basically the integration of climate risk into financial insurance and insurance systems. It includes improving data availability and modeling by so insurers, businesses, and governments can better assess and price climate risks. It also includes an obvious element that is scaling up resilience finance, just simply put. Secondly, we support public-private partnerships to strengthen climate resilience. I think key action I would refer to here is the reflection group on mobilizing climate resilience financing. It's a group that brings together stakeholders from banking, insurance, business, precisely in a forum to discuss how to make investments in climate resilience bankable and how to overcome the widely present non-profit yielding notion associated with adaptation and resilience investments. I would thirdly refer to better coordination through, for example, the RescEU mechanism and the European Civil Protection Pool, which helps member states respond to disasters more rapidly. Fourthly, the EU Green Deal investment plan funding instruments like Next-Gen EU have channeled resources into building resilient infrastructure. So it's also, again, more financing, but also precisely to create resilient infrastructure. And there's growing work overall through European Insurance and Occupational Pension Authority to explore climate stress testing and promote innovative insurance solutions, such as, for example, parametric insurance or nature-based risk reduction. I think the overall goal of all of this is clear. It's to close the gap by aligning financial resilience with climate resilience, and to ensure that the cost of these climate extremes that you refer to does not fall disproportionately on those least able to bear it. If I could just close on one comment, because you asked what can we learn from the EU. Certainly there are elements where we can inspire ourselves by measures that we have taken. We are tried to be ahead of the curve, to be ambitious. That means that we are sometimes seen as a role model, I think, by an equal number of people we're seeing as annoying, because we're kind of pretentiously leading the way or imposing conditions on others. And I think that's important to recall. This is by no means the intention. It's taking decisions together, for example, Paris Agreement, and then trying to be ambitious in implementing them. And it's also taking us by surprise when we realize at times how badly we've communicated and what the backlash is. But what I wanted to stress is that learning, for us at least, definitely goes not only also, but especially the other way around. And just before coming here over lunch, we had a discussion and a presentation of a concept that you and a team presented on what I would call data collection in a decentralized, state-of-the-art, AI-powered driven way that basically aims at using available information, adding new ones, better data collection to precisely do what would reduce the impact of natural disasters, or in that case, weather extremes and climate and floods, etc. And to me, that sounds definitely like something that will be inspiring to the rest of the world, certainly to Europe. So just wanted to close on that one, that this is not a one-way street, and I hope you're not going to ask too many questions of that type, what we can learn from our side of the world.
Thank you so much, Raphael. Thank you. Lots to learn from. David, I wanted to ask you about zero EV mandates. So we want to transition from ICE to EV, and the UK was the first in the world to mandate zero EVs, but the failure to adjust the mandate could lead to production cutbacks, job losses, a retreat of global investors. So how do we manage this transition?
Thank you. So I'm going to return to those three principles driving the UK approach, which is act early, act with ambition, but don't act in a vacuum. And when we're looking at the zero emission vehicles mandate, I think all three of those aspects apply. And you talked about this under the framework of changing paradigms, and I don't think you probably knew when you were planning the questions that the UK would make an announcement on this yesterday. So we have a brand new changing paradigm in the UK on this. So, but I think that maybe the starting principle on acting early is that it's been really important to give a signal early to industry to make an adjustment on getting rid of internal combustion engines and moving towards EV. So previous government had done that. And this new government has made a renewed commitment to it. And in fact, yesterday made it very clear that the 2030 target for getting rid of the diesel and petrol cars is committed to. And that's ambitious. But it was a decision that was taken not completely in a vacuum. So we've had a bit of shifts in the UK on this. So when our government was elected in June last year, there was a decision taken to, in the manifesto, to move back to this 2030 target. But there's been consultation over the last few months with industry about how to make that work in a way that works for consumers and works for industry, given that it's a very ambitious target. And that has now been agreed. There's a sense in which, in order to make the ambition work and be achievable, you need to give a bit of leeway. So, for example, the UK decision has been to say that hybrid cars, for example, will have a little bit of a longer period of time to adjust if you're a producer of a hybrid vehicles. So until 2035, for example, in our case. Also that there'll be accommodations for the sequencing, how industry will implement these elements, so that there'll be you can move to have much later in the timeline that it gets implemented rather than early on. So these are the sorts of adjustments where they're not acting in a vacuum matters, where you consult, where the government listens and make sure that when you make changes that are ambitious, that they're also in line with what matters for the economy, what matters for businesses' profits, and what matters for consumers' pockets.
Thank you, David. In 2019, the Dutch government resolved to crack down on farm emissions specifically nitrogen emissions. And the Dutch farmers were furious. This led to a revolt that essentially turned the nation upside down. What can other countries learn about protecting the environment without losing public trust?
Thank you, Sunita. It's a very good question and a difficult one. It's all about nitrogen. This. And nitrogen is high politics in the low countries. I'll come back to that. First of all, nitrogen, there's a lot of it in the air, but too much nitrogen is not good because it disturbs and it disrupts life on land and underwater. Because it augments climate change, because it is a threat to human health, and because it takes extra economic cost on society. In the Netherlands, it's a particular Dutch problem to the extent that the Netherlands emits 4 times the average of nitrogen in the EU, and 65% of the nitrogen is ammonia coming from fertilizers and excrements of cattle. So the agricultural sector is responsible for 60% of our nitrogen problem. Other sectors that produce too much nitrogen are construction industry, air transport, shipping, etc. But it meant that basically, if there are going to be remedies against it, the agro sector will have to take a big part of the responsibility there. And in 2019, indeed, the Council of State, the highest advisory organ of the body of the Dutch government, said that the government was not doing enough to cut the emissions, and that the permit system for the emissions was not functioning well, so it had to change. And it had to change, so it became politics. And for a number of years, no workable solutions were found. And it basically meant that you cannot keep up the quality of your forests, of your nature reserves, that are regulated by European Union Natura 2000 regulations, that can have no added nitrogen in order to stay safe and healthy. You cannot have that, and at the same time your agriculture production and emissions, and if you want to build new houses, which the government wants, you cannot build houses, you cannot get the permits. There's not enough nitrogen space to cover for agriculture and construction if you want to keep your forests healthy. So that we knew already for some time. In fact, we've seen it coming. We saw that the forests were degrading and that the nitrogen production was going up. Yet we waited too long with solutions. And as some would say, had we had the legislation 10 years ago, we would have been able to solve the problem. So with the measures having to come from the agro sectors, indeed we had these farmers' protests, and they were really ugly. It's a very strong lobby, and it becomes obviously a political factor as well, high politics in fact, because it was also a bit hijacked by the extreme right, as we are going through a movement towards more populism in Europe and also in my country. The political climate has changed quite a lot in that sense. It became a bit of an issue indeed, so, and it still is. So the lessons learned, I would go with David. Act early. We've seen it coming. We didn't take the measures that were needed in time, and the way forward now is not exactly clear. Will we buy out farmers that emit too much of these emissions? Will we rely on technology to make sure that this ammonia production goes down? Will we introduce a nitrogen tax, for instance, or will we have a total cut the livestock of cows and pigs? We have some 3.8 million cows in the Netherlands, and more than 11 million pigs, quite a number. Will we cut them in half to make sure that we can emit that these emissions have a ceiling? And finally, or do we have to rethink, as some suggest, a total rethink, basically go vegetarian? because that will reduce the nitrogen emissions substantially. So lesson learned, act early.
Thank you, valuable lesson indeed. I've just been messaged that we've got 11 minutes left before we need to wrap. So I'm going to ask Ashley the last question in this series, and then maybe each of you to just give me closing remarks as to how we can balance climate and biodiversity ambition and economic development. How do we do that? But in the meantime, for Ashley, how is Australia addressing industrial emissions, in particular by pricing this negative externality using carbon pricing mechanisms? How is Australia doing this?
So this is quite a technical question, and given that we're after lunch, I'll give you the sort of Cliff Notes version. So we don't have a carbon pricing mechanism in Australia. We have a program known as the Safeguard Mechanism. And what this does is focus on the 220 largest facilities in Australia, which covers about a third of our emissions. The other third's coming from electricity and transport. And so our current NDC seeks to reach 43% below 2005 levels by 2020 and net zero by 2050. So what the Safeguard Mechanism does is sort of sets a baseline for each of these facilities, and that becomes increasingly stringent as we sort of move down that curve towards 2030. And for facilities that are able to meet or exceed that baseline, they are able to earn Safeguard Mechanism credits, which they can then on-sell. For firms who are unable to meet that baseline, either because they haven't adopted the latest technology or the technology to achieve those baselines isn't yet available, they need to purchase Australian carbon credit units. So I suppose it provides an economic incentive, and I guess the benefit, much like the Paris Agreement, it sets targets but allows the flexibility to achieve those targets. So that's the sort of high-level Cliff Notes version that I can give you in a few minutes.
Thank you, Ashley. Okay, so let's go to the final closing remarks, shall we? How do we balance climate ambition and biodiversity ambition with economic development? Is this possible? How do we do this, Raphael?
Clearly, I would say it is possible. I would also admit it's difficult because of the things I alluded to it very early, beginning of our discussion, because it is imposing new rules that are necessary. It's not basically a free flow of business. It's basically taking into account the impact it has and minimizing it. So I think it's something where we need to be ambitious. We've heard a few principles that make sense. I would also add another one, and that is the ability to adapt, to improve your approach. If you realize it's not exactly right, it's too quick, not quick enough, etc. Let me make one thing clear, but it's something that is regularly referred to. We have just relaunched a Green Industrial Deal, and we're being frequently asked whether we're giving up on our climate ambitions. And I think the clear answer is no. When I have to explain that to someone, I always say it's like we've entered a destination into our Google Maps or Waze or whatever you're using, and this clearly remains the same. It's the 250 first carbon neutral continent in the world and the ambition we have. But what we did is that we're recalculating the route, because we realized that we've been more on the imposing side, and what we're now trying to do is to have this more grown by businesses in a way that works. Yeah? And if I might surprise at least one of the colleagues present here in the room by making a reference to something that I find a good example, it's the Malaysian palm oil sector. It had a very bad reputation, but when I look at it, I see a lot of bold initiatives being taken to make this produce more, better, high yields with less water, less fertilizers, less pesticides, less everything. And clearly there's more room for improvement. It started off with having this EUDR ready, compliant palm oil to deliver to Europe, but it goes beyond that. And people have clearly realized, key drivers, ministers in the area responsibles, industry captains, that actually there's a lot to gain from it for everyone involved, from the worker to the industry to the consumer.
Absolutely. Yeah, what do you think?
Well, the red thread in my story would be that whereas the political climate is changing somehow, I would like us not to, even with our change of government, we have a government now that is, let's say, mixed mainstream and mixed populist, a bit to the right. We have one party that denies the science behind climate change, and we have one party that believes that the Netherlands is not big enough to make any big impact in the climate story, so to say. So let's not rush. Let's go from front runner to sort of mainstream following, go with the flow on this. That's not good, but that's the way it is. Still, we have our climate ambition in our government program, so I'm not too disturbed or concerned about where we want to go. We still want to go there. But I also would like to call on companies to take their share and take their responsibility in this, and not sort of it's the time of drill baby drill, pollute baby pollute. Let's not go into that direction, but explain why companies explain why you have chosen the path of sustainability, because it's good for your business model, because it's good for your clients and your supply chain. And I would like to hear stronger voices coming from the corporate sector also to keep on going there, to take the lead and not to falter, even if the political climate is changing a little bit. Let's stick to what we thought useful a few years ago. The science behind climate change hasn't changed. It's even more warranted, more urgent than a few years ago. Thank you.
Thank you so much. David?
Thank you. So I agree with everything that's been said, so I'm going to add by giving you an anecdote. So I was in London for an ambassadors conference in September, and Ed Miliband, our climate secretary, spoke to us all, and he'd just been, elected. The government had just been elected, and he was in the very early days of the new role. But he said to us as well, this is a new role as climate secretary. It was also an old role, because it's the role he did last time he was in government 14 years previously. And so he gave a reflection on what was different between being climate and energy secretary now as it was in 2010 when he left the role. And he said back then it would have been all about saving the planet, all about trying to sort of deal with this emergency, trying to make sure that the environment was protected. But he said now, and I've just come out of an election, now that wasn't what I was talking about. I was talking about what climate action does for jobs, for growth, for energy prices. Those were the only things that he cared about in terms of his approach now under this phase. And it shaped everything that the government's been doing. And I think it's a sign that you can frame it primarily from an economic perspective and still be very ambitious.
Fascinating. Thank you so much, David. Ashley?
I'll just finish up on a more optimistic note, given we're sort of been filled with bad news recently. And I don't mean this in a Pollyanna way. The politics is challenging, the technology is challenging, and the scale of the investment is challenging. But I'll point to three things that are headed the right way. Firstly, I think the political momentum behind the Paris Agreement and the drive to net zero is there and is continuing. The private sector and the shift of capital, just the scale of capital going into renewables and climate investments is enormous, and that covers the bulk of investment in energy. And finally, I think in my travels recently around Southeast Asia, it has been clear to me the clear link between biodiversity, water, climate, and livelihoods. They are one and the same, and I don't think it's possible to sort of draw a distinction between the two. So, leave you with that.
Thank you so much, Ashley. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our fantastic panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Dyer, Ambassador Werner, David and Ashley, as well as Datin Sri Sunita, for the perspectives on how climate policy is being implemented for countries that are further ahead in the climate agenda, and from which we can learn from as we roll out similar policies here, or as we consider whether policies are suitable for the Malaysian context. So the climate journey obviously is not smooth regardless of economic status, and more so in the current political climate, but it's important to stay the course. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with the next agenda item, can I take this opportunity to nudge you towards the Hoover app? You can submit questions for Q&A, and we'd also appreciate your thoughts on the sessions held today. Please click on the polls tab in the Hoover app to submit your feedback. This will greatly help us in ensuring that the conference is continuously improved for the future. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next item. Under the National Energy Transition Roadmap, or NETR, it is estimated that Malaysia will need more than 1 trillion ringgit to make decarbonization advancements to achieve by 2050. How attractive is Malaysia's climate investment landscape towards this end, and what kind of policies could further spur much needed financing? Our next keynote speaker, Rebecca Mikula Wright, Chief Executive Officer of the Asia Investor Group on Climate Change, will share her perspectives on this in a recorded video message. Here's Rebecca Mikula Wright of the AIGCC.
Hello, everybody. Thank you to the National Climate Governance Summit for having me today. My name is Rebecca Mikula Wright, the CEO of the Asia Investor Group on Climate Change, or AIGCC. We are an investor network with over 80 investor members managing US 28 trillion in assets under management. We have been working with global and domestic institutional investors in Asia to increase their understanding and action on climate-related financial risks and opportunities. We recently published our annual flagship report, The State of Investor Climate Transition in Asia, which reviewed 230 of the most significant and influential institutional investors across Asia, who collectively manage US 100 trillion in assets under management. Of those, 10 are headquartered in Malaysia. An overall trend that I think is important to start with is just that despite the global headwinds that we're seeing and the anti-ESG sentiment that's been coming out of the US actually for over 12 months now, we are still seeing investors really staying the course on climate, not just in the region, but also globally, as they will not be able to manage their primary fiduciary financial duties of acting in client and beneficiaries' best financial interests if climate change is not addressed urgently. And we're seeing more and more examples coming out from global asset owners around this, including from the Japanese government pension fund, the Norwegian government pension fund, and many others. In Asia, we're seeing that 43% of these 230 investors that we surveyed have now conducted a physical risk assessment, as they need to understand how the increasing economic damages from climate are impacting their portfolios. Some have acknowledged they won't be able to meet their benchmarks at the current rate of progress on climate. So our results in the report reveal that a growing proportion of Malaysia's investors are progressing across the 26 climate metrics used to assess investors in managing their climate risks and opportunities. For a start, 40% of Malaysian investors now have a target or track investments in their climate solutions or transition finance, which compares to the average of 35% in the region. So we are seeing some clear enthusiasm and progress in the market. They do only currently relate to a small portion of their portfolio, so we need this to increase over time. As the focus of this summit is largely on climate governance, I'll share some specific statistics about the performance of Malaysia's investors in this area. So overall, what we're seeing is that climate integration generally is gaining momentum, with now 60% of those assessed are recognising the financial risks and opportunities linked to climate change. So that's great news. 50% of Malaysian investors have specific policies on climate across their investments, and 50% also have board oversight on climate change, which means they're now aligning their organisational processes into their governance and acknowledging that climate risk is financial risk. However, governance gaps do remain in some respects, such as linking executive remuneration to climate outcomes and publishing comprehensive investor transition plans. Malaysia's investors have the capacity to accelerate their progress in these areas in order to fully realise the climate transition and so the country can benefit from that in the years to come. So this is where sound climate finance policies can play a really big role. With Malaysia being the 2025 ASEAN chair, it's in a really good position for policymakers to lead this conversation to help set that the decarbonisation targets and the policies that are required. And it's having these policies in place that can really help mobilise private capital to transition at the required pace and scale that's needed. You've heard me talking about the numbers. The institutional investors have a very large amount of private capital that they're ready to deploy at a regional and a global level. And they're really keen to engage in constructive dialogue with Malaysia, as well as the rest of ASEAN's finance ministers and regulators, on which policies and strategies can accelerate the energy transition across ASEAN markets. There are massive opportunities for investors that are ready to take them. We see that the ASEAN region is expected to have a US $300 billion green economy revenue pool by 2030. This is great news for global investors who are looking to deploy their significant capital into the transition. We know that the energy demand in ASEAN is increasing at the same time as the capacity to invest in renewable energy is increasing, and we're seeing that increase in demand. This includes investing in Malaysia, who's aiming to reach its national renewable target from the 19% currently to 70% by 2050. So we're really encouraged to see Malaysia's investors are demonstrating progress on climate, as this shows clear and growing intent from the private sector to finance a low-carbon economy locally. So we do encourage more local investors to join an investor network such as AIGCC, where we are really dedicated to the transition. And really investors, by doing this, can take advantage of the benefits of our unique investor convening power, as well as how we connect investors to broader stakeholders and decision makers, including business, regulators and policymakers. We see our members have been really benefiting from this work over the last 8 years through the results in this regional report, which shows that AIGCC members are outperforming across the region on all the climate metrics surveyed. So just to finish up, investors have a really critical role to play, and they're willing to play this role to contribute to Malaysia's climate goals. And we've seen that collaborative and open dialogues between investors, corporates and policymakers can really fast-track progress towards a supportive policy and regulatory environment. So we really encourage that to continue in Malaysia. AIGCC looks forward to supporting continued progress in this market and the conversations with many of you to continue. Thanks so much for your time today, and I wish you to enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you.
That was Rebecca Mikula-Wright of the Asia Investor Group on Climate Change, sharing important trends on climate investment in the region and also the opportunities to drive momentum in the green economy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to proceed with our next agenda item. PETRONAS needs no introduction. As Malaysia's state-owned oil and gas company, it stands at the crossroads of climate change and sustainability imperatives. Recognizing the important role that it plays in the country's energy transition, 3 years ago, PETRONAS launched its sustainability plan to achieve net zero by 2050, balancing the goals of decarbonization, conserving biodiversity, and ensuring a just transition. I'm pleased to invite Freida Amat, Vice President of Treasury at PETRONAS, for a keynote on PETRONAS's journey.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, Your Excellencies, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to begin with the context of Malaysia's energy dependencies. The energy sector has been the bedrock to Malaysia's social progress and economic growth. It contributes to 28% of the national GDP and to 25% of total workforce. Malaysia's energy supply is dominated by fossil fuels. As per NETR, as of 2020, natural gas at 42%, crude oil and petroleum at 27%, and coal at 26%, contributed over 96% of the national total primary energy supply mix. Consequently, the energy sector is also Malaysia's largest contributor of greenhouse gas emissions, accounting for 78.5% of total emissions, according to Malaysia's GHG inventory in 2019, as reported in the 4th edition of the biennial update report submitted to the UNFCCC. On a broader context, the global energy system also continues to rely heavily on fossil fuels. 80% of energy demand in 2023 is met by fossil fuel, and it provided 60% of global electricity supply. With such high dependencies, energy transition is not something that can happen overnight. However, decisive action is needed to reduce emissions and mitigate the risks to tackling climate change. As a progressive energy and solutions partner, PETRONAS remains focused on energy security while delivering responsible energy to our customers. PETRONAS is dedicated to implementing its energy transition in a manner that respects human rights, supportive workforce development, strengthens the supply chain ecosystem, and builds resilient communities. By prioritizing a just transition, PETRONAS aims to ensure that new investments create opportunities and improve prospects for social progress. PETRONAS's energy transition strategy focuses on balancing growth in its core oil and gas business while reducing GHG emissions and exploring new business opportunities. The strategy focuses on enabling a balanced and orderly transition towards a lower carbon future. So how do we get to net zero emissions? First, decarbonizing our operations. Focused delivery and investments is needed to drive emissions reduction towards the target. This will involve decarbonization and exploring new business opportunities in the low carbon economy. At PETRONAS, we aim to reduce our operational carbon emissions through our 4 levers of electrification, energy efficiency, carbon capture and storage, CCS for short, and zero routine flaring. PETRONAS is also developing CCS to reduce its GHG emissions and intends to apply CCS to abate its remaining emissions, helping to achieve its ambition of net zero carbon emission by 2050. The Kasawari CCS project, which is part of the Kasawari Greenfield Development Project off the coast of Sarawak, is expected to reduce CO2 emissions by 3.3 million tons CO2 equivalent every year, making it one of the largest offshore CCS projects in the world. In addition, PETRONAS continues to advocate for the role of natural gas as a transition fuel in the medium term to complement renewable energy sources, recognizing its role in providing a cleaner alternative in the move towards a low carbon future. Second, in relation to how do we get to that net zero emission, is expanding into low carbon businesses. We are going beyond oil and gas by exploring growth opportunities in low carbon areas such as renewables, green mobility, bio-based solutions, hydrogen, and CCS as a service to others. In 2022, we established our subsidiary Gentari to fully focus on clean energy solutions in the energy transition space. Gentari has scaled up its renewable energy portfolio, particularly in the solar and wind energy sectors, with key projects in India, Australia, Taiwan, and Malaysia. Gentari is also advancing hydrogen, a key, clean, and commercially viable energy solution, with 175 KTPA of hydrogen opportunities matured beyond the feasibility stage as of 31st December 2024. The third one is investment in energy transition. Globally, the world will need to invest heavily in energy transition technologies to reach net zero. To stay on course for 1.5 degrees target, over $5 trillion of investments are needed yearly in the energy transition, with $44 trillion cumulatively invested by 2030. that will incentivize R&D and innovation and expedite learning curves. At PETRONAS, in support of our energy transition strategy, we allocate 20% of our total CAPEX, capital expenditure, from 2022 to 2026 for decarbonization projects and renewable energy. No single entity can address climate change challenge alone. We acknowledge that partnerships and collaboration across all sectors and the value chain at the necessary scale and speed will be crucial to combating climate change. So in 2024, we launched the PETRONAS Supplier Support Program to support Malaysia's oil and gas services and equipment suppliers in adopting sustainable practices. We've seen a great response from the market to this program. In 2024, over 1,000 vendors participated in virtual and regional engagement sessions. PETRONAS announced back in 2020 its goal to achieve net zero carbon emission by 2050. We think our net zero ambition is viable because based on the current climate science, there is no other option but to drive down energy emissions to net zero to secure a livable future. We are making progress against our short-term targets in our net zero journey. In 2024, PETRONAS recorded GHG emissions of 46 million tons of CO2 equivalent for its Malaysia operations. This achieves our near-term GHG emission target from our Malaysia operations to 49.5 million tons of CO2 equivalent by 2024. As of 2023, our methane emissions from PETRONAS group-wide natural gas value chain operations have reduced by 58%, putting us well ahead of our target of 50% reduction by 2025 compared to our 2019 baseline. Over the past decade, PETRONAS has reduced over 20 million tons of GHG emissions from our operations. At PETRONAS, we recognize that nature and biodiversity are essential for sustaining life on Earth, and we are committed to addressing the interconnected challenges of climate and biodiversity loss. It is important to note that we can't really reach net zero without protecting nature and biodiversity. We remain committed to demonstrate visible leadership in biodiversity conservation, both in Malaysia and in countries where we operate. PETRONAS have also established a comprehensive position to address environmental concerns and integrate biodiversity considerations into our business practices. The position on nature and biodiversity was established in 2022 to strengthen oversight of our environmental footprint and support the delivery of our net zero carbon emissions by 2050 pathway. The position sets out 5 areas of action for managing biodiversity across our operations and aligns with international commitments and national policies. 2 of the areas of action are promoting nature and biodiversity through partnerships and collaborations and promoting high-quality nature-based climate solutions. In support of these areas of action, last year we signed a Memorandum of Understanding with Sarawak Forestry Corporation to develop nature-based solutions in Sarawak. In addition, PETRONAS has announced a joint venture to develop a biorefinery with AnyLife and Euglena. The biorefinery will process raw materials to produce sustainable aviation fuel, hydrogenated vegetable oil, and bio-naphtha, contributing to PETRONAS's decarbonization goals. Biorefining supports biodiversity by promoting the use of renewable biomass resources, which can reduce reliance on fossil fuels and lower environmental impact. Last year, PETRONAS also hosted the ASEAN Business and Biodiversity Forum. This was a joint effort by the Malaysian Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability and the ASEAN Centre for Biodiversity. The forum gathered private sector representatives, thought leaders and innovators in Southeast Asia to share their experiences in addressing today's triple planetary crisis, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution through nature-positive investments. Journey towards energy transition is not without challenges. One of them is identifying and sourcing the right financing solution that ensures transition goal is achieved while balancing the need to meet project and investment returns. While markets and taxonomies already exist for those climate solutions that are eligible for green finance, such as solar panels, batteries, etc., one of the most urgent challenges is to assist carbon-intensive companies to decarbonize. Raising financing for businesses that are not yet green and which may never be fully green, such as high-emitting and hard-to-abate sectors, is difficult. Currently, available transition finance can be controversial, with accusations of greenwashing amid a lack of common standards and accountability mechanisms. To ensure finance flows at the speed and scale required for a just and orderly net zero transition, efforts needs to be put in place to rapidly define and deploy transition finance. It requires a unified and widely accepted definition and taxonomy, as well as an enabling ecosystem which consists of granular sectoral transition pathways at national and regional levels, providing investors with clear decarbonization roadmaps, enhanced collaboration between governments, financial institutions, industries, and civil society to create aligned incentives and coherent policy environments. Coordinated efforts among regulatory bodies to mitigate risks associated with greenwashing, thus protecting credibility and encouraging greater private sector participation. PETRONAS urge all stakeholders to work together to accelerate the transition to a sustainable energy future. Focused investments, innovation, and partnerships will drive the systemic changes required to meet net zero targets. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Freida, for sharing PETRONAS's blueprint towards net zero, including measures to encourage the broader oil and gas sector, as well as other industries, to adapt to the decarbonized future that we're all working towards. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, keeping to the theme of oil and gas, while carbon emissions receive extensive scrutiny, reducing methane emissions is equally important to tackle the fight against climate change. The reality is that methane emissions make up more than half of total greenhouse gas emissions from the oil and gas sector. So how do we address the challenges of methane abatement in this industry? Our next keynote speaker has insights on this. While he's regretfully unable to join us in person, he has kindly sent us a video statement. Please give a hand to Hiro Shirakawa, the Japan Region Chief at the Environmental Defense Fund, for his keynote.
Hello everyone. My name is Hiro Shirakawa from Environmental Defense Fund. It is such a great honor for me to be here speaking at the summit. EDF is a global non-profit organization that looks at climate change issues. We are headquartered in New York, having roughly 800 staff around the world. Our scientists, economists, and policy experts work on solving the most challenging problems related to clean energy transition, healthy communities, and the ability of people and nature to thrive. Over the last couple of years, oil and gas has been one of the targeted industries in the financial sector, as urgency of reduction in the oil and gas industry's GHG emissions has been strongly recognized in the international community. The oil and gas industry itself has also further upgraded its commitment to accelerating decarbonization, for instance, by launching the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter, a landmark initiative at COP28, which includes a methane-specific target to reach near zero upstream methane emissions, defined as methane intensity of 0.2% by 2030. Specifically, decarbonizing the natural gas supply chain is essential for gas to play any role in net zero transitions. And reducing methane is the first step in any decarbonization effort. Speaking about the banking sector, the Net Zero Banking Alliance, which has issued investment guidelines for several high-emitting industries, published the guideline for the oil and gas industry around the middle of 2024. This was an encouragement for us since we, EDF, have focused on the extent to which the banking sector can influence decarbonization effort of the oil and gas industry, including reduction in emissions of methane that is a substantially more powerful GHG than CO2 in the shorter time horizon. As regards our focused oil and gas methane emission, which will continue to account for about a quarter of global man-made emissions of methane into 2030, we think that economic rationality does matter. I'd like to make two important points on the economics of methane emission reduction. First, emission reduction increases the supply or the output of LNG. And second, the existing technology seems robust enough to do the job, meaning limited investment risk. Such combination of more supply and limited investment risk is central to the methane reduction economics. Here we see material opportunities for the transition to move ahead in the oil and gas industry. We have been arguing for a while that oil and gas methane is low-hanging fruit for both energy and climate security. More than 50% of reduction is seen economically feasible, and more than 80% of the reduction is technically feasible. Simply stated, wasted methane is wasted energy and wasted revenue. For the financial sector, including investment managers, to be appropriately engaged in methane emission reduction, methane data challenges need to be tackled. Poor quality of methane emissions data misallocates mitigation activities that, of course, include those which are related to finance. We know that a substantial gap exists between direct measurement and factor-based estimates for methane leak rates, for example, for the oil and gas industry in the US, as demonstrated by previous research. Using factor-based estimates, operators would have focused on reducing emissions from bulbs, but bottom-up measurement suggests that more emissions were coming from tanks and equipment. Bearing the critical importance of comprehensive measurement-based reporting framework in mind, we EDF have globally made a substantial effort on managing and designing measurement projects and methane emissions data collection in collaboration with the UNEP's International Methane Emissions Observatory, which is harnessing methane data revolution by putting open, reliable, and actionable data directly into the hands of individuals with the power to reduce emissions. In the region, we have been deeply engaged in Malaysia, having worked on methane since 2021. Our work in the country includes science publication, training, research projects with National University of Malaysia, University of Malaya, Swinburne University of Technology Sarawak, and Institute of Strategic and International Studies, ISIS, Malaysia. Notably, we have recently launched measurement campaign Sabah, partnering with University Malaysia Sabah and Energy Commission of Sabah. This is first of its kind in Southeast Asia, and the outcome of the campaign would help improve accuracy and transparency of subnational level methane data and strengthen state-level methane measurement techniques. As regards data collection, we have entered a new era of making use of satellite technology. We launched an emission detection satellite called MethaneSat into orbit in March 2024. MethaneSat's main supporters include Bezos Earth Fund, New Zealand Space Agency, and Harvard University. The satellite is designed to measure methane emissions from up to 80% of global oil and gas production and identify both area methane emissions and point sources. Emission data from MethaneSat are free and publicly available. This is very important. EDF will use data supplied by MethaneSat to better define the magnitude of oil and gas methane challenge and its sources, and giving industry, regulators, and of course financial investors an essential tool to spot problem areas, identify reductions, and measure progress in reducing methane emissions. MethaneSat data will help support financial sector's effort to make right decisions on transitional investment in the oil and gas industry. Now, as a final point of my presentation, I would like to discuss the role played by the financial sector for industrial decarbonization. To begin with, I need to draw your attention to the recent move in the global banking industry. That is, since the start of this year, quite a few North American and Japanese banks have left the Net Zero Banking Alliance. In the case of Japan, 6 banks were originally members of the alliance, and 5 of them have decided to leave so far. The Net Zero Banking Alliance is a bank-led and UN-convened group of leading global banks committed to aligning their lending, investment, and capital markets activities with net zero GHG emissions by 2050. Some stakeholders have taken American and Japanese banks' departure from the alliance as a major setback. But we do not necessarily see things that way. First, about 130 banks on the globe remain committed to the alliance. We have not yet seen any similar movements by European banks. Secondly, we expect financial investors other than banks, namely investment or asset managers and so-called asset owners such as large life insurance companies, to play bigger roles in climate and transition finances going ahead, in particular in the area of transition or green bond investment. The oil and gas methane abatement for national oil companies will be one of the prioritized themes for transition bond investors. And thirdly, and probably more importantly, we believe that commercial banking industry will maintain their appetite to be engaged in transition finance or green finance. Let me elaborate a bit on the third point regarding the bank's appetite. Large listed firms, including leading global banks, which are exposed to financial market pressures or peer pressures, are seen to operate based upon 3 general principles. They are, number 1, taking social and public responsibilities, including climate responsibility. Number 2, maintaining market reputation. And number 3, securing profitability as a private entity. The recent developments in the banking sector may have suggested that some banks have started to see declining relevance of climate responsibility, as well as that of related market reputation, under the new reality of US politics. Yet, this does not mean they are fully stepping back or walking away, as the third principle of securing profitability or making investment returns is going nowhere. This is important, since banks are very likely to remain willing to support their clients on decarbonization strategy and transition and green investments, as long as they see profit opportunities or negative opportunity cost from not doing so. We expect the departed banks will continue to work on transition or green projects of their industrial clients from the perspective of economic rationality. And as I described above, the economic rationality exists for the oil and gas methane emission reductions. To wrap my presentation, I'd like to make one final point from longer-term perspective. That is beyond the methane emission reduction. If the oil and gas sector can provide good prospects of investment returns from accelerating transition based upon technology innovations, the story I made about, which is a sort of virtuous circle of economic rationality and transition finance, to be more solid and robust, as the banks are likely to make stronger commitment to being engaged in transition finance in such circumstances. We EDF are here to continue to support the energy industry's transition globally and in the region. Thank you very much for listening.
That was Hiro Shirakawa of the Environmental Defense Fund giving valuable insights into methane abatement efforts in the oil and gas industry, as well as the transition finance gaps that need to be bridged. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to be taking a short break in order to fight back against the afternoon slump. During this time, we'd greatly appreciate it if you could share your thoughts on the conference thus far by answering a feedback survey. That's going to be, there'll be a QR code that comes up on the screen shortly, so please do scan that QR code to do so. Please note that submitting this survey is mandatory for attendees that have registered for SSM CPE points on day one. So we'd also like to highlight that the NCGS spans beyond the two-day summit of today and tomorrow. We also have a series of 25 workshops and masterclasses that will be held from Wednesday to Friday at no cost. So during the break, do take the opportunity to look through the Hoover app or the web portal to find out the masterclass program and also to register your attendance. Just click on the tab that says Add to My Agenda. Because we have a bit of a 20-minute break, we do have several sponsors and NGOs that have set up booths in Conference Hall 2. So if you haven't yet checked them out, please do give them a visit and learn more about the work that they do. We also have independent bookstore Sunda Shelves there. They have a booth and you can check them out to grab a signed copy of Fair Haven by Steve Willis. It's a climate fiction novel featuring a Malaysian protagonist, so worth checking out. We'd appreciate it if you can return to the hall by 3:40 p.m. so that we can continue with the next program. So please enjoy your break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to resume the session in approximately 5 minutes. In the meantime, for those of you who are applying for CPE points, don't forget to scan the QR code and fill in the feedback survey. This is a mandatory part of collecting those points. We will resume shortly, so please take your seats. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've had the opportunity to stretch and also to connect with other attendees here. Thank you so much for staying with us. We're going to continue with the next agenda item. Now, the fight against climate change is increasingly taking place in the courts, with climate activists and private companies challenging government laws related to climate action. What are the trends in climate litigation, especially related to investor-state disputes, and how might this shape climate policy in the region? This was touched upon briefly during the panel session with the Ambassador of the Netherlands, and these issues are also covered in a fireside chat with King's Counsel Toby Landau, barrister, advocate, and arbitrator with Duxton Hill Chambers. This fireside chat is moderated by Datin Sri Sunita Rajakumar of Climate Governance Malaysia. This conversation was pre-recorded as Mr. Landau wasn't able to join us for the event in person, but please stay tuned for the video for that fireside chat.
Welcome, Toby. Delighted to have you here with us at the National Climate Governance Summit. I'm sorry you can't be here in person, but we look forward to welcoming you to Kuala Lumpur the next time you are in the region. So let's get started because I don't have enough time with you, but I wanted to ask you, could you just walk us through what are investment treaties?
Thank you very much, Sunita. It's a great pleasure to be participating. I'm sorry not to be there in person, but happy that my carbon footprint is accordingly not as large as it might be. The first question is a good one. Investor-state treaties are a particular kind of international agreement. They've been in existence since 1959. The first one was between Germany and Pakistan. In the intervening years, we have seen an explosion of them. There are about, or at least at the height, over 3,000 of them, together with investment chapters of free trade agreements and regional economic agreements. And at their core, they are an agreement between two or more states, whereby each state will promise, give promises to the investors of the counterpart that their investments will be treated in accordance with particular standards of protection. And many of these treaties also include a dispute resolution provision so that if any of those standards are breached, the investors can actually bring a claim directly against the state at the international law level. So it's quite a different sort of treaty. The closest comparator would be human rights treaties, where states are actually giving individual investors rights at the international law plane to bring claims against the state itself.
So in that case, investor-state disputes of this kind are completely different in nature to ordinary commercial or contract disputes, correct?
They are, and this is a difference which is fundamental but often overlooked, I'm afraid. The reason it's overlooked is that investor-state treaties give rise to arbitration as a dispute resolution mechanism. That arbitration is conducted in accordance with a commercial arbitration model. So it looks like, superficially, an arbitration like any other contractual arbitration. But it is totally different in the following way. When you have a contract, it is a horizontal relationship between contracting parties. What that means is, even if one of the parties is a state, the two parties have put together themselves their mutual rights and obligations in the contract, and they've legislated for their relationship, and any dispute between them is confined to that relationship. It doesn't go any further. So a commercial arbitration decision doesn't affect anybody who's not agreed to that arbitration or part of that contract. What's completely different compared to that in investor-state arbitration is it's really a vertical relationship, which means it's much more like public law or administrative law. The state is giving an open offer to any investor to sue it for breach of the guarantees in the treaty. And what that means is that an individual investor can actually challenge the state on any exercise of the state's sovereign discretion, any policy. That's not confined to a relationship between those two parties. It could impact on the whole population. If, for example, a state brings in a climate change policy, and that policy adversely affects the investor's investment, the state gets sued, but that is questioning a policy that's not just about the investor, it's about everyone. So the exercise itself is of the mandate given to the tribunal is actually totally different. It's a mandate to evaluate, reassess, review all aspects of sovereign discretion that may impact on a whole region or even further.
And I understand, Toby, that the ISDS field has expanded massively, well beyond that was envisaged by the original architects of the system. And this expanded view you have already referred to, any form of sovereign discretion. Could you unpack this a little for us?
Yes, certainly. Just to explain any form of sovereign discretion, as a matter of international law, what that means is the state, as a party to a treaty, is responsible for anything that is done by its executive, so the government policy, anything that's done by its legislature, so a parliament passing a law, if that law hurts an investor, and its judiciary, So, for example, the decision of a Supreme Court, which might be challenged as a denial of justice or an expropriation or some other breach of the guarantees given by the state in the treaty. So that's the full breadth of sovereign discretion is open for assessment by the tribunal. Now, when this field began, as I said, 1959, but in fact, although the treaties were being concluded from 1959 onwards, they lay dormant and essentially unnoticed by the legal community. The legal community woke up to the existence of these treaties and their potential really from the late 90s onwards. And it was the beginning of the 2000s with NAFTA claims, the North American Free Trade Agreement, that we really started to see this area develop. Now, when it developed, it was really focused upon what might be thought of as good old-fashioned sovereign expropriation of projects. And that is where you've got a defined investment project, such as a power plant or something of that sort, and the state interferes with it. And that might be said to have been what was really in the contemplation of the parties, the state parties, when they originally concluded these treaties, as being the scope of foreign direct investment that they had in mind. What has happened in the intervening years, I think as a result of clever lawyers and tribunals with, if I can put it this way, mixed experience in public international law, is that the concepts at the core of this process have been stretched. So the concept of what is an investment has been expanded, and the concept of what kinds of state conduct can be impugned has been expanded. Now, the result of all of that is now lawyers are bringing claims under investment treaties against states for all sorts of sovereign discretion, all sorts of policies that may affect any kind of investment, however indirect, however intangible. It obviously has to be a tangible investment, but it may not be a power project. It may be a portfolio investment, for example. The result of all of that is that really you can look at this area, I've described it elsewhere previously, as being something of a barometer of world events, because whenever something happens and states react with a policy, one then gets claims by any investor who says, well, that policy has adversely affected the value of my investment. So that can be health policy, it can be economic policy, it can be policy in the face of war or military aggression, and specifically, relevantly, climate change and environment.
So, Toby, how do we deal with this? We've got these outdated paradigms, something that developed as a form of post-colonial form of compensation, to now, against the backdrop of a climate emergency, where we need to consider pricing carbon, which would which has businesses profiteering at every stage of the value chain, or not just emissions, but also the extraction of resources from the environment, which destroys biodiversity. How do we now cope with this as a small open trading economy, balancing between needing to attract FDIs and capital flows versus needing to carve out a low emissions transitions pathway?
So this is a serious problem that we are faced with, and it's a problem that arises worldwide with any state who has concluded bilateral investment treaties or investment chapters of free trade agreements or similar economic arrangements, and any state that feels that it is obliged to comply with net zero targets and Paris Agreement goals. The fact is that the structure of treaties that I've described, they date from a period before Paris Agreement. They date from a period before climate awareness. There are different generations of treaties, so they are being concluded even now, post-Paris, but they are being concluded in an environment that is not essentially linked up with the climate issue, actually. It's very driven by other sectors or other parts of government that are very keen on foreign direct investment and the continued belief that these treaties promote and protect foreign direct investment. So we have a clash of international treaty norms and a clash of international law. On the one hand, we have a network of these treaties which exist, like it or not, and they contain substantive guarantees, like it or not. And on the other hand, we have got Paris Agreement and climate change and net zero transition. So those two have got to be married in some way. And this is a concrete problem because tribunals now are increasingly faced with claims by, for example, fossil fuel investors who are complaining that a state's implementation of Paris Agreement goals is hurting their investment and therefore constitutes a breach of an existing bilateral investment treaty. There are two aspects to addressing this collision. One is substantive and one is procedural. On the substantive side, we are going to have to develop a jurisprudence in this area that accommodates the climate imperative within the structure of existing treaty guarantees. Of course, going forward, one would want to think about how treaties are renegotiated or negotiated afresh. That's all aspirational for the future. Now, the current emergency is we've got these existing treaties and we've got existing claims. What do we do with them? So on the substantive side, there are ways in which concepts or guarantees which are set out in these treaties can be adapted. For example, we have a standard of fair and equitable treatment. We have a standard of expropriation, non-expropriation. We have many standards such as that are set out in these treaties. They are open-textured standards. And in interpreting them, tribunals will increasingly have to accommodate other international norms which will shape sovereign discretion. That's on the substantive side. On the procedural side, we have a specific problem, and that is what I mentioned previously. We are burdened by a commercial arbitration procedural model that for historic reasons we generally use to resolve these disputes. And it's a model that is singularly ill-suited to deal with disputes such as climate. And that's because the model is focused upon a horizontal dispute, not a vertical dispute. It's designed to deal with just the immediate disputing parties. It does not have in it, when it is slavishly applied, mechanisms to appropriately include all stakeholders or all interests who actually need to be heard in order for a tribunal to properly formulate its response and its answer.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Toby. This keynote is going to kick off a series of webinars, and we hope to invite you back to unpack this a little further. Are there any thoughts that you'd like to leave us with?
I will leave you with a thought, which is that, in my view, the collision of norms and conventions and assumptions which I've described in the investor-state field, and that is a collision born out of lawyers, tribunal members and counsel being wedded to a particular way of doing things, as against what is a new phenomena, which is the climate emergency. That collision actually gives us some lessons which I think go far beyond investor-state disputes. And the lesson is that we as a legal fraternity have now, in the context of a climate emergency, we've got to stop and actually look at our norms, conventions, and assumptions generally. We've got to rethink the way that we conduct our practice in any area, because so much of what we do was actually evolved in an era pre-climate emergency. And actually lawyers are the last of types of people to change what they do. We tend to be very wedded to how we think things should be done. But I think what we're learning from the investor-state field is that actually now we all need to reassess the way we do things. And that they're actually going forward, a lot of what we do may actually be considered no longer sustainable. And there may be alternatives which requires all of us to do something which we hate doing, which is actually a retooling and changing the way that we operate.
Toby, thank you so much for your time. This is going to be a keynote that we listen to over and over again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Great pleasure. Thank you.
That was King's Counsel Toby Landau in conversation with Datin Sri Sunita Rajakumar on ISDS, or investor-state dispute settlements in the context of climate action, and also the potential areas of friction ahead as governments implement climate policies. So ISDS action is a relatively nascent trend in this region, but has enormous implications for climate investment moving forward. So as mentioned in the Fireside chat, if you're interested, stay tuned to future CGM events that will delve more into ISDS issues. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, issues of poverty, inequality, and exclusion are cross-cutting and do have an impact on climate action if left unaddressed. How do we ensure that progress in the climate transition includes the needs and viewpoints of all segments in the community, including the most vulnerable groups? So these are issues that the United Nations Development Programme, or UNDP, seeks to integrate into the broader climate conversation. Please welcome on stage Edward Vertich, the resident representative of UNDP Malaysia, for this keynote.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for persevering. I understand it's been a long day, but a very valuable one. I'll start by acknowledging distinguished guests, ambassadors, people from CORE, government representatives and colleagues and peers here. It's a privilege to be here. It's an honour to join you at Malaysia's most pivotal climate event convened by the Climate Governance Malaysia. Thank you for the invitation to join the vital dialogue, one that underscores our shared commitment to safeguard our planet's future. While I'm relatively new to Malaysia, UNDP is not. UNDP Malaysia's office was established about 60 years ago. Been a foundational development partner for Malaysia and a principal partner in delivering climate action, biodiversity, conservation, improved natural resource management, and growingly innovative financing mechanisms. At the outset, I'd like to commend the GCM for taking a leadership role in convening to address Malaysia's intensifying climate challenges. Malaysia is a nation uniquely vulnerable to biodiversity loss, extreme weather and climate impacts. Your efforts, like UNDP's, elevate local voices through initiatives like the National Climate Governance Summit, which we're here this week for. By integrating grassroots perspectives into global agendas, you ensure Malaysia's environment priorities are not just heard, but harmonised with global action. This is more than progress. It's a blueprint for just, inclusive and effective solutions. This year's National Climate Governance Summit, with the theme of transition finance, the foundation of a transition economy, could not be timelier. By centering transition finance as its theme, we're highlighting the most critical question facing climate today, one of financing. The increasing frequency and intensity of climate change-induced disasters reminds us that climate resilience is not just an environmental necessity, but a financial and economic imperative. Yet the financing gap to achieve net zero targets, climate resilience, adaptation and inclusive development is vast and growingly so. Consider a few statistics that we have. 2023 and 2024 were years of record-breaking temperatures, devastating floods and stark warnings from the IPCC that time was running out. The ASEAN region, home to over 660 million people, is one of the most climate-vulnerable regions in the world. Estimates suggest that climate change could reduce ASEAN GDP by up to 11% by the end of the century without decisive mitigation and, more importantly, adaptation investments. In 2023, countries provided and mobilised a total of 115 billion in climate finance for developing countries. And that's the first time we exceeded the 100 billion per annum threshold. Despite that, current climate finance flows annually represent only about 1% of GDP. To effectively address climate change, it's estimated that the annual climate finance needs should increase to 10 trillion per annum from 2031 to 2050 if we want to address climate change effectively. And that's a five-fold increase on current levels. UNDP estimates that approximately 5.9 trillion in annual climate investments is needed by 2030 to meet the Paris Agreement goals, just as they're currently presented. However, in 2023, only $1 trillion was mobilised from public and private sources. In ASEAN, the shortfall is proportionately worse. Southeast Asia needs approximately 210 billion annually through to 2030 to achieve or lay the foundations for net zero goals. Yet actual flows are less than 12% of that target today. Our modelling suggests that for every dollar invested in better climate-proofing infrastructure, countries can avoid up to $4 in losses. That's a 400% return. Yet adaptation finance still represents only approximately 5% of those total flows, of the required estimates. As Malaysia pivots to a high carbon economy with high carbon pivots away from high carbon technologies to sustainable alternatives, transition finance is the bridge between ambition and reality. The climate crisis demands rapid and even radical decarbonisation and adaptation, but this will not happen overnight. Industries, workforces and economies need predictable pathways to adapt sustainably. Transition finance provides the scaffolding. It's unlocking capital for renewable energy adoption, energy efficiency upgrades and sustainable infrastructure, all the while ensuring continued economic growth and with it stability. Without transition finance, we face a perilous choice: stagnation or chaos. Stagnation if industries cling to outdated models and yesterday's technologies. Chaos if transitions are abrupt and exclusionary. But within transition finance, we unlock innovation, we de-risk investments, and we ensure progress is equitable. This makes sound economic sense. It aligns financial flows with climate goals, ensuring no community is left behind as we pursue net zero emissions to better insulate our people and our economies. At UNDP, we recognise that mobilising trillions, not billions, is essential. Through our Sustainable Finance Hub, we partner globally to rewire financial systems for sustainability. In Malaysia, UNDP partners with institutions like Bank Negara Malaysia to green value chains through initiatives like the Greening Value Chain Playbook to be launched during the ASEAN Finance Ministers meeting this week. And we pilot for the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, of which Malaysia is emerging as a regional and global leader. Under JC3 and in partnership with BPMB and UNDP is also partnering to provide impact advice and action for the Climate Finance Innovation Hub, Lab or CFIL. The UNDP is advancing nature financing via groundbreaking initiatives such as the Ecological Fiscal Transfer with the Government of Malaysia and pioneering efforts on biodiversity, like the soon-to-be-launched Tiger Landscape Initiative Fund, which will drive the use of blended financial models and de-risking instruments to incentivise nature-positive investments. Regionally, our Climate Finance Network with UK FCDO unites finance ministries, regulators and businesses to mobilise climate investments. From Indonesia's Impact Fund to partnerships accelerating SDG-driven enterprises in Vietnam and Philippines. Globally, UNDP's partnership with ISO has produced the first international guidelines for SDG alignment, while our Impact Value Hub empowers businesses to scale sustainable innovations. CGM's focus on transition finance resonates with UNDP's belief that finance is not just about money, it's about delivering a fairer, wealthier and more sustainable set of societies. By supporting businesses and sectors in their net zero journeys, we safeguard livelihoods while protecting the planet. And this is essential for a just transition. As with UNDP, CGM's strength also lies in its people. Your board, council and team embody expertise, vision and unwavering commitment. We're natural partners. From corporate governance to climate science, your diverse leadership bridges the gap between business imperatives and ecological urgency. This fusion of disciplines positions CGM not just as a thought leader but as a doer, shaping policies that are as pragmatic as they are visionary. Like UNDP, you understand that collaboration fuels innovation. Your cross-sector partnerships uniting government, businesses and civil society are a testament to the power of collective action. By aligning sustainability with business resilience, you prove that climate action is not a cost, but an investment, one that safeguards both ecosystems and economies. No single entity can de-risk climate innovation alone. The public and private sectors must unite, leveraging a suite of policy, finance and programmatic tools that can be delivered at scale. Here, CGM and the Summit are already leading, championing transparent financial disclosures and influencing investment across Malaysia and ASEAN. Your work ensures that climate considerations are embodied in every boardroom and policy discussion. As your partner, UNDP brings to the table globally informed technical expertise resting on decades of experience, delivering billions of dollars in assistance and applying a lens that seeks scale, convergence and integrated whole-of-nation solutions. It's this approach that will ensure Malaysia's climate finance ecosystem thrives. In concluding, I'd like us to shape the current narratives that suggest climate action is a burden. It's not. It's our greatest opportunity to reimagine economies, restore ecosystems and redefine resilience for the greatest number of people in growingly uncertain times. As Malaysia charts its course towards a low-carbon future, let the summit be remembered as the moment we move from pledges to pipelines of capital, of innovation and collective will. UNDP is proud to stand with Malaysia and CGM on this mission. Together we'll ensure transition finance isn't just a theme, but the new norm. In closing, I wish you a summit as impactful as our collective aspirations. Let us reconvene next year, not just to continue the discussion, but to celebrate our results. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Verkic. Can we please give him a round of applause? Thank you for sharing insights on how UNDP is working with member states to bridge the gaps in transition finance. I was especially struck by that data point. Every dollar put into climate infrastructure can prevent $4 in losses. So climate financing is an investment, not a cost, and I hope that this is a message that we can bring to all the circles that we engage in moving forward from the summit today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is in some ways accelerating migration to urban centers, but how equipped are we to deal with the challenges that come with rapid urbanization? Our next keynote speaker is an expert on urbanization and sustainability and has valuable insights on the policies needed in cities and urban centers to better manage climate change impact. While she's unable to join us in person this time, Professor Shumei Bai, Distinguished Professor of the Australian National University, has a recorded message for the audience at NCGS. So here's Professor Shumei Bai.
Thank you for the introduction and the opportunity to speak here today. It's an honor to be here. So I would like to start by acknowledging and celebrating the first Australians, Ngunnawal and Ngambri people in particular, from whose traditional land I'm presenting today, and pay my respect to their elders, past and present. So today I would like to talk about three things: the safe and just Earth system boundaries, how to translate them for cities and businesses, and why cities and businesses should collaborate more closely. So what are the safe and just Earth system boundaries? These are scientifically defined boundaries for the stability of the planet and safety of people. So this paper shown here was published in mid-2023. What we have done here is to bring the natural and social science together using modeling and literature assessment to quantify safe and just Earth system boundaries in 5 key domains: climate, biosphere, water, nutrient cycle, and aerosol at global and local scale. The key here is to bring the safe to ensure the stability of the planet system, and just to ensure the safety of people together, and quantify them in a same unit. So this is really inspired by and extending the planetary boundary framework in 3 different ways. It integrates social science perspective into Earth system science perspective, and the assessment is across scale, and we're also putting very strong emphasis on connecting to actors through translation, which I will talk a bit more about today. So where do we stand in relation to these safe and just boundaries? I'm afraid not much good news here. 7 out of 8 globally defined boundaries are breached already. And in this figure, the red line shows safe boundaries, and the blue line shows just boundaries. And then the green line here shows where the just and safe boundaries align. So when they do not align, the most stringent boundary is adopted as the safe and just Earth system boundaries. This yellow dot here shows where we are currently positioned in relation to these boundaries. And those that sit outside of the lines are the domains where we have already breached the safe and just ESBs. So what can we do about it? We really need to bring these yellow dots that are outside of the boundaries back into the green zone, inside the safe and just boundaries. So in order to do this, Earth system boundaries need to be linked to actors, make sense to them, and operationalized and integrated into their practice through cross-scale translation. So among the actors across scales, cities and businesses are the key in operationalizing the ESB. And we know, for example, the vast majority of consumption-based CO2 emissions can be traced back to cities. And in terms of production-based emissions, again, the vast majority is related to value-adding activities, and many of which are by companies. But it's not only because they have the lion's share of resource consumption and environmental impacts. It's also because of their capacity to actually take more nimble decisions and also actions, very often ahead of their national counterpart. So what do we mean when we say cross-scale translation of ESBs for planetary boundaries? So this really depends on where we stand currently. When the boundaries are not transgressed, as shown here, the translation is really about how actors can share resource budget equitably. But when the boundaries are breached, then as shown here on the right, then actors need to share the reduction responsibilities equitably. So translation can really serve multiple purposes. Basically, it is about really informing actors how much an actor should do in order for our human society to stay within the safe and just boundaries. So one of the important endpoints of translation is to inform science-based target setting. The science-based target setting are time-bound targets, are time-bound, clearly defined goals for actors with a goal for the society to collectively stay within the globally defined boundaries. And our analysis on over 2,000 companies globally shows that science-based targets actually work. So in this figure, you can see that companies with science-based targets aim to reduce carbon emissions at a faster rate than those with much looser targets. But we also know that translation is a very complex process. It's a nascent area with many knowledge gaps, as identified in a paper published in Nature in 2022. So these knowledge gaps here include, for example, developing common procedure, focus on how to focus on interactions of these different domain target, and we do need to acknowledge dynamics, and we also need to allocate for justice and equity, and how can we support the monitoring and accountability, and the need for establishing government mechanism, and also the need for design incentives. So the Earth Commission on Translation Actors and Agency workstream work has really been focusing on filling some of these knowledge gaps. And some of the first results are presented in this paper, which was published in Nature Sustainability in 2024. So here we present three things. We reviewed and synthesized the literature of cross-scale translation, and we try to develop a common principles of translation, and then present a protocol of this cross-scale translation. And I will go into detail of each of them. So one of the first things we tackled is really to develop a set of principles of translation, largely through the evaluation of literature and also through expert elicitation. We have come up with 10 principles. 6 of them are for process of the translation, and 6 are about the outcome of the translation, and with 2 in between across both domains. So these are principles. I wouldn't have time to go into detail, but they include, for example, scientifically rigor, transparent, just, systemic, sufficiently safe with some buffer to account for inevitable sort of failure, and context sensitive, enabling, dynamic and time-bound, incentivizing and synergistic. So the next thing we have done in this work is really try to develop a conceptual framework of this cross-scale translation to identify some of the key building blocks and key steps of connecting ESBs to cities and businesses. So we know these Earth system boundaries here, ESBs, are defined by state variables. For example, what is the current temperature, and what is the, for example, the concentration of nutrient, and et cetera, et cetera. So these state variables need to be transcribed into anthropogenic pressure variables so that we can connect them to human activities and human actions. So the next step is really allocate this transcribed budget into different actors. Here we have to base this allocation on the choice of sharing approaches And this step usually involves initial allocation, which involves scaling and reiterative adjustment reflecting on socioeconomic and ecological context, and also perceived justice principles. And the outcome of this step will be the final translated share. And this final translated share can then be used for reporting and benchmarking actors' impact and to inform the risk management and science-based target setting. So we know here the choice of sharing approaches is really a key. What kind of approaches you choose will really have significant impact on the final shares of the actors. So in order to understand what kind of sharing approaches are used in literature, here we reviewed 40 different case studies that are translating planetary boundaries into nations, cities, and companies. So here we have identified 11 different sharing approaches as indicated in this figure on the x-axis here. So these are based on, for example, legacy, responsibility, sovereignty, economic contribution, social contribution, resource efficiency, basic needs and preference, equality, green incentive, and development right, etc. So each of these sharing approaches carries normative value judgment. For example, the legacy or say grandfathering approach would really uphold the status quo, and while the equality really emphasizes the equal entitlement of resources as well as responsibilities, and development right emphasizes the need to prioritize development need. So we can see some clear patterns already here. For example, the legacy or grandfathering, basic need, equality, economic contributions are most used approaches, whereas the social contribution, resource efficiency, and green incentives are rarely used. So in terms of actors, we can see that only legacy and equality are used in translation for cities, and for businesses, it is more about economic contribution and basic needs and equality. And we can see that majority translation are really at the country level, and very few studies are on cities and businesses. So how the sharing approaches should be chosen? We have attempted to develop a protocol of cross-scale translation to provide some guidance here. So our review and analysis revealed that the choice of sharing approaches are influenced by several different factors, including Earth system domains. Different domains have different suitability of sharing approaches. Spatial construction of boundaries, whether it is constructed globally, regionally, or grid-based. And the status of transgression. Is the boundary already transgressed or not? And also regenerative nature of the domain. For example, water resources are sort of renewed annually, while ecosystem surveys may take decades to regenerate, and CO2 accumulation in the atmosphere can be considered non-regenerative, as there is no natural process that can really reduce the concentration, of course, other than fixed by net primary productivity. So this would really affect the suitability of the sharing approaches you choose. And then again, temporal perspectives of sharing is also important. Are we going to look back and find out the historical responsibility? Or are we keeping the status quo? Or are we going to looking forward, such as, give more weight to the capabilities or development right or green incentives? These factors are really form critical decision point in translation. So if we visualize this protocol, it looks like a series of control points in a decision tree. So one can follow the unique color of each specific domain through the decision trees to arrive at a suitable set of sharing approaches. And actors can choose sharing approaches from the suitable pool, followed by the consideration of equity and other context, and choice of enacting matrix before arriving at the final choice of sharing approaches. And then the final outcome of this translation process is the allocated share for individual cities and businesses. So one of the most important things we have learned in the cross-scale translation is the complexity and the vital importance of being transparent, including being upfront and clear about uncertainties, value judgment, context, justice, etc. For example, we know that all sharing approaches and the choice of them in translation, they really carry implicit or explicit value judgment and uncertainties. And no single translation approach can really address all kinds of uncertainties, all nuances of context, or equity and justice. So this really shows the necessity of reiterative judgment that need to be maybe needed, and the need for using multiple approaches and probably selecting most stringent ones for target setting. And also the governance structure will be essential. Regulation, incentive, accountability, benchmarking, etc. are really important in ensuring that such target setting and implementation of them can be carried out. And there's one example of this sticky issue is system boundary in translation. Should we really base the translation solely on local boundaries? For example, by regional boundaries, for example, the dividing up the locally available resources within the local, or should we actually adopt a global citizens perspective where the global resources are shared by the world population? So adopting by regional boundaries seems to be actually quite reasonable in some cases, but they can also be problematic because they could be rewarding or penalizing based on the resource endowment of the region, and there could be loopholes in globally connected consumption and production system of today's world. And it could also be inappropriate when sharing responsibilities. For example, when we think about biodiversity conservation, we know most of this biodiversity-rich region is located in the global south, and if we adopt this bioregional approach, that means the burden should be mostly on the shoulder of global south and indigenous communities, while the benefits are actually shared globally. So globally shared responsibility that actually considers current needs and rights, historical responsibilities, telecoupled system impacts, that will be much more appropriate in those cases. And we do think the beneficiaries should really financially contribute to maintaining and repairing this biodiversity conservation, for example. So this really shows bioregional approaches to be really need to be accompanied, benchmarked, and adjusted using the global citizens sort of approach. So a spin-off discovery of translation is the importance of keystone cities and keystone businesses, and how to, by getting them collaborate with each other, we can multiply and amplify the effect of their actions and accelerate the pathway towards living within the safe and just Earth system boundaries. So in this study, we focused on 200 largest emitter cities and global top 500 emitter companies. And we found that many of them actually co-locate, which means that many of the top 500 emitter companies are actually having their headquarters located in these top emitter cities. So in this work, which was published earlier, a couple of weeks ago in Nature Sustainability, we quantified the potential of cross-sector collaboration between cities and companies. For example, we know that more than half of the 200 top emitting cities currently have net zero target, but many of the top 500 emitting companies that have headquarters in those cities do not have such target. And currently, this is a largely lost opportunity. If these cities can actually influence those companies that has headquarters in their city to also take up similar target, not only from the operational emission of the headquarter, but also making decision to influence across their entire business ecosystem, then there's a much bigger step up in terms of total emission cut. And our analysis shows that such target alignment and proactive influencing between cities and companies, they could potentially reduce additional 5.7 gigatons CO2 equivalent per year. So here is the spatial distribution of this co-location of 500 top emitting companies and then 200 top emitting cities. So for me, this really begs for much higher level, stronger city-company collaboration. And they really need to be collaborating across silos, align their ambition in science-based target setting, and accelerate actions towards net zero goals. And we all know this is a big ask under current institutional or regulatory sort of arrangement, but we do show in this paper that it is not impossible. So in sum, that I would say cities and companies really play pivotal roles, each of them. And by working closely together, they can actually accelerate the journey in realizing net zero climate goals and also living within the all domains of safe and just Earth system boundaries. So thank you for listening.
That was Professor Shumei Bai, a distinguished professor at the Australian National University and also a member of the Earth Commission, discussing the nuances in allocating responsibilities for climate action and also stressing how innovative partnerships between the public and private sector, especially in urban settings, can actually be a game changer in how we tackle the climate. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our program for day one of the NCGS 2025. Can we give ourselves a big round of applause for staying until the very end of day one? It has been a day full of insights, including from the Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Sustainability, YB Nik Nazmi, on the government's near-term priorities. We heard from Datuk Mohammad Faiz Azmi, Executive Chairman of the Securities Commission, on innovative mechanisms to utilize capital markets for transition finance. We had the panel discussion on the role of institutional investors and how they're influencing investing decisions, how they're using rakyat's money to make sure that climate action is taken. Not to mention the many keynotes that we've heard from the diplomatic, climate action, and corporate spheres. I do hope you've come away with new perspectives and different ways of thinking about climate action and transition finance. Before we adjourn for the day, I'm pleased to invite Yang Mulia Tunku Datuk Paduka Jaafar Laksmana Tunku Nong, Independent Non-Executive Director at Climate Governance Malaysia, for the closing remarks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished speakers and honored guests. Today, we've had the opportunity to pause and take stock, not just of where we are, but where we need to go. Throughout the day, we explored the evolving role of stewardship in climate transition, from the responsibility of boards and investors to the financial systems and global partnerships that shape our shared future. We heard about the urgency of transition finance, the necessity of aligning capital with long-term climate goals, and the challenges of moving from commitment to implementation. But perhaps most powerfully, today reinforced that the path to a low-carbon future will not be walked by policymakers alone. It will be defined by the decisions made in boardrooms, investment committees, leadership teams across the region. It will depend on how seriously we take our roles as stewards, not just of capital, but of future generations. Let us not leave today's insights behind as we close our notebooks and return to our offices. Let us embed them into strategy, into governance, into capital allocation. Let us advocate for better data, clearer standards, and more courageous conversations. And most of all, let us act not in silos, but collectively. We cannot afford to wait for perfect conditions. The solutions won't come all at once, but they will come faster if we are willing to act with clarity, coordination, and courage. Whether you're on a board, in an investment committee, in a regulatory agency, or even a regular citizen, we each hold a lever for change. The question is, will we use it? Decisions we make in the next few years will define how the next few decades unfold. Let us not look back and realize we had the tools but failed to use them. Thank you for joining us today, and I salute you all. At this hour, you're still around. And especially, not to forget, those people are on virtual watch. So We hope to see you again tomorrow, fresh and the spirit of go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tunku Dato. Such a fitting end to day one and gearing us up for all the excitement of day two. Before we adjourn for the day, we'd appreciate if you could fill in a feedback survey through the QR code on screen. We welcome your thoughts on how we can improve on this conference for the future. Do note that this survey is mandatory for attendees that have applied for CPE points, so remember to submit this survey before departing. We'd also appreciate your feedback on Hoover, as always. Thank you for answering the post-session polls on the app. It will help in curating future CGM programs. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow for day two and more insightful conversations. Have a safe journey home.